Barbed wire stretches to the horizon. Watchtowers cast shadows over silent grounds, and every step echoes with forgotten cries. This was not a battlefield. It was Ravensbrück, a place of fear, survival, and unimaginable endurance. Built by the Nazis as the largest concentration camp for women, Ravensbrück became a world of despair hidden deep in Germany. Tens of thousands of women from across Europe were imprisoned here. Resistance fighters, political prisoners, mothers, daughters, all subjected to brutal labor, medical experiments, and relentless cruelty. Yet even in the darkest moments, stories of courage, defiance, and hope endured. Tonight, we will travel through the camp's harrowing history, step by step, uncovering the voices that history tried to silence. So lay back, let your eyes grow heavy, and allow this story to carry you into rest. If you find peace in these journeys through history, remember to subscribe and join us for more untold stories of World War II, told in a calm and thoughtful way. In the tranquility of northern Germany, near the small town of Fürstenberg, a stretch of forest once followed the gentle rhythms of nature. Tall pine trees stood like cathedral pillars, the wind rustling through their needles. The nearby Schwetzee Lake mirrored the sky, and fishing boats drifted on its surface. For generations, this was a place of slow-paced life, where the serenity of the woods and the murmur of the lake set the tone. Few could have foreseen that this peaceful landscape would become the location of one of the most notorious women's concentration camps of the Third Reich, Ravensbrück. To comprehend the reasons for Ravensbrück's creation, we must return to the Germany of the late 1930s. By then, Adolf Hitler had solidified his power. The Nazi Party exerted control over every facet of society: politics, education, religion, and the private lives of its citizens. The Gestapo instilled fear through surveillance and arbitrary arrests, while propaganda saturated the newspapers, radio, and cinema. The Nazis had already established a network of concentration camps. Dachau, founded in 1933, was the first, followed by Sachsenhausen, Buchenwald, and others. These camps, often mislabeled as mere prisons, were far more than places of confinement. They were engineered to dehumanize individuals, crush dissent, erase identity, and spread terror throughout the general population. However, until the late 1930s, the system was missing a crucial element: a central camp designated specifically for women. Women who were arrested for political dissent, religious non-compliance, or so-called asocial behavior were held in various smaller facilities, such as Lichtenberg. The conditions there were severe, but the camp was too small to accommodate the increasing number of female prisoners. By 1938, the Nazi regime decided to reorganize. Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, commissioned the establishment of a new, larger, and more efficient women's camp. It was to be built according to modern SS specifications, combining strict security with the potential for expansion. The site chosen was Ravensbrück. Why this location? The choice was strategic. The area near Fürstenberg provided several benefits. Its forested landscape offered natural concealment, hiding the camp from public view. The Schwetzee Lake ensured a water supply. A nearby railway station facilitated the direct transport of prisoners to the camp's gates. And perhaps most disturbingly, the beautiful and tranquil setting stood in stark contrast to the violence that would occur within its walls. It was a cruel paradox. The very peacefulness of the surroundings made the brutality all the more jarring. Construction commenced in 1938. Forced laborers, many of them prisoners from other camps, cleared the forest and erected the initial barracks. Wooden huts were set up in orderly rows, enclosed by barbed wire fences and imposing guard towers. The design followed the typical SS model: a central roll call square, administrative buildings on one side, prisoner barracks on the other, and workshops situated at the perimeter. The camp was initially planned to hold approximately 3,000 women. Few could have predicted that within a few years the population would far exceed that number, eventually reaching over 120,000 women over the course of its operation. In May 1939, Ravensbrück was officially opened. The first transport of about 900 women arrived from Lichtenberg. They were a varied group. Many were political prisoners, communists, social democrats, and activists who had opposed Hitler's rise to power. Others were Jehovah's Witnesses, who were persecuted for their faith's prohibition against saluting Hitler or serving in the military. There were also women classified as asocials, a broad category that encompassed sex workers, homeless women, or those accused of not conforming to the Nazi ideal of a disciplined and obedient citizen. These women, stripped of their individuality, were categorized by numbers and colored triangles sewn onto their uniforms: red for political prisoners, purple for Jehovah's Witnesses, and black for asocials. Each color denoted not just a category, but a destiny. Life for the new arrivals was harsh from the very beginning. Upon entering the camp, they were forced to relinquish all their personal possessions. Photographs of family, wedding rings, and small mementos, objects of identity and memory, were taken from them. Their hair was cut, their clothing was replaced with coarse striped uniforms, and their shoes were wooden clogs that caused painful blisters. The transformation was intentional. The regime aimed to obliterate the individual and replace her with a prisoner devoid of personal identity. The daily routine at Ravensbrück was severe and unforgiving. The day started long before dawn with a roll call. Hundreds and later thousands of women were compelled to stand in rows on the Appellplatz, the roll call square. In winter the cold air was biting. In summer the sun was relentless. Even the sick and frail were forced to stand. The roll calls could extend for hours if the count was off, if prisoners had collapsed, or if the guards wished to assert their authority. Following this, the women were sent to work, construction, cleaning, or later in the workshops and factories that supported the Nazi war effort. Punishments for even the slightest infractions were brutal. A woman who spoke out of turn, failed to march in formation, or was accused of working too slowly could be beaten, confined to a dark cell, or subjected to standing punishments that lasted for hours. In some instances, punishments were applied collectively. Entire groups were made to suffer for the actions of one, a tactic designed to undermine solidarity. The psychological impact was immense. Yet Ravensbrück was more than just a prison. It was also a social experiment. The Nazis sought to explore how women could be utilized as both prisoners and as enforcers. The camp became a training facility for female guards, known as Officerinnen. These women, who were recruited from ordinary backgrounds, often from working class or lower middle class families, were given authority over the prisoners. They were trained to be harsh, to suppress any sense of empathy, and to enforce discipline through violence. Many became infamous for their cruelty. Their presence gave Ravensbrück a unique and chilling dimension. It was a place where women both endured and inflicted suffering, where traditional notions of gender were manipulated into instruments of oppression. As Europe was plunged into war, after 1939, the function of Ravensbrück expanded. Women from the occupied countries were deported there. Poles, Dutch, Norwegians, French, Soviets, and many others. They arrived in transports, often after grueling journeys in cattle cars, without any knowledge of their destination. The camp, which was originally designed for a few thousand, was stretched far beyond its capacity. Barracks intended for 200 women sometimes housed 800. Disease spread rapidly in the overcrowded conditions, and hunger became a constant reality. A thin soup, a piece of bread, and occasionally a sliver of margarine was all that was provided for sustenance. Malnutrition weakened both their bodies and their minds. Yet the women held on to their survival through resilience, solidarity, and small acts of humanity. Even in these early years, Ravensbrück was characterized by a strange duality. On the one hand, it was a place of terror, designed to crush and exploit. On the other hand, it was also a place where women formed bonds of survival. The prisoners shared their food, whispered words of encouragement, and protected the weakest among them. Small acts of kindness, offering a piece of bread, shielding someone during a roll call, or quietly singing a song from home, became lifelines. In a system designed to erase humanity, the persistence of human connection was in itself a form of resistance. The camp's growth was continuous. By 1940, Ravensbrück had already become a central element of the Nazi system of repression. Its workshops began to produce uniforms and other goods for the SS, and its forced labor contributed to the Nazi economy. As more transports arrived, the forest around Fürstenberg grew darker, not with the shadows of nature, but with the weight of human suffering. This was only the beginning. Ravensbrück would soon expand further, becoming a complex with dozens of subcamps spread across Germany and the occupied territories. It would become a site not only of imprisonment, but also of medical experiments, slave labor for the arms industry, and ultimately mass death. But in these initial years, as the shadows lengthened across the pines, Ravensbrück was already establishing its place in history, a place where silence once peaceful had become heavy with fear. As the war progressed, so too did Ravensbrück. What had started in 1939, with fewer than 1,000 women, soon evolved into something much larger, more sinister, and more deeply integrated into the fabric of the Nazi system. By the early 1940s, the camp was no longer just an isolated prison. It was a vast laboratory of repression, ideology, and exploitation. The design of Ravensbrück was intended not only to confine the prisoners, but to break them. The barracks, which were initially simple wooden huts, were extended with annexes, accommodating more women with each passing year. The sleeping conditions were intolerable. 3 or 4 women shared bunks that were designed for one. The straw mattresses quickly became damp and rotted, and lice and fleas spread across their bodies, which were already weakened by hunger. The stench of sweat, sickness, and unwashed clothing was pervasive. Disease was a constant threat. Dysentery, tuberculosis, and typhus swept through the camp repeatedly. The daily schedule was designed to induce exhaustion. At dawn, the prisoners were awakened by shouting and blows. The roll call would drag on for hours, even in the bitter cold. The women who collapsed during this ordeal were often beaten or dragged away by the guards. After that, the work assignments began. The prisoners were sent to sew uniforms, weave textiles, or perform arduous construction tasks. Some dug trenches or carried heavy stones until their bodies could no longer endure. Work was not just about production, it was about subjugation. The SS understood that forcing the prisoners into endless labor would wear them down, both physically and psychologically. The food rations were calculated to starve rather than to sustain. The morning meal consisted of a weak black coffee or a thin substitute made from roasted acorns. The midday meal was a watery soup, sometimes with a piece of a vegetable or a potato peel floating in it. Bread was given in small portions, occasionally with a smear of margarine or a trace of sausage. These rations provided far fewer calories than the women expended each day in their forced labor. The result was inevitable: hollow cheeks, sunken eyes, weakened limbs, and an overwhelming preoccupation with food. The prisoners dreamed of bread, whispered recipes from memory, and longed for the simplest of meals from their past lives. Amid this cruelty, the SS also explored the limits of female authority. Ravensbrück was unique in the Nazi camp system because it was supervised not only by male SS officers, but also by women, the Aufseherinnen. These female overseers were trained on-site, learning how to discipline, intimidate, and brutalize. They were given dogs to assert their power and whips to instill fear. Some of these women became notorious for their cruelty, embodying the Nazi ideal of ruthless efficiency. Their presence shattered any illusion that women were less capable of violence than men. In Ravensbrück, femininity itself was perverted into a weapon. The population of the camp became more international with each passing year. After the invasion of Poland in 1939, Polish women began to arrive in large numbers. Many were members of the resistance, teachers, nurses, or simply civilians who had been caught in the Nazi sweeps. Later, women from France, Norway, the Netherlands, Yugoslavia, and the Soviet Union were deported to Ravensbrück. The Jews, although initially a smaller percentage of the prisoner population, also became targets, especially as the deportations intensified in the later years of the war. By 1944, Ravensbrück held tens of thousands of women from across occupied Europe, each with her own story of arrest, transport, and survival. Each arrival added to the overcrowding. The barracks were filled beyond their capacity, and new huts were hastily constructed. The roll call square became more crowded, and the workshops grew louder with the sounds of forced labor. The camp, which was originally designed for 3,000, held more than 40,000 by 1944. With the overcrowding came chaos. The latrines overflowed, disease spread uncontrollably, and hunger intensified. Yet, despite the suffering, the women formed connections. They whispered words of encouragement during the roll calls, shared their scraps of bread, and told stories of their families and their homelands. In this way, humanity persisted, even in the face of systematic dehumanization. Ravensbrück also became a hub for the satellite camps. By the mid-1940s, more than 40 subcamps were linked to it, scattered across Germany and the occupied territories. These subcamps provided forced labor for the armaments factories, the construction projects, and the war industries. The prisoners were sent out in transports to work under brutal conditions, often without proper clothing or food. Ravensbrück was thus not just a single camp, but the heart of a vast network of exploitation. The camp's existence reflected the Nazi obsession with control. It was not just about imprisoning the enemies of the state. It was about creating a system where every aspect of life was dictated, measured, and punished. The regime sought to destroy individuality, to replace personal identity with numbers and categories. Yet, paradoxically, the diversity of Ravensbrück's prisoners created a mosaic of resistance and resilience. The women from different nations with different languages and different faiths found ways to support one another, building a solidarity in the midst of their suffering. By the early 1940s, Ravensbrück had established itself as one of the central institutions of Nazi terror. Its pine forest no longer carried only the whispers of the wind, but also the cries of the women who were forced into silence, the sound of the boots during the roll calls, and the barking of the dogs that were trained to enforce obedience. The once quiet lake reflected not just the beauty of the clouds, but also the shadows of the watchtowers that were looming over its surface. The birth of Ravensbrück, then, was more than the construction of a camp. It was the creation of a system that was carefully designed to exploit, to punish, and to erase. It was the transformation of a quiet landscape into a theatre of cruelty, where women from across Europe would endure suffering, yet also demonstrate their resilience. As the war deepened, Ravensbrück would evolve further, becoming not only a site of forced labor, but also of medical experimentation, mass executions, and a final desperation as the Reich collapsed. But in these early years, the foundation had been set, the shadows in the pines had lengthened, and the camp had begun its dark chapter in history. When most people think of the Nazi concentration camps, they often picture places like Auschwitz, Dachau, or Buchenwald, camps that imprisoned mainly men, where the structures of control and violence were designed primarily with male prisoners in mind. Ravensbrück, however, stood apart. It was not simply another concentration camp. It was the largest camp that was built specifically for women. Its very existence had shaped the experiences of tens of thousands of women across Europe, and it had revealed how the Nazi ideology had targeted women in unique and chilling ways. From the beginning, Ravensbrück was imagined as a camp that would centralize the female imprisonment. Prior to its creation, women were detained in scattered facilities, with Lichtenberg being the most notable. But Lichtenberg, which was housed in an old castle, could not accommodate the growing number of women who were being arrested for political, social, or racial reasons. Himmler and the SS had wanted something more modern, more efficient, and more capable of expansion. The decision to build Ravensbrück was therefore a decision not just of logistics, but of ideology. The Nazis had wanted to prove that women too could be controlled, punished, and exploited on a massive scale. The uniqueness of Ravensbrück lay not only in its size or its all-female prisoner population. It was also a camp that had blurred the lines of the gender roles within the Nazi system. On one side of the barbed wire were the women prisoners, the resistors, the mothers, the students, the teachers, the nurses, and the countless others whose lives had been uprooted. On the other side were the women as perpetrators, the Aufseherinnen, the female overseers, who had enforced the Nazi rules with a brutality that was equal to, and sometimes that was exceeding, that of their male counterparts. This collision of the roles had made Ravensbrück unlike any other place in the Nazi camp network. For the prisoners, the experience of being in a camp that was designed exclusively for women had had its particular consequences. The daily routines were structured in ways that had highlighted not only the discipline but also the humiliation. Hygiene, for instance, was weaponized. The women were often denied proper access to the washing facilities, were forced to endure the public searches, or were stripped of their privacy. Their bodies had become the battlegrounds where the Nazi ideology had imposed its cruelty. The camp administration had known that stripping the women of their dignity, by cutting their hair, by removing their clothes, and by making them march in rows, was not only a method of control, but also an assault on their femininity itself. Ravensbrück's uniqueness had also lain in the diversity of its prisoners. By 1945, women from more than 30 nations had passed through its gates. The Poles had made up one of the largest groups, many of whom had been arrested for their resistance work. The French women had followed, including the members of the resistance and the deportees from the occupied territories. The Soviet women had arrived in great numbers after the German invasion of the USSR in 1941, who had often been captured as partisans or as forced laborers. The Jewish women, though they had initially been a minority in Ravensbrück, had increasingly become the targets of the deportation as the Holocaust had spread. The Romani women too had been sent there, who were suffering a double discrimination, a racial hatred, and the general cruelty of the camp life. This international population had meant that Ravensbrück was a place where dozens of languages had mingled on the roll call square, where the communication was often limited to gestures, and where a solidarity had crossed the borders, even in silence. Inside the camp, the women had formed the bonds that had reflected both their necessity and their resilience. The prisoners had learned quickly that their survival had depended not only on their physical strength, but also on their community. They had shared their scraps of food, had protected the weak from the beatings when it was possible, and had even created the informal networks of support. In some cases, the women with a medical training had acted as the caregivers, who were trying to treat the sick with the most limited of supplies. Others had offered their emotional support, who were singing softly, who were reciting the poems, or who were simply holding hands in silence during the long roll calls. This form of a solidarity was one of Ravensbrück's most striking features. In the face of a system that was designed to divide and to destroy, the women had often found their strength in each other. At the same time, Ravensbrück had highlighted the particular vulnerability of women to certain forms of exploitation. A sexual violence, while it was not as systematically organized as it was in some other camps, was nonetheless present. The women were vulnerable to a harassment by the male SS officers, and sometimes to an abuse by the female overseers as well. Beyond a direct violence, their bodies were exploited through a forced labor that was often gender-specific. Sewing, a textile work, and a munitions assembly had become the common assignments. These tasks, while they were less physically brutal than quarrying a stone or hauling a brick, had carried their own form of an exhaustion. The endless hours of a stitching, a weaving, or an assembling of the weapons under a strict surveillance had drained the prisoners of their energy and had reinforced their role as the cogs in the Nazi war machine. The presence of the Officerinen had marked one of the most unusual and disturbing aspects of Ravensbrück. Unlike the male-dominated camps, where the SS men had held nearly all the authority, Ravensbrück had become a training ground for the female guards. Hundreds of German women were recruited into this role, who were often motivated by the promises of a steady pay, of the uniforms, and of the status of working for the SS. These women were not the passive bystanders. Many had embraced their roles with a zeal, who were delivering the beatings, who were shouting the orders, and who were enforcing the punishments. Some names had become infamous, who were remembered by the survivors as the figures of a terror. The existence of these women had shattered the myths that a cruelty was solely the realm of the men. Ravensbrück had demonstrated that an ideology and a power could twist the women into the instruments of an oppression as well. The dual nature of Ravensbrück, as both a prison for the women and a place where the women had wielded a power over the others, had made it a site of the profound contradictions. It had revealed how a Nazi ideology had manipulated a gender who was turning both a victimhood and an authority into the tools of its system. For the prisoners, being in an all-female camp had brought the unique forms of a suffering, but also the unique forms of a solidarity. For the guards, it had offered the opportunities to act out a cruelty under the sanction of the SS. Ravensbrück was in this way a mirror of the regime itself. It had dismantled the traditional categories and had reshaped them into the instruments of a control. As the war had escalated, Ravensbrück had grown not only in its population, but also in its significance. Its prisoners had become the vital sources of a forced labor for the industries that were critical to the German war effort. The companies like Siemens had established the factories near the camp, who were using the prisoners to produce the electrical components, the weapons, and the textiles. In this sense, Ravensbrück was not simply a place of a detention, but a key link in the economic exploitation of an occupied Europe. The women were no longer just the political prisoners or the resistors. They were transformed into the laborers for the Reich, their exhaustion fueling its war machine. Yet, even in this system of a brutality, Ravensbrück's uniqueness had lain in the small human details that had survived. The survivors had later recalled the voices of the women who were singing the lullabies in their native tongues, the whispered prayers that had been said in a secret, the sharing of the letters that had been smuggled in from the outside, or the quiet act of a stitching together of the scraps of a cloth to make a hidden keepsake. These gestures had defied the SS's attempt to erase an individuality. In an environment of a degradation, they had preserved a humanity. By 1942, Ravensbrück had become more than just a concentration camp for the women. It had become a symbol of the Nazi regime's ability to bend even a gender to its ideology. It was a camp where the women had endured, had suffered, had resisted, and in some cases had inflicted a suffering on the others. It was unique, not because it was less cruel than the other camps, but because it had revealed in a stark clarity how deeply the Nazi system had penetrated every aspect of a human life. The longer that Ravensbrück had operated, the more visible its unique role in the Nazi system had become. While the other camps had developed into the extermination centers or the sprawling complexes of a forced labor, Ravensbrück had remained defined by its population, the women. This focus had shaped not only its daily routines, but also the broader psychological and ideological significance that it had carried for the regime. A Nazi ideology had placed the women in a paradoxical position. On the one hand, a propaganda had promoted the image of the ideal German woman, a mother who was devoted to raising the children, a loyal wife and a supporter of her husband. The women were praised as the keepers of the home, the bearers of a racial purity, and the nurturers of the next generation. On the other hand, the women who had defied these expectations, the political activists, the independent professionals, the resistors, or simply those who did not fit into the mold, were condemned as the threats. Ravensbrück had embodied this paradox. It had become the place where the state had sent the women who had stepped outside the rigid Nazi ideal. For the political prisoners, the camp had represented a punishment for their ideas. The Social Democrats, the Communists, and the members of the resistance groups were singled out not only because of their activities, but also because their existence had challenged the regime's belief that the women should stay silent in a politics. For the Jehovah's Witnesses, an imprisonment was a consequence of a faith. Their refusal to give the Hitler salute or to join the army had defied the totalitarian demands of the state. For the so-called asocial women, the prostitutes, the beggars, and those who were accused of refusing to work, Ravensbrück had become a warehouse of a punishment which was reflecting the Nazi obsession with a social conformity. And for the Jewish and the Romani women, the camp was yet another station in the machinery of a racial persecution. The international makeup of the camp had created a society of a forced diversity. The women who had spoken no common language were thrown into the same barracks, were forced to endure the same roll calls, and were compelled to work side by side. At first, this had created a confusion. The orders that were shouted in a German were unintelligible to many, but slowly the networks of a communication had emerged. The women had translated for one another, who were teaching the key phrases, who were developing the gestures, and who were sharing the knowledge of the routines. Out of a necessity, a kind of a multilingual solidarity had grown. In this way, Ravensbrück had become not just a prison, but an unintentional meeting ground of the European women who were united by a suffering, yet also by a resilience. The uniqueness of Ravensbrück had also lain in its contradictions. It was a site of an extraordinary suffering, yet it was also a place where a cultural life had flickered in the fragments. The women had remembered the poems and had recited them by heart. They had told the stories from a memory, who were teaching a history and a literature to the younger prisoners. They had whispered the prayers or had sung the songs from their homelands. Some prisoners had even managed to organize the secret lessons, who were teaching the languages and arithmetic or the nursing skills. These acts of a cultural preservation were the forms of a resistance, the ways of an asserting of an identity against the regime's attempt to erase it. The camp's administration, however, had had no interest in a culture or an individuality. For the SS, the prisoners were the labor resources, the bodies to be worked until they had collapsed. As the war had dragged on, the industries had become ever more desperate for the workers. Siemens, among the other companies, had established a production near Ravensbrück, who was taking an advantage of the endless supply of an unpaid labour. The women had sewed, had assembled, and had tested the electrical components under a strict surveillance. The mistakes could have resulted in the beatings. A productivity was demanded regardless of an exhaustion, a malnutrition, or an illness. The paradox of Ravensbrück had lain here. The women who were considered to be unworthy of a dignity were at the same time indispensable to the Nazi war machine. The presence of the Aufseherinnen had reinforced this paradox. These women, who had been drawn from the ordinary German backgrounds, were trained to wield an absolute authority over the prisoners. Their uniforms, their whips, and their dogs had given them a power that was unimaginable in their previous civilian lives. Some were the housewives before they were joining the SS, the others had worked in the shops or the factories. The camp had turned them into the instruments of a domination. The survivors had recalled their cruelty vividly. The beatings for the minor mistakes, the shouting during the roll call, and the arbitrary punishments that had left the prisoners broken. Yet, chillingly, many of these overseers had believed that they were simply doing a job. Ravensbrück had revealed how an ideology and an opportunity could transform the ordinary women into the perpetrators. And yet, amid this environment, the survivors had also remembered the extraordinary acts of a courage. Some German women prisoners had reached out to their foreign counterparts, who were sharing a bread, or who were offering the words of a comfort. The political prisoners had often tried to maintain the solidarity networks, who were protecting the weakest and who were distributing a food or a medicine when it was possible. The Jewish women, who were targeted most brutally, were sometimes hidden within the barracks, or were shielded by the fellow inmates. These acts were dangerous. A discovery had meant a punishment, but they had also testified to the unique strength that the women could bring to one another, even in the darkest of conditions. By 1943 and 1944, Ravensbrück had swelled far beyond its intended capacity. Tens of thousands of women had crowded into the barracks, and a disease had run rampant. The roll call square, which had once been designed for a few thousand, now had overflowed with the bodies each morning. In these years, Ravensbrück's uniqueness was not simply that it was a women's camp, it was that it had become a symbol of the women's suffering across Europe. The resistance fighters, the partisans, the students, the mothers, the daughters, and the sisters from 30 nations all had found themselves united in its misery. The camp's reputation had spread among the prisoners who had been transferred from the other camps. The women who had arrived from Auschwitz or Majdanek had spoken of the gas chambers and the mass killings, while the Ravensbrück survivors had spoken of the endless roll calls, a starvation, a labour, and a brutality from the female guards. Each camp had had its own horror, but Ravensbrück's distinctiveness had lain in the gendered nature of its suffering and its control. In the final years of the war, Ravensbrück would become even more infamous, as the medical experiments and the mass executions had darkened its legacy. But even before these atrocities had unfolded, the camp had already distinguished itself. It was a place where the Nazi regime had showed that no one was outside its reach, not even the women. It was a place where femininity was stripped, was exploited, and was weaponized. It was a place where the women, both the prisoners and the guards, had confronted the extremes of a cruelty and a resilience. Ravensbrück was unique, not because it was less brutal than the other camps, but because it had exposed the full spectrum of what it had meant to be a woman under a Nazism, a victim, a resistor, a labourer, a survivor, and disturbingly, a perpetrator. The camp had forced the women into the roles that they had never imagined, who were sewing the weapons for the Reich, who were enduring the humiliations that were designed to crush a spirit, or, in the case of the guards, who were becoming the enforcers of a system of a death. This collision of the identities had made Ravensbrück stand apart. The story of Ravensbrück's uniqueness is not only one of a suffering, but also of the lessons. It shows how an ideology can distort the gender roles, how a power can twist the ordinary people into the agents of a cruelty, and how a resilience can emerge even in the places that are designed to destroy a hope. It is a story that belongs not just to a German history, but to the shared history of an Europe's women whose lives had converged in the pine forests of Fürstenberg in the ways that none of them could have foreseen. As a dawn had broken each day over the camp, the shadows of the women had fallen long across the roll call square. Their voices, their songs, their whispered prayers, and their silent acts of a defiance had formed a counterpoint to the barking of the dogs and the shouts of the guards. Ravensbrück was a camp of the women, unique, terrible, and unforgettable. When the Nazi authorities had first conceived of Ravensbrück, they had imagined not just a prison but a mechanism. Every wall, every barrack, and every gate was to be shaped by a vision of a control. The camp would be hidden among the pine forests near Fürstenberg, which was distant enough from Berlin to preserve a secrecy, yet close enough to remain accessible for the administrative visits. Unlike many camps that had been built on the ruins of the older prisons or had been adapted from the military grounds, Ravensbrück was designed from scratch. Its construction had represented an architectural expression of a Nazi ideology that had been translated into the fences, the bricks, and the barbed wire. The origins of its construction had lain in 1938, when Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS and the architect of much of the concentration camp system, had decided that the existing facilities for the women were inadequate. At Lichtenberg, the first camp for the women, the space was already overwhelmed. Thousands of female prisoners were being sent there, and its medieval castle walls, which had never been intended for such numbers, were crumbling under the weight of an overcrowding. Himmler had wanted a new camp which was modern in its design, which was efficient in its function, and which was expandable for the future needs. Ravensbrück would become his solution. The choice of Fürstenberg as the location was deliberate, which was nestled among the lakes and the pine woods. The area was isolated, the small villages had dotted the landscape, and the railway line had offered a direct connection to Berlin. Here the prisoners could be hidden from a public view, while they were remaining under the watchful eye of the SS. The natural beauty of the surroundings had added a bitter irony. The survivors had later remembered how the serene setting of the lakes and the forests had contrasted with the brutality inside the fences. Ravensbrück, from its first bricks, was built as a contradiction, a prison in a paradise, a silence outside that was masking the screams within. The actual construction of the camp was itself carried out by a forced labor. The male prisoners from Sachsenhausen, another camp that was nearby, were brought to clear a land, to dig a foundations, and to erect a barracks. Under the guard of the SS men, they had felled the trees, had carried the bricks, and had laid the barbed wire fences. Each nail that had been hammered, each stone that had been set in a place, was an act of a suffering. In this way the camp was not only for the prisoners, but also was built by the prisoners, a self-sustaining cycle of an oppression. The camp's design had followed a strict plan. At its heart was the roll call square, a wide open space where the prisoners would be assembled every morning and every evening. Around this square had stood the long rows of the barracks, the simple wooden huts with the narrow windows and the iron stoves. Each was designed to hold several hundred women, but over a time the numbers would far exceed a capacity. The barracks were lined in a rigid order, who were creating the straight rows that had reinforced the sense of a uniformity and a control. At the front of the camp had stood the main gate, which was guarded by the SS. Above the entrance was a watchtower from which the guards could survey the entire grounds. The additional towers were built at each corner of the perimeter fence. These tall square structures had allowed the SS men and the women to monitor the prisoners constantly. The searchlights had swept across the compound at a night, which was making an escape virtually impossible. The double rows of barbed wire, which were electrified in some sections, had created a lethal boundary. The very layout of Ravensbrück was meant to eliminate any illusion of a freedom. Inside, the camp was divided into the zones. The prisoner barracks had occupied the central area, while the administrative offices and the SS living quarters were placed nearby but were separate. This separation had reinforced the hierarchy. The SS staff had lived in a relative comfort, who were enjoying the warm meals and the social gatherings, while only a fence away, the prisoners had suffered a starvation and a cold. The kitchens, the workshops, and the punishment blocks had formed another layer of the camp, each with a distinct purpose in the machinery of a control. The punishment block, which was known as the bunker, was perhaps the most feared building. Unlike the communal barracks, it was built of a stone with the dark cells for a solitary confinement. The prisoners who had defied the rules, had attempted an escape, or were caught in the acts of a resistance were sent here. The conditions were brutal. An isolation, a starvation, and the beatings were common. In its design, the bunker had represented the sharpest edge of an architectural oppression, the walls that were used to silence. But Ravensbrück was not static. From its earliest days, it was envisioned as an expandable. The SS had anticipated that more women would be sent as the Reich had tightened its grip on Europe. Thus, the camp had grown in the stages. The new barracks were added, the roll call square had expanded, and the workshops were built. Each addition had reflected the growing ambition of the regime and the deepening of the war. By 1944, Ravensbrück had swollen far beyond its original size, who was housing tens of thousands of women in a space that was meant for only a few thousand. The design had also included an infrastructure for a forced labor. As the war economy had demanded more of production, the camp's workshops had become integrated with the industries. The sewing rooms were established, where the prisoners had made the uniforms and the garments for the SS. Later, Siemens had built the factories nearby, which were connected directly to the camp. The women had marched daily under a guard from the barracks to the factories, who were laboring on the components for the weapons and the machinery. The architecture of Ravensbrück was not only about a confinement, but about an exploitation, who was transforming the human beings into the extensions of the machines. One of the most striking aspects of Ravensbrück's construction was its deceptive simplicity. Unlike Auschwitz, with its sprawling complexes, or Dachau, with its iconic gate, Ravensbrück had lacked the monumental symbols. Its wooden barracks, its straight roads, and its modest gates had given it an appearance of an order, almost of a normality. To the unknowing passerby, it might have seemed like a military training camp or a labor settlement. But this appearance was intentional. The camp was designed to conceal its true function while it was maintaining an efficiency for the SS. A silence, an invisibility, and a routine were as much a part of its design as the fences and the towers. For the prisoners, the architecture had shaped a daily life. The endless walking to a roll call, the cramped sleeping quarters, the cold stoves, and the sight of the towers above all were the constant reminders of a captivity. The survivors had often recalled the sensation of being watched from every angle, as if the walls themselves had carried the eyes. The grid-like layout had left no space for a privacy, no corners for a solitude. Even a rest was stolen by the creak of the beds, the coughs of the sick, and the bark of the orders. Ravensbrück's design had turned a space itself into a weapon, who was ensuring that the women were never beyond the reach of a control. The first women who had arrived in May 1939 had stepped into a camp that was still under a construction. The barracks had smelled of a fresh wood, the paths were half finished, and the fences were newly strung. These early prisoners, who were mostly the political detainees from a Germany and an Austria, had become both the first inmates and the first builders of their own prison. They were forced to carry the bricks, to mix a cement, and to extend a barracks even as they had adjusted to a camp life. Ravensbrück was thus born from a cruel paradox. The women who were imprisoned for opposing the regime were compelled to strengthen the very structure that would confine the others after them. As the years had passed, the camp had become a closed world. Its fences had marked a border between two realities. Outside, the forests and the lakes had remained quiet, undisturbed. Inside, every building, every wall, and every stone had resonated with the orders, the punishments, and the suffering. Ravensbrück's architecture, in its silence and its rigidity, had symbolized the Nazi vision of a control over the bodies, the identities, and the futures. As Ravensbrück had expanded through the early 1940s, the camp's construction had become a direct reflection of the Nazi regime's shifting priorities. At first, the camp was meant simply to detain the women who were deemed to be dangerous, the political opponents, the social outsiders, and those who did not fit the Reich's vision of a conformity. But as a war had spread across Europe, the camp had grown to accommodate the prisoners from the occupied nations. The buildings had multiplied, their design had been stripped of a humanity, and their function had been sharpened to an efficiency. The expansion of 1940 and 1941 had added several new blocks. The wooden barracks had stretched row after row, each resembling the last, who were creating a landscape of a uniform suffering. The survivors had later remembered the disorienting effect of this repetition. Each path, each block had looked the same, who was erasing an individuality and who was making an orientation impossible. The monotony was a part of the design. A confusion and a sameness had reinforced the sense of being trapped in a system without an escape. The Appellplatz, or a roll call square, had stood at the center of a life, which was designed as an open rectangle. It was deliberately exposed to a wind, a rain, and a snow. The square was vast enough to hold thousands of women at once, yet its openness had offered no shelter. Every day the prisoners were marched here, were lined up in the rigid rows, and were forced to stand motionless for the hours, while the SS guards had counted and had recounted them. The square had become a stage of an endurance, where an architecture itself had imposed a suffering. The women had collapsed from an exhaustion or a cold, their bodies the reminders of the camp's unrelenting grip. The barracks themselves were bleak. The long wooden halls with the triple-tiered bunks that were lining the walls had housed hundreds of women at a time. The space that had been allocated per prisoner was scarcely more than a few feet. At first, the straw mattresses had provided some comfort, but as the numbers had swelled, the straw was replaced by the thin, the dirty sacks. The stoves were installed, but a fuel was scarce, which was leaving the rooms icy in a winter. The windows had let in a light, but also the drafts. A sanitation was primitive. A single bucket had often served as a toilet for dozens of women through a night. The design was not careless, it was deliberately minimal, which was meant to keep the prisoners alive but weakened, who were ensuring their usefulness as the laborers while they were denying them a dignity. Beyond the main barracks, Ravensbrück had also grown the specialized blocks. By 1942, the camp had included a children's barrack, where the mothers with the infants were confined. In another area, the medical blocks were established. Here the SS had carried out the experiments, the surgeries, and the sterilizations. The design of these blocks had mirrored the cold rationality of a Nazi ideology. The whitewashed walls, the sterile tables, and the locked cabinets, who were giving a veneer of an order to the acts of a cruelty. The prisoners who had entered these buildings had often not returned. One of the most notorious additions was the crematorium. In 1943, as the death tolls had increased, the SS had installed a cremation facility within the camp itself. Before this, the bodies of the dead had been sent to the nearby crematoria outside the camp, but as the numbers had grown, and efficiency had demanded an on-site disposal. The brick building with its tall chimney had cast a smoke that the prisoners could not ignore. The smell of a burning flesh had drifted over the camp, a grim reminder that a death was no longer only a threat. It was a daily reality. The placement of the crematorium near the prisoner blocks was intentional, a warning to all that the system had ended in an ash. The SS quarters, by a contrast, were carefully constructed for a comfort. The officers and the female guards had lived in the houses with a proper heating, the kitchens and the gardens. From their windows they could have seen the camp's grounds, but their world was separated by the fences and the privileges. The parties, the music, and the family gatherings had taken a place within an earshot of the prisoners' cries. This physical juxtaposition, the comfort of the guards beside the misery of the imprisoned, was a part of Ravensbrück's cruel design. It had reinforced a hierarchy who was reminding the prisoners at every turn of their powerless position. Another striking feature of the camp's construction was its adaptability. Ravensbrück was not frozen in a time. It had evolved with the war's demands. By 1944, as Germany's resources had dwindled, the camp's workshops had become vital. Siemens and the other companies had expanded the factories that were connected directly to the camp. The barracks were converted into the production halls. The women had assembled munitions and electrical parts and a clothing. The architecture of Ravensbrück had thus blurred the line between a prison and a factory, who was turning a captivity into an industry. The camp's perimeter had remained its most formidable feature. The double fences of a barbed wire, some of which were electrified, had stretched high and wide. The space between them was called the death strip, a clear zone that was patrolled by the guards and the dogs. Anyone who had entered had risked an immediate execution. The watchtowers had loomed above, which were manned at all the hours, their searchlights sweeping the grounds after a dark. The constant visibility had left the prisoners with no refuge. Even as sleep was haunted by the beam of the lights that were cutting across the wooden walls. The camp was designed not only to contain, but to annihilate the very concept of a privacy. Within this rigid order, however, the prisoners had tried to reshape a space for a survival. Some had carved the small hiding places beneath the floorboards, who were storing the crumbs of a bread or the scraps of a paper. The others had decorated their bunks with the tiny objects, the stones, the buttons, and the scraps of a fabric, as the reminders of an identity. These fragile gestures had defied the camp's design, who were asserting an individuality against the imposed uniformity. Ravensbrück's architecture had intended to erase a humanity, but within its walls, the women had found the small ways to resist an erasure. As the war had dragged on, an overcrowding had worsened. By 1944, tens of thousands of women were crammed into a space that was built for a fraction of that number. The barracks that were designed for 200 had held more than 1,000. The prisoners had slept, who were packed together, from a head to a foot, with no room to move. A ventilation had failed, a disease had spread, and the lice had infested a clothing. The wooden walls, which had never been insulated, had dripped with a condensation in a winter, and had baked in a summer. An architecture had become a suffocation. The survivors had remembered the smell of the unwashed bodies, the constant coughs, and the weight of so many lives that were pressed into too little a space. The final stage of a construction had come with the building of the gas chamber in an early 1945. Until then, Ravensbrück had not possessed its own gas chamber, who was relying on the shootings, a neglect or the transfers to the extermination centres. But as the war had neared its end, and the transports had become difficult, the SS had installed a gas chamber near the crematorium. It was a simple structure which was no larger than a garage, yet its impact was immense. The prisoners were told that they were being taken for the showers, were then sealed inside, while a poison gas had filled the room. The chamber had epitomized the final purpose of Ravensbrück's design, not merely to confine, not merely to exploit, but to destroy. When the Red Army had liberated Ravensbrück in April 1945, the camp's architecture had told its own story. The barracks had stood as the skeletal reminders of an overcrowding. The crematorium's chimney was still blackened from a use, and the gas chamber's walls had reeked of the chemicals. The watchtowers had cast the shadows over the empty roll call squares. The camp was silent, yet its buildings had whispered of the suffering that they had housed. Even when it was stripped of the guards, the architecture had retained its oppressive aura. The survivors had later described how simply walking through Ravensbrück's ruins was enough to recall the weight of a captivity. In the years that had followed, the parts of the camp were demolished, while the others were preserved as the memorials. The visitors today walk the same paths where the women had once stood in a line, look up at the same towers, and pass through the same gates. The design that had once enforced a silence now serves as a testimony. The prison of silence has become a place of the voices, where the memories of those who were imprisoned are spoken aloud so that they cannot be forgotten. Ravensbrück's construction was more than a wood and a stone. It was an ideology that was made solid, a cruelty that was given a structure. From the roll call square to the crematorium's chimney, each building had carried a meaning. Each wall had expressed the vision of a regime that had sought to dominate, to exploit, and to erase. Yet within those walls, the women had resisted, had remembered, and had survived. The camp's architecture may have been designed for a silence, but today its ruins insist on being heard. When the historians and the survivors speak of Ravensbrück, the images that return most vividly are not only those of the fences and the chimneys, but of the daily routines that had worn down a body and a spirit. The machinery of an oppression did not function only through a violence or a starvation. It was built into the rhythm of every day. The strict schedules, the endless roll calls, the forced labor, the scarcity of a food, and the punishments that could fall without a warning. A life behind the wire was a choreography of a control, a carefully engineered system that was designed to weaken, to humiliate, and to strip away an individuality until the prisoners had become the mere shadows of themselves. A morning had begun before the sun had risen. At a break of a dawn, or often even an earlier, the sirens and the whistles had shrieked across the camp. The women, who were exhausted from the restless nights, were forced to leap from their bunks, to hastily dress in the thin striped uniforms, and to prepare for an appel, the roll call. There was no time to wash properly, no time for a warmth. In the bitter German winters, this had meant a stumbling into an icy darkness, a frost that was biting their skin, and they were often barefoot if their shoes had been stolen or had been lost. The barracks, which were overcrowded and were airless, had emptied into the wide square where they had lined up in the rows. The roll call itself was an ordeal. It could have lasted for the minutes, or it could have stretched into the hours, which was depending on the mood of the guards or the accuracy of the count. Thousands of women had stood from a shoulder to a shoulder in the rigid lines, who were forbidden to speak, who were forbidden to move. If one prisoner was missing or had collapsed, the entire roll call had dragged on until the numbers had matched. The guards had walked among them, who were barking the orders, who were striking the women with the sticks or the whips. A collapse was dangerous. If a woman had fainted or could no longer stand, she had risked being dragged away or being beaten to a death where she had fallen. For the rest, a survival had meant an enduring of the cold, of the hunger, and of the silence. After a roll call had come a work. Ravensbrück was above all a labour camp. The Nazis had believed that the prisoners should be exploited until they could give no more. Some were sent to the workshops within the camp, while the others had marched out to the nearby factories and the construction sites. Siemens, one of Germany's largest companies, had set up the production facilities that were adjacent to Ravensbrück, and hundreds of women had laboured there daily, who were assembling the electrical components for the war effort. A work was punishing 10, 12, and sometimes 14 hours a day, which was often with only a brief pause for a meagre meal. For the others, a work had meant a hauling of the heavy stones, a digging of the ditches, a clearing of the forests, or a laying of the railway tracks. These tasks were brutal in every season. In a summer, the women had toiled under a scorching sun with a little water. In a winter, they had worked in a snow and a rain, their thin uniforms offering no protection. The tools were scarce, so much of the labour was done by a hand, with the shovels or with the bare fingers that were clawing at a frozen earth. The guards had monitored every movement, who were quick to strike or to punish anyone who had slowed down. For many prisoners, this relentless labour was a death sentence by an exhaustion. The food was scarce and was deliberately inadequate. The daily ration had typically consisted of a piece of a coarse bread, which was sometimes mouldy, and a thin soup that was made of the turnips, the rutabagas, or the potato peelings. A meat was rare, and a fat was almost non-existent. The calorie intake was far below what was needed for a survival, especially given the heavy labour that was demanded. The women had wasted away quickly. They had grown gaunt, their cheeks had been hollowing, and their legs had been swelling from a malnutrition. A hunger had gnawed constantly, who was driving some to eat a grass, a bark, or even the leather of their shoes. The system was designed not to nourish, but to keep the prisoners barely alive long enough to be worked to a death. A disease had thrived in such conditions. The overcrowded barracks, a poor ventilation, and a lack of a sanitation had created the breeding grounds for the lice, the fleas, and the bedbugs. A typhus, a tuberculosis, and a dysentery had spread rapidly. The single washrooms were filthy, with too few sinks for thousands of women. A water was icy, a soap was scarce, and the towels were non-existent. A clothing was rarely washed, and the infestations of the lice were impossible to eradicate. The prisoners had scratched until their skin had bled, while the open sores had become infected. A medical care was nearly absent. The doctors, who were often themselves the prisoners, were given no supplies, no medicines, and a little authority. An illness was seen not as something to treat, but as another means of a selection, another reason to send the women to their deaths. The punishments had loomed constantly over a daily life. A misstep, a whispered word, and an exhausted body that was unable to work. Any of these could have brought the brutal consequences. The women were beaten with the sticks, the whips, or the fists. Some were forced to kneel on a gravel for the hours, with the sharp stones that were cutting into their knees. The others were locked in the dark cells, who were deprived of a food and a light. The public executions were staged to instill a terror. The women were hanged before the assembled camp, their bodies swaying in a silence, while the others had watched in a horror. The randomness of a punishment was a part of its power. No one had known when they might be targeted, so a fear was constant, which was woven into every hour. Yet even within this machinery of an oppression, the moments of a resilience had appeared. The women had supported one another in the small, the vital ways, A piece of a bread might be shared between the friends. A stolen potato could have meant a survival for another day. The prisoners had whispered the poems, had sung softly at a night, or had told the stories from their past lives, the fragments of a memory that had kept a hope alive. Some had formed the deep bonds of a solidarity, who were caring for the sick, who were protecting the weak, and who were shielding the children. These acts of a kindness did not undo the suffering, but they had reminded the prisoners of their humanity. A sleep, when it had come, was shallow and was broken. The barracks were overcrowded, with 3 or more women who were crammed into the bunks that were meant for one. The bodies had pressed together, which was leaving a little room to move. A snoring, a coughing, and the groans of a pain had filled the air. The stench of the unwashed bodies and the overflowing buckets was suffocating. The guards had sometimes stormed in at a night, who were pulling the women from their bunks for a questioning or a punishment. A rest was never secure. Each night had bled into the next, an endless cycle of an exhaustion without a recovery. The psychological burden was as heavy as the physical one. A constant surveillance had stripped the prisoners of a privacy. The uniforms had erased an individuality. The names were replaced with the numbers, which were shouted during the roll calls, were stamped on the cards, and were scrawled on the barracks lists. The women had become the digits in a vast, dehumanizing system. The sense of a self had eroded under the weight of a routine. The survivors had later spoken of how easy it was to lose the memory of one's own reflection, to forget the sound of a laughter or the feeling of a freedom. The camp had created not only a hunger and a pain, but also a silence that had eaten into a soul. And yet a survival was possible. Some women had drawn a strength from a political conviction, who were believing that they would one day testify against the cruelty that they had endured. The others had clung to a faith, who were whispering the prayers or who were observing the secret rituals. The mothers had drawn a hope from a protecting of their children, while the friends had leaned on one another for a courage. In the face of a system that was designed to crush them, these small acts of a defiance, a preserving of a dignity, a remembering of one's name, and a holding of another's hand were powerful. Ravensbrück's daily life was not dramatic in the sense of the constant battles or the escapes. Its terror had lain in its ordinariness, in the way a suffering was structured into every minute. It was a world where a waking had meant a hunger, where a work had meant an exhaustion, and where a night had meant a fear. The machinery of an oppression was not only in the fences and the towers, but in the rhythm of the day itself. The very passage of a time had become a weapon, who was grinding the women down from an hour to an hour until a resistance had seemed to be impossible. And yet, within that same passage of a time, the women had found the ways to endure. They had counted the days, they had held on to the friendships, and they had whispered the dreams of a liberation. The machinery of an oppression could have dictated their routines, but it could not have fully extinguished the will to live. The cruelty of a daily life at Ravensbrück was intensified by the constant uncertainty. The prisoners had never known what each day might bring. Some mornings the work assignments had shifted suddenly. The women had expected to march for the miles to the new work sites with no explanation. The other days, the rumors of a transport had spread, which was meaning that the selections were underway. A simple notice might have meant that dozens or even hundreds would be deported to Auschwitz, to Moženec, or to another killing site. A fear was never confined to the punishments within the camp. It had extended to the possibility of being uprooted and being sent to an almost certain death elsewhere. The selections were among the most dreaded experiences. They were often conducted during a roll call, or the sudden inspections. The SS officers had walked down the lines, who were pointing to a left or a right, who were deciding who had appeared to be fit for a labor and who did not. Those who were judged to be too weak, to be too sick, or to be simply unlucky, were marched away. The survivors had later recalled how arbitrary the decision had seemed, sometimes a glance, sometimes a whim. The condemned women might be sent directly to the gas chambers at another camp, or to a so-called hospital block within Ravensbrück, where starvation and the injections had awaited. Everyone who was left behind had known that tomorrow it could be their turn. A daily oppression was also maintained through the hierarchy of the prisoners. The Nazis had deliberately set the prisoners against one another by appointing the certain women who were known as the capos to supervise their fellow inmates. The capos had often received the small privileges, a better food, a lighter work, or a protection from the beatings. Some capos had abused their authority cruelly, who were beating and who were humiliating the other women, who were seeking a favor with the guards. The others had tried within their limited power to shield their comrades and to ease a suffering. This system had sown a mistrust, who was ensuring that the prisoners could never feel entirely safe, even among their peers. A material deprivation had touched every aspect of an existence. A clothing was inadequate and had often fallen apart after the weeks of a wear. The women had patched their striped dresses with the scraps, had exchanged the rags to keep warm, or had wrapped paper around their feet when their shoes had disintegrated. The winter winds had penetrated a thin fabric which was leaving the bodies trembling during the hours of a roll call or an outdoor labor. The hygiene supplies were non-existent. No soap, no sanitary products, and no spare clothing. The women had improvised however they could, who were tearing the strips of a cloth for the personal needs, who were washing secretly with the bits of a water, and who were combing their hair with the sticks to remove the lice. Every act of a care was an act of a resistance against the camp's attempt to reduce them to a filth and a despair. A hunger, however, had remained the central torment. The prisoners had calculated each crumb of a bread, each spoonful of a watery soup. A theft was common, a bread that was stolen from the weak, the potatoes that were hidden in a clothing, and the scraps that were bartered like a treasure. The stronger had sometimes preyed on the weaker, yet the others had showed an extraordinary generosity, who were sharing a half a crust when they themselves were starving. The survivors had remembered both the extremes, the cruelty that was bred by a hunger, and the compassion that a hunger could not extinguish. Over a time, an emaciation had transformed the bodies. The women's cheeks had been hollowing, their bellies had been bloating from a malnutrition, and their bones had been protruding sharply beneath a striped cloth. A hunger was not simply a physical state, it had shaped the rhythms of a thought. The prisoners had dreamed constantly of a food, who were whispering the recipes to one another, who were describing the meals from a memory, who were creating a strange oral archive of the lost kitchens and the family tables. These food fantasies had become a bittersweet coping mechanism, a way of keeping alive a link to the world outside. A night had brought a little relief. After the grueling hours of a labor, of the roll calls, of the punishments, and of the endless waiting, the women had returned to the barracks to collapse into the crowded bunks. Yet a sleep was shallow, was haunted by the nightmares, and was interrupted by the cries of the sick. The guards had sometimes burst in, who were demanding the inspections, or who were dragging the prisoners away for a punishment. The wooden bunks were infested with the lice and the fleas, which had meant that even a rest had brought no comfort. Many women had developed the sores and the infections from the constant scratching. Those who were too ill to rise were often trampled in the crowded spaces. The nights had merged into the days with no clear boundary between an exhaustion and a waking. A spiritual and a cultural life, though they were forbidden, had emerged in the hidden ways. The prisoners had whispered the prayers in the dozens of the languages, a Catholic, a Protestant, a Jewish, an Orthodox, and even a Muslim. The political prisoners had held the secret discussions, who were telling one another about the resistance movements outside. Some women, especially the teachers and the intellectuals, had offered the lessons to the others in the hushed tones, the history lessons, the foreign languages, and the recitations of a poetry. In the midst of an oppression, a knowledge had become a form of a quiet rebellion. The songs, too, had carried through the barracks in the whispers, the lullabies from a childhood or the anthems from a home. These were not loud or defiant. They were the fragile threads of a humanity that were woven into the machinery of an inhumanity. The children who were held at Ravensbrück had experienced a daily life differently, but no less cruelly. They were denied the food rations that were adequate for a growth, were clothed in the garments that had quickly disintegrated, and were subjected to the same roll calls and the punishments as the adults. The mothers had sacrificed the portions of their own bread to keep their children alive a little longer. Some women who had had no children of their own had adopted or had protected the orphans, who were sharing a food and a care, yet the machinery of an oppression had targeted the children mercilessly. Many were selected for a death, and those who had survived had borne the scars of a trauma that had lasted long after a liberation. The medical experiments had also become a part of a daily terror. Ravensbrück was one of the camps where the SS doctors had conducted the cruel procedures on the prisoners, especially the young Polish women who were known as the rabbits. They were operated on without an anesthesia. Their bones were deliberately broken, the infections were induced, and the amputations were performed, all in the name of a pseudo-scientific research. For the victims, a daily life was dominated not only by a hunger and a work, but by the looming fear of being chosen for these experiments. The other prisoners had witnessed their suffering, who were powerless to help but were determined to remember their names. The rhythm of an oppression at Ravensbrück was so complete that it had shaped even the sense of a time. The days had blurred into one another, which were measured not by the calendars but by the roll calls, the work details, and the rations. The birthdays and the holidays had passed unmarked, except in the secret whispers. The outside world had seemed to be impossibly distant, though occasionally a new transport of the prisoners had brought the rumors of the battles, of a resistance, and of a hope. For most, however, the camp had become an entire universe that was sealed off by a barbed wire, that was ruled by the clock of the guards. And yet within this carefully engineered system of a suffering, a resistance had remained. It was not always dramatic or visible. A resistance might be a woman who was sharing her bread, another who was hiding a sick prisoner during a selection, or someone who was secretly writing down the names of the dead to preserve a memory. It was the act of a telling of a story, of a remembering of a poem, and of a refusing to surrender one's humanity. These acts, as small as they had seemed, were powerful precisely because they had defied the machinery of an oppression. They had asserted that even in a world that was built on a degradation, the human spirit could endure. The machinery of an oppression at Ravensbrück was not a single instrument, but a network of the practices, the roll calls, the labor, the hunger, the punishments, the selections, and the experiments. Each part alone was harsh, but together they had created a system of a total control. It was a system that was designed not only to kill, but to erase an individuality, to turn the people into the numbers, and to break them in a body and in a soul. And yet what endures from the testimonies of the survivors is not only the record of a cruelty, but also the memory of a survival. The way the women, against every effort of their oppressors, had managed to hold on to the fragments of a dignity, of a compassion, and of a hope. In the silence of a night, after the roll calls had ended, and the guards had withdrawn, the women had lain in the barracks who were whispering softly. They had spoken of their families, of their homes, and of their countries. They had spoken of a liberation, even when it had seemed to be impossible. These whispers were the acts of a resistance. In them the machinery of an oppression could not triumph. The heart of Ravensbrück was not its barbed wire, its guard towers, or its barracks. It was the women who had lived inside, and the lives that were torn apart when they had passed through the camp's gates. Each of them had carried with them a history, a family, a hometown, a profession, and a dream, and each of them was interrupted, who was pulled violently from the rhythm of an ordinary life into the machinery of the Nazi system of a repression. To understand Ravensbrück is to understand its prisoners. The women who had arrived had come from every corner of an occupied Europe. There were the Poles and the Czechs, the French women and the Dutch women, the Norwegians, the Germans, the Soviets, the Yugoslavs, and the women from as far as Spain and in Italy. Some were the Jewish, many were the political prisoners, and the others were simply caught in the net of a Nazi suspicion. The camp would eventually hold the women of more than 30 different nationalities, each with her own language, her customs, and her memories. Inside the fences, however, those differences were flattened by a hunger, by a suffering, and by the constant presence of a fear. Many of the earliest prisoners were the German women. Some were the political opponents of the Nazi regime, the communists, the social democrats, the trade union activists, the writers and the teachers who had spoken too boldly. The others were the Jehovah's Witnesses, a group that was persecuted for their refusal to swear a loyalty to Hitler or to serve in the military. Still, the others were classified as the asocials, a vague and a cruel category that could have included the sex workers, the homeless women, or simply those who did not fit the Nazi vision of an order. These women had formed the earliest backbone of the camp's prisoner society, and their presence had given the camp a distinctly political character in its first years. Soon, however, the camp's population had expanded dramatically with the influx of the women from the occupied countries. After the invasion of Poland in 1939, the Polish women had become one of the largest groups. Many had been active in the resistance, who were working as the couriers, who were hiding the fugitives, or who were printing the underground newspapers. The others were rounded up in the mass arrests, who were taken from the villages that were suspected of supporting the partisans, or were punished for refusing to obey the German orders. These Polish prisoners, who were known for their courage and for their deep bonds with one another, would play an important role in the camp's internal resistance and in a preserving of the memory of what had happened there. The French and the Dutch women had brought another dimension. Many were the captured members of the resistance. The women who had carried the messages, had guided the Allied pilots to a safety, or had hidden the Jewish families. Their stories were of the lives that were filled with a danger and a bravery before a deportation. Some were arrested with their husbands or their brothers. The others had seen their families who were executed while they themselves were shipped away. Their arrival had brought a news of the wider war, the whispers of the Allied advances, and the reminders that a larger struggle had continued beyond the barbed wire. The Jewish women had faced the harshest persecution. Many were deported to Ravensbrück simply because of their identity, who were torn from their families and were transported across in Europe. The others had arrived after they were surviving the selections at the other camps, or as a part of the transfers when the Nazis had reorganized their labor supply. The Jewish prisoners had endured the double cruelty of both the general camp regime and the specific anti-Semitic hatred of the guards. For them, every day was not only about a survival, but about a defying of a system that was designed to erase their very existence. The camp had also held the women who were the mothers, who were arrested along with their children, or were separated from them at the gates. For these women, a survival was bound up not only with their own endurance, but with the desperate hope of keeping their children alive. The children were a rarity in the concentration camps, yet Ravensbrück did hold them, the newborns, the toddlers, and the adolescents, who were usually suffering the same privations as the adults. For the mothers, every crust of a bread, every hidden scrap of a food, was a battle against the camp's design to extinguish the family bonds. Among the prisoners were also those who had been the public figures in their own right: the doctors, the nurses, the artists, the students, and the writers. The Nazis had seen the intellectuals as dangerous, especially the women who had spoken out or who had taught the ideas of a freedom and an equality. These women had carried with them the fragments of a culture, the fragments that would surface later in the whispered poems, the secret lectures, or the shared stories that had helped the others to survive. Ravensbrück's prisoners were not only the Europeans. A smaller but a significant number had come from beyond: the women who were captured as the Soviet prisoners of war, or the foreign workers who were caught in the roundups. These women had often faced the harsher conditions still, who were singled out by the guards for an abuse or were forced into the most grueling labor details. The language barriers had isolated them further, though the solidarity of the women in the camp had often bridged those divides in the astonishing ways, through the gestures, through a shared suffering, and through the simple act of an offering of a hand. Every prisoner had brought with her a personal history, but those histories were rewritten by the camp. The women who had been the teachers had found themselves who were hauling the stones. The nurses were forced into a road building. The mothers who had once sung the lullabies now had whispered them in the barracks that were infested with the lice. The students who had studied a philosophy or a law now had scavenged the potato peels to survive. Ravensbrück was designed to erase an individuality, but the fragments of an identity had persisted in the smallest acts. A Polish teacher might give the language lessons in a secret. A musician might hum the melodies under her breath. A mother might insist on a washing of her child's face with a corner of a ragged cloth, an act of a dignity in a place that was built to destroy it. One of the most striking features of Ravensbrück's prisoner population was its diversity. Unlike the camps that were overwhelmingly the Jewish or were overwhelmingly the male, Ravensbrück was a cross-section of the Nazi system of a repression. The political opponents, the resistance fighters, the Jews, the Jehovah's Witnesses, the Roma and the Sinti women, the so-called asocials, the foreign workers, and more. This diversity had created both the challenges and the strengths. The language barriers could have made a communication difficult, and the tensions had sometimes flared between the national groups or the prisoner categories. But a diversity had also fostered a resilience. The women had shared the songs and the recipes from the different lands, had exchanged the words in the dozens of the tongues, and had created the networks of a solidarity that had transcended the borders. In the bleakness of the camp, this variety had become a quiet assertion of a humanity's richness. Every arrival had meant another life that was interrupted, another story that was broken off in a mid-sentence. The trains had pulled into the nearby station, and the women were herded toward the gates. Some had thought that they were being sent to a work. The others had had no idea where they were. Upon an entering, their names were often taken, were replaced with the numbers. A hair was sometimes shaved, and the belongings were confiscated. The transition from a free individual to a camp prisoner was swift, was brutal, and was disorienting. Yet within the days, the rhythm of a camp life had taken a hold. A roll call, a labor, a hunger, and an exhaustion. The interruption of a life was not a moment, but an ongoing process that was repeated every day that a survival had continued. The diversity of the prisoners had also meant a diversity of the memories and the testimonies after the war. The survivors had described the same camp through the many different lenses: a political struggle, a Jewish suffering, the resistance networks, a motherhood, and the medical experiments. Together, these accounts form a mosaic of what Ravensbrück was. Each testimony is incomplete, but when it is woven together, They reveal the profound interruption of thousands of the lives, the breaking of the countless futures, and the astonishing persistence of a hope amid a horror. Within the fences of Ravensbrück, a life was reduced to a survival, but a survival itself had carried the many shades. The prisoners had lived in a constant negotiation with a hunger, a disease, a forced labor, and the moods of the guards. Yet even in this stripped-down existence, the individuality of the women could not be fully extinguished. The way they had coped, the strategies that they had devised, and the friendships that they had formed all had revealed something about the human capacity to endure. For many, a hunger was the most pressing and the unrelenting torment. The food that had been issued in the camp was never enough. A thin soup, a small piece of a bread, and a sliver of a margarine. A malnutrition was not an accident, but a policy. It was a part of the system of an oppression. The women had devised the countless strategies to cope with it. Some had learnt to eat slowly, who were stretching out each crumb. The others had created the imaginary feasts, who were reciting the recipes from a memory, or who were describing the meals that they had cooked in their past lives. These food talks could be both a torture and a comfort, a reminder of what was lost, and a small act of a reclaiming of it in the words. A disease, too, was an ever-present threat. With so many women who were crowded into the wooden barracks, the lice and the fleas had spread rapidly, who were carrying a typhus and the other illnesses. The sick had lain among the healthy, and the line between the two was thin. A cough could have been the beginning of the end. Yet the prisoners had done what they could to care for one another. The women who had once been the nurses or the doctors had improvised the treatments, sometimes with nothing more than a water or the scraps of a cloth. In these small acts of a care, a humanity had flickered against the darkness of the system. A forced labor had shaped a daily existence. The women had worked in the quarries, the construction projects, a road building, and the factories. The tasks were back-breaking, which were often deliberately designed to exhaust. The prisoners had hauled the stones until their bodies had given away, had carried the heavy loads, and had stood in the cold for the endless hours. Later, as the war had dragged on, many women were sent to work in an armaments production for the companies like Siemens, who were producing the weapons for the very regime that had imprisoned them. The contradiction was cruel. The women who had fought against a Nazism were forced to contribute to its machinery of a war. Yet within this forced labor, the women had found the ways to resist, however small. Some had deliberately slowed their work, who were subtly sabotaging the production line. The others had smuggled the scraps of the materials to use for a survival, the bits of a wire to repair the shoes, a cloth to patch a clothing. A resistance in Ravensbrück was rarely dramatic. It was the quiet defiance of a refusing to let the system claim a complete victory over one's will. The relationships between the prisoners had become the lifelines. The term Lagerschwester, or a camp sister, was often used to describe the bonds that were formed. Two women who had supported each other, had shared a food, had kept each other awake during a roll call, or had offered an emotional comfort. These partnerships were essential for a survival. A woman who had had a camp sister had stood a better chance of making it through the daily grind, because there was always someone to share the burden, to remind her that she was not entirely alone. In some cases, these bonds had deepened into the friendships that had lasted for the decades after a liberation, the testimonies to the power of a human connection, even under the worst of conditions. The children in the camp were among the most vulnerable. Some had arrived with their mothers, while the others were born inside the camp itself. Their chances of a survival were slim. The babies had often died within the days or the weeks, who were unable to withstand the lack of a food, a warmth, and a medical care. For the mothers, this was a particular torment. To bring a life into the world under such conditions was to watch it wither almost immediately. Yet even here, there were the glimmers of a resistance. The women had shielded the children as best as they could, who were sharing their own rations, who were teaching them the songs, or who were creating the small moments of a childhood amid the barbed wire. In a remembering of these children, the survivors had often spoken of the extraordinary efforts of the mothers to preserve some fragment of a hope against the impossible odds. The interruption of the lives at Ravensbrück was not limited to the years inside. For the survivors, the camp had left a permanent mark. Many had returned home to find their families who were gone, their health who was broken, and their futures who were stolen. Some had been the young students when they were arrested, and had found themselves to be a middle-aged and a bodily by the time they were liberated. The others had been the mothers who had returned to find their children who were dead or who were grown without them. The interruption was not only the years that were stolen, but the ripple effects that had spread across a lifetime. The testimonies of the survivors reveal not only the suffering, but the resourcefulness of the women. Some tell of the secret schools where the educated prisoners had shared a knowledge to keep the minds alive. The others speak of a cultural resistance, the whispered poems, the improvised plays, or even the secret fashion shows that were created from the scraps of a fabric. These acts were not frivolous, they were the vital reminders that they were still a human, that a beauty and a knowledge still had a value, even in a place that was designed to erase them. One of the most haunting aspects of Ravensbrück was the experiments that were carried out on the prisoners, especially the young Polish women, who were later known as the rabbits. They were subjected to the brutal medical experiments in which their legs were cut open, their bones were broken, or the infections were introduced, all in the name of a Nazi science. For these women, the lives were not just interrupted, but were permanently scarred. Yet, even here, there was a resilience. The rabbits had supported each other, who were helping the injured to move, who were hiding them from the selections, and who were later speaking out after the war, so that the truth could not be forgotten. The diversity of the prisoner experiences had meant that the memory of Ravensbrück could not be reduced to a single narrative. For some it was a story of a political struggle, for the others of a Jewish persecution, for the others still of a motherhood, of a faith, or of a survival through a friendship. Each story is a fragment of a vast mosaic of a suffering and an endurance. Together they reveal the camp as not only a place of a death, but also a place where a life, though it was interrupted, had insisted on an asserting of itself in the small, the defiant ways. After a liberation in 1945, the interrupted lives of Ravensbrück's prisoners had scattered back into the world. Some had rebuilt, who were starting the families, who were returning to the professions, or who were writing the memoirs. The others had struggled with a silence, who were unable to speak of what they had endured. Many had carried the physical and the emotional scars for the rest of their lives, but all had carried the imprint of Ravensbrück, an interruption that could never be erased. In a remembering of them, we restore a fragment of the lives that were stolen, and we resist the final victory that the Nazis had sought, the victory of a forgetting. The story of the prisoners of Ravensbrück is not simply a story of the victims, it is a story of the women who had endured, who had resisted in the ways that were large and were small, who had formed the bonds of a solidarity across the national and the cultural lines, and who had carried their memories into the post-war world. Their lives were interrupted, but were not silenced. By a listening we allow them to speak again. When we imagine the concentration camps of the Second World War, we often picture the adults, the men and the women who were imprisoned for their beliefs, their politics, their ethnicity, or their resistance. Yet in Ravensbrück, as in the other Nazi camps, there were also the children. They were fewer in a number when they were compared to the places like Auschwitz, but their presence was deeply significant. Their lives, which were fragile and were fleeting, had revealed the cruelty of the system in the starkest of terms. To be a child in Ravensbrück was to be born or to grow in a place where an innocence was a liability, and where a survival was measured not in the years, but sometimes in the days. The children had entered the camp in the different ways. Some were brought in with their mothers, who were clutching their hands as the guards had pushed them through the gates. Some were born inside the camp itself, the result of the pregnancies that could not be hidden or be prevented. The others were separated from their families elsewhere, who were shuffled from a camp to a camp, until they had reached Ravensbrück. Each child who was carried into the camp had represented a collision between the ordinary rhythms of a childhood, a crying for a food, a reaching for a comfort, a seeking of a play, and the brutal machinery of the concentration camp, which had had no place for such needs. The presence of the children in Ravensbrück was never a part of the camp's design. Unlike the Riesenstadt, which was at the times used for a propaganda and had contained the more visible family groups, Ravensbrück was intended as a women's camp, and the children were tolerated only as the extensions of their mothers. Yet over a time, their numbers had grown, particularly in the later years of the war, as a deportation had swept up the entire families, and as the regime had sought to expand a forced labor by any means possible. A life for these children was marked above all by a deprivation. The rations that were given to the prisoners were already insufficient for the adults, and for the growing bodies they were even more inadequate. The bread crusts, a thin turnip soup, and a few scraps of a potato. These were not the building blocks of a childhood health, but of a malnutrition and a weakness. The mothers had often given up their own portions to keep their children alive a little longer, who were creating a tragic cycle in which both were weakened, and the bond between them had become a struggle for a survival rather than a growth. An illness had struck the children with a devastating speed. Without a proper nutrition, their immune systems had faltered. A cough could have become a pneumonia. A scratch could have become a lethal infection. The camp's filth, the lice, and an overcrowding had created a breeding ground for a disease. A typhus, a scarlet fever, and a dysentery had claimed the many young lives. There were no real medical provisions for the children. They were not considered to be worthy of an investment by the SS. A survival had depended on the ingenuity of the mothers and the solidarity of the other women who had improvised the treatments with the rags, the whispered prayers, and a sheer determination. Yet even amid this suffering, the children had brought with them a kind of a fragile hope. For many women, the presence of a child was a reminder of a life that was beyond the barbed wire. To hear a baby who was crying, to watch a toddler who was stumbling across the barracks, was to be reminded of a continuity, a future that was not entirely erased. The mothers had told the stories, had sung the lullabies, and had even tried to play the games that were using the pebbles, the scraps of a cloth, or the simple gestures. These moments of a tenderness had stood in a stark contrast to the brutality that was surrounding them, who were highlighting both the cruelty of the system and the resilience of the human spirit. The camp authorities, however, had regarded the children with a cold indifference or an outright hostility. The babies who were born in Ravensbrück were rarely allowed to live for long. Some were taken from their mothers and were killed immediately. The others were left to die of a neglect, their cries who were ignored. The records from the survivors tell of the midwives, who were themselves the prisoners, who were forced to deliver the infants who were knowing that they would not survive. These women had carried the unbearable burdens, who were trying to comfort the mothers while they were powerless to save their children. There were also the older children, some of whom were in their teens, who were treated less as the children and more as the small adults, who were put to a work, were assigned the tasks, or were swept up into a forced labor. For them a childhood had ended abruptly, which was replaced by the roles of the prisoners, the laborers, or simply the numbers in a system that had had no room for a play. Their growth was stunted, their education was denied, and their identity was shaped by the survival strategies rather than by an exploration and a learning. Despite all of this, the traces of a childhood still had flickered. The survivors had recalled the children who were laughing, who were chasing each other in the small bursts of an energy when the guards were not looking, or who were sitting in the circles as the mothers had taught them the songs from a home. These fragile moments of a play, of the whispered lessons, or of the improvised toys were the acts of a resistance against the camp's design. They had declared silently but powerfully that even here, where everything had conspired to extinguish a life had insisted on a showing of itself. The children of Ravensbrück remind us of the layered cruelty of the concentration camp system. The adults had had at least some capacity to understand why they were there, to frame their suffering within the context of a politics, a war, or an ideology. The children did not. They had entered or were born into Ravensbrück with no comprehension of why they were hungry, of why they were beaten, and of why they were cold. Their innocence had made their suffering all the more stark, and their presence had deepened the grief of the women who had tried to protect them. As the war had dragged on, and the conditions in Ravensbrück had worsened, the children had become both the symbols of a despair and of an endurance. Each one who had survived was a miracle. Each one who had perished was a wound that was carried by the entire community of the women. To understand their place in Ravensbrück is to confront the camp's reality in its most heartbreaking form, where the natural rhythms of a childhood, a growth, a play, and a learning were not simply interrupted, but were systematically denied. To continue the story of the children in Ravensbrück, we must move deeper into the realities of their fragile existence, and of how their presence had shaped the daily rhythm of a life inside the camp. The story of these young lives is not only one of an immense suffering, but also of how the mothers and the fellow prisoners had tried to shield them, and of how, against the impossible odds, some children had endured and had carried the memories that would echo long after a liberation. One of the striking truths about Ravensbrück was the way the women prisoners had organized themselves into the small, the supportive groups which were often centered around the children. These groups had sometimes formed spontaneously. A mother who was clutching her infant would attract the sympathy of the others who might share their bread or watch over the child while the mother had worked. At the other times, the bonds had developed more deliberately, as the women from the same region or a transport had clung together for a survival. Within these fragile communities, the children were often placed at the center. They had become not only the responsibility of their mothers, but of many. A crying baby might be passed from an arm to an arm, so that each woman for a few minutes could soothe the child and could offer a relief to the exhausted mother. In this way, the children had drawn the threads of a solidarity from the women who might otherwise have been broken by an isolation. Still, the reality was harsh. The SS guards had had no tolerance for a noise or a disruption, and a crying baby could have provoked a punishment. The mothers had lived in a state of a constant fear, who were trying desperately to quiet their children, to keep them hidden, and to prevent the sound of a wail from drawing a blow. This fear had intensified the already crushing stress of a life in Ravensbrück. Even a sleep, a fitful, a broken, and a haunted was dangerous. For in a sleep, a baby might cry, and the consequences could have been fatal. The matter of a childbirth inside the camp was one of the most tragic aspects of the children's lives in Ravensbrück. The pregnancies were not encouraged or were supported. Some women had entered the camp who were already pregnant. Their condition had been concealed or had been overlooked in the chaos of a transport. The others had become pregnant inside the camp, sometimes through the consensual relationships with the other prisoners, more often through an abuse by the guards or the forced encounters. For these women, the months of a pregnancy were marked by a dread rather than a joy. They had known that their child's chances of a survival were almost non-existent. When a labor had come, It was in the conditions that were far removed from any normal birth. The barracks were filthy, the supplies were non-existent, and the midwives, who were themselves the prisoners, had had to rely on their skill and their courage without the proper tools. They had washed their hands in a dirty water, had used the strips of a cloth that were torn from the uniforms, and had whispered an encouragement as they had tried to deliver a new life into a world that had offered no welcome. Many of these infants were killed immediately after a birth, either by a direct action from the guards or through a deliberate neglect. The mothers, who were too weak to resist and were too aware of the futility, could only watch in a despair. Yet not all the infants had perished instantly. Some had survived for the days or the weeks, who were kept alive by the desperate devotion of their mothers and by the kindness of the other women. They were fed from the meagre rations of their mothers, who had given up their own crusts of a bread to produce a milk, or to crush into a form that was soft enough for the tiny mouths. These sacrifices had inevitably weakened the mothers, who had grown frailer, while their children, against all the odds, had sometimes endured a little longer. But a starvation and a disease had claimed nearly all of these infants eventually. To live for more than a few months was a rarity. The older children, particularly those who were over the age of 6 or 7, had faced a different fate. They were often considered to be capable of a labor, even if it was only the small tasks, and so they were drawn into the machinery of the camp. Some were assigned to carry the buckets, to clean the barracks, or to assist in the minor duties. Their hands had blistered, their feet had bled, and their bodies, which were still growing, were pushed beyond their limits. The teenage girls were particularly vulnerable, both as the laborers and as the targets of an abuse from the guards. They had lost not only their childhoods, but also the protections that might have shielded them in another world. In Ravensbrück, they were the prisoners first, the children second. Despite everything, the resilience of the children had sometimes astonished even the hardened prisoners. The survivor accounts recall how the children had found the ways to play. However briefly, they had drawn the patterns in the dirt with the sticks, had made the dolls out of the rags, and had sung softly to one another when the guards were out of an earshot. These small acts of a play were the powerful reminders of a humanity. To see a child who was smiling, even faintly, in such a place was to witness a defiance. The camp was designed to erase an identity, to crush an individuality, and yet in these moments the essence of a childhood had reasserted itself, if only for an instant. An education too was smuggled into these moments of a play. The mothers and the other women prisoners had taught the children the letters, the numbers, or the songs from their homelands. They had recited the poems, had told the stories, and had given the impromptu lessons on a history, a geography, or a faith. In this way, the women had tried to prepare their children for a world that was beyond the camp, or at least to maintain a sense of a normality. For some mothers, these lessons were also a form of a resistance, a refusal to allow the Nazis a complete control over their children's minds. Yet, every story of a resilience was shadowed by a loss. As the conditions had worsened in the final years of the war, a starvation had deepened, a disease had spread unchecked, and a death had become a constant companion. The children had died quietly in their mother's arms, their bodies too frail to withstand a hunger and an illness. Each death had reverberated across the barracks, which was bringing the fresh waves of a grief. The women had mourned together, who were burying their sorrow in a silence, for to weep too loudly might have brought a punishment. In this shared mourning, the bonds had deepened further. The final months before a liberation had brought an even greater hardship. The evacuations from the other camps had swelled Ravensbrück's population, and with them had come more children who were thin, were sick, and were terrified. The barracks had overflowed, the food rations had dwindled to almost nothing, and a disease had raged unchecked. For the children, this was an apocalyptic world where every sound, every figure in a uniform, and every day of a hunger had marked their existence. And yet, some had survived. A liberation had brought a strange new reality for these children. For those who had survived, a freedom was not a simple joy. They were emaciated, were weak, and were traumatized. Many had lost their mothers or their fathers, and their first days of a freedom were marked by a confusion and a fear. The relief workers, who were shocked by what they had seen, had struggled to comprehend how the children could have lived through such a place. They had wrapped the young survivors in the blankets, had given them a food and a milk, and had tried to restore some semblance of a care. But the scars, which were physical and were emotional, were deep. For many, Ravensbrück was not simply a chapter of their childhood, it had become the defining fact of their lives. The stories of these children were preserved largely through the testimonies of the survivors, both the children themselves and the women who had protected them. Their accounts remind us that even in the darkest of the places, a childhood was not entirely extinguished. It had flickered in a play, in a song, in the whispered lessons, and in the simple bond between a mother and a child. But it was fragile, was precarious, and was constantly under a threat from a system that was designed to crush it. The legacy of the children of Ravensbrück is one of a grief and an endurance. Each life that was lost represents a story that was never told, a future that was never lived. Each survivor represents a resilience that is beyond an imagining. To remember them is to acknowledge both the cruelty of the system and the shining acts of a love and a care that had defied it. And the presence of the children, even in a place like Ravensbrück, could not entirely erase a humanity. Ravensbrück, unlike many other camps in the Nazi system, was not only notable for its population of women prisoners, but also for the people who had overseen and had enforced its daily life. The story of the camp cannot be fully told without also examining the individuals who had held the positions of an authority, those who had guarded the prisoners, those who had administered the camp, and those who had set the policies that had shaped the daily existence of tens of thousands of the women and the children. These guards and commanders were the architects of a suffering, the human faces of a system that was carefully designed to oppress, to control, and to destroy. An understanding of their role is essential, not only because it reveals the mechanics of a power within the camp, but also because it sheds a light on the choices of the ordinary people who had become the instruments of a cruelty. The structure of a power at Ravensbrück was layered, which was reflecting the wider Nazi system. At the top were the camp commandants, the men who were appointed by the SS to oversee the camp in its entirety. Beneath them were the layers of the administrative officers, the block leaders, and the guards. Most striking of all, Ravensbrück had become infamous for its female guards, who were known as the Aufseherinnen. While the female guards had existed in the other camps, Ravensbrück had become the central training ground for them, who were sending hundreds of the women out to the other camps across an occupied Europe. Thus, the camp was not just a site of an imprisonment and a death, but also a school of a cruelty, who was exporting its methods to the other parts of the concentration camp system. The camp's first commandant was Max Kogel, who had held an authority from its opening in 1939. Kogel had risen through the SS ranks, who was serving previously at Dachau and was later becoming a commandant at Magadan and at Flossenburg. At Ravensbrück, his leadership had set the tone for the camp's early years. He was described by the survivors as being harsh, as being cold, and as being utterly devoted to a Nazi ideology. He had established the systems of a discipline that had relied on a fear, who was ensuring that the guards had treated the prisoners with a contempt and a violence. Kogel was deeply involved in a shaping of Ravensbrück as a camp that was specifically designed for the women, a distinction that had required both the logistical and the ideological adjustments. Later, in 1942, Fritz Suren had taken over as a commandant. Suren would remain in a charge until the camp's liberation in 1945. His rule was marked by the expansion of Ravensbrück into one of the central camps of the Nazi system, which was including its connection to the forced labor industries and its role in the medical experiments. Suren's leadership style was authoritarian and was bureaucratic. He was not always personally brutal in the sense of a beating of the prisoners, but he was the one who had approved the policies that had resulted in a mass suffering. Under his watch, Ravensbrück had become a site not only of an imprisonment, but also of an industrial exploitation and a systematic murder. After the war, Suren was tried and was executed for the war crimes, though some survivors had felt that a justice could never fully match the scale of his crimes. Alongside the commandants, a crucial layer of an authority was exercised by the female overseers. Ravensbrück had trained more than 3,500 women as the guards, many of whom had later served in Auschwitz, in Bergen-Belsen, and in the other camps. These women had come from a variety of the backgrounds. Some were recruited because they were unemployed and had seen the role as a job that had offered a steady pay and a housing. The others had joined because they were loyal to a Nazi ideology and had seen themselves as who were serving the Reich. A few had had a prior experience in an authority, and yet they were thrust into the positions where they had controlled the lives of the prisoners. The question of why these women had become the perpetrators is a haunting one. Many of them were the ordinary individuals, the former secretaries, the housewives, or the shop assistants, who had found themselves in a uniform, who were wielding a power. Once they were in that role, many had embraced it. The survivors had recalled that the female guards could be as cruel, if not crueler, than their male counterparts. They had carried the whips, the dogs, and the sticks, and they had used them liberally. The beatings were routine. A prisoner who had stumbled in a formation might be struck in the face. A woman who was too weak to lift the heavy loads might be beaten until she had collapsed. Some guards had seemed to take a pleasure in a cruelty, who were inventing the punishments or the humiliations that had left the deep scars. Among the most notorious of Ravensbrück's female guards was Dorothea Binz, who had risen to become the chief overseer of the women's guards. Binz was remembered by the survivors as being sadistic, as being elegant in an appearance, but as being merciless in a behavior. She had strutted across the camp with a confidence, her presence who was inspiring a fear. The testimonies describe her as someone who had not only punished, but had humiliated, who was mocking the prisoners as she had struck them. She had trained the new female guards in the art of a discipline, who was teaching them to maintain a control through an intimidation. Binz had become a symbol of how the ordinary women could become the active agents of a violence in the Nazi system. After the war, she was tried and was executed for her crimes. Another infamous figure was Herta Oberheiser, the camp's doctor. Though she was technically a part of the medical staff rather than the guard corps, Oberheiser had represented another form of an authority in the camp, one that was cloaked in the legitimacy of a science and a medicine. She had taken a part in the medical experiments on the prisoners, especially the young women, who were subjecting them to the operations and the injections without an anesthesia. Her actions had caused an immense suffering and had left the survivors with the permanent injuries. Oberheiser was one of the few female physicians who were prosecuted for the war crimes after the war, a grim reminder of how a professional expertise could be corrupted by an ideology and a cruelty. But it was not only the notorious individuals who had mattered. The daily running of the camp had depended on hundreds of the guards, many of whom are less well known, but whose collective actions had shaped the atmosphere of Ravensbrück. These women had controlled the roll calls, had supervised the labor, and had enforced the discipline in the barracks. They had made the decisions every day whether to show a sliver of a mercy or to strike with a violence. Most had chosen the latter, who were conditioned by a training, an ideology, and the camp's culture of a cruelty. The guard's authority was reinforced by a system of the capos, the prisoners who were given a limited power over the others in an exchange for the privileges. While the capos were technically the prisoners themselves, they had served under the supervision of the guards and had often become the instruments of the system. This had created the layers of an oppression within the camp, where some prisoners were forced into the positions of an authority, which was deepening the atmosphere of a mistrust and a fear. The SS had understood that a dividing of the prisoners in this way would weaken a solidarity and would make a resistance more difficult. What had made the guards at Ravensbrück particularly terrifying to the prisoners was the unpredictability of their violence. A woman could be beaten for a moving too slowly, for a speaking without a permission, or for a failing to keep her uniform tidy. Sometimes the punishment had seemed to be entirely arbitrary, as if the guards had struck simply to remind the prisoners of their power. This unpredictability had worn down the psyche of the prisoners, who were creating a constant anxiety and a dread. It was not only the physical pain that had mattered, but also the psychological weight of a knowing that a suffering could come at any moment. In this way, the guards and the commanders had shaped the daily reality of Ravensbrück. They were not the distant administrators, but the active participants in a system of a terror. They had set the rules, had enforced them with a violence, and had ensured that the camp had functioned as a place of a control and a destruction. Their actions remind us that the Holocaust was not carried out by the faceless bureaucracies alone, but by the individuals, the men and the women, who had made the choices every day, the choices that had brought a suffering to the countless others. The legacy of Ravensbrück's guards continues to trouble the historians. How had so many ordinary people become the perpetrators? How had the women, who were often seen as the symbols of a nurturing and a care, had embraced the roles of a cruelty? The answers are complex, who are involving an ideology, the social pressures and the seduction of a power. Yet at the heart of it lies a chilling truth. Under the certain conditions, the ordinary individuals can become the architects of a suffering. The daily rhythm of a life at Ravensbrück was orchestrated by those in a power, and every prisoner had quickly learned that a survival had depended in a large measure on the temper and the decisions of the guards and the commanders. Their presence was constant, their authority was absolute, and their behavior had ranged from a calculated indifference to an unrestrained brutality. If the commandants had embodied the overarching system of a Nazi rule, the guards were the intimate face of that system, the ones the prisoners had seen every day, the ones whose boots had echoed on the ground at the dawn roll calls, and the ones who had had the power to decide whether a woman would be beaten, would be spared, or would be sent to a labor that would inevitably kill her. What had made Ravensbrück particularly distinctive was its function as a training ground for the female guards across the concentration camp network. By 1945, more than 3,500 women had passed through its guard school, who were learning how to discipline, to control, and to dehumanize. These women were then sent to the other camps, Auschwitz, Majdanek, Stuttgart, and Bergen-Belsen, who were carrying with them the methods of a cruelty that they had absorbed at Ravensbrück. The survivors had often described them as being cold, as being strict, and as being unforgiving, though the others were called the guards, who were sadistic, who were seeming to relish the suffering that they had inflicted. The training program for the female guards was carefully designed. The women were taught to maintain a distance from the prisoners, to view them not as the human beings but as the enemies of the Reich, who were undeserving of a compassion. They had learned the commands, the drills, and the methods of a discipline. Some were instructed in the use of the dogs, whose growls and whose bites had become the weapons of a terror. They were told not to engage emotionally with the prisoners, but in a practice, many had gone beyond an indifference, who were embracing a cruelty as a form of an empowerment for the women who may have previously lived the ordinary, the powerless lives. The uniform and the whip had provided a perverse sense of an authority. The conditions of a service for the female guards also reveal why some had joined. The SS had offered a secure pay, the uniforms, a housing that was near the camp, and the chance to serve what was presented as an important national cause. Many recruits were young, were unmarried, and were from the modest backgrounds. The job was advertised as being respectable and as being patriotic, though it was also demanding and was often dangerous, especially as the war had turned against Germany. Still, the appeal of a steady work and a clear role in the Nazi system had drawn the many women in. For some, an ideology had played a strong role, for the others a pragmatism and a personal advancement had sufficed. Among the most chilling aspects of the Guard Corps was the culture of a cruelty that had developed. Once they were within the system, the women who may have been hesitant were pressured by their peers and their superiors to demonstrate a harshness. The acts of a violence had become a way to prove a loyalty, to show that one was strong enough for the role. This peer pressure had created a cycle where a cruelty was not only tolerated, but was expected. The guards who had showed a kindness had risked being seen as a weak, while those who had punished harshly had earned an approval. In this way, the camp had become a crucible in which a cruelty was normalized and was reinforced. The survivor testimony provides a haunting insight into how the guards had behaved. The prisoners had recalled being beaten for a failing to line up a straight, for a collapsing from an exhaustion, or for a trying to help a fellow inmate. Some guards had carried the sticks or the riding crops. The others had unleashed the dogs. The women were forced to stand at a roll call for the hours in a freezing weather, while the guards had paced among them, who were striking anyone who had faltered. Dorothea Binns, in a particular, had become infamous for a striking of the prisoners in the face with her whip, which was often with no explanation other than to demonstrate her dominance. Yet, it is important to note that not all the guards were equally brutal. Some had maintained a cold distance, who were carrying out their duties without a sadism, but without a compassion either. For the prisoners, these distinctions had mattered a little. Both types had contributed to their suffering, but the survivors had often remembered the extremes, the guards whose violence was excessive and was personal. These figures had left the lasting scars, who were becoming the symbols of the camp's terror. The male SS staff had also played the critical roles. The commandant had set a policy, had overseen the punishments, and had approved the executions. They had managed the relations with a Berlin, who was ensuring that Ravensbrück had served the broader needs of the SS system, whether it was by a providing of a forced labor, a carrying out of the medical experiments, or a preparing of the prisoners for a transport to the extermination sites. Beneath them were the administrative officers who had handled the records, the selections, and the supply chains. Though they may have spent more time in the offices than in the camp yard, their bureaucratic decisions had determined a life and a death for the thousands. Fritz Surin, the final commandant, had embodied this bureaucratic cruelty. He was not remembered for a personal brutality on the camp's grounds, but for his role in a facilitating of a systemic suffering. Under his command, Ravensbrück had become linked with the Siemens factories, who was supplying a forced labor to fuel the German war machine. He had also approved the infamous medical experiments in which the young Polish women, the rabbits, were operated on without an anesthesia, were infected with a bacteria, or were subjected to the bone and the muscle transplants. These experiments had left the survivors who were mutilated, and many did not survive at all. Surin was directly responsible for an allowing of such experiments to proceed. The guards and the commanders had also presided over the camp's darkest evolution, the creation of a gas chamber at Ravensbrück in 1944. As the war had turned and the Nazis had sought to accelerate their killing programs, Ravensbrück was equipped with its own facility for a mass murder. The commanders had ordered the selections, the guards had escorted the women to their deaths, and the machinery of an oppression had reached its grim conclusion. The very people who had trained in a discipline and a control had become the facilitators of an extermination. The presence of the female guards in such numbers also challenges the stereotypes about the women in a war. Ravensbrück demonstrates that the women were not merely the bystanders or the passive participants in the Nazi regime. Many had actively taken a part who were exercising a violence and a cruelty with a conviction. After the war, this fact had shocked the world. The trials of the Ravensbrück guards had revealed the women who had carried out the murders, had overseen a torture, and had enforced a slave labor. Some, like Binz and Oberheiser, were executed or were imprisoned. The others had slipped back into a civilian life, their crimes less well documented. The post-war trials had also highlighted the ways in which a society had struggled to comprehend the female perpetrators. The prosecutors and the journalists had often emphasized their femininity, who were describing their appearance, their demeanor, as if it were inconceivable that the women could be sadistic. Yet the survivors had insisted on their guilt, who were reminding the world that a cruelty knows no gender. Ravensbrück, more than any other camp, forces us to confront that uncomfortable truth. In a reflecting on the role of the guards and the commanders, one sees the essence of how the Nazi camp system had functioned. It was not an abstract ideology alone, nor a faceless bureaucracy, but the individuals, the ordinary men and the women, who had enforced the rules, had carried out the punishments, and had ensured that the system had operated. The cruelty of Ravensbrück was made real through the daily actions of those in an authority. Their choices, however, they were shaped by an ideology or a circumstance, had left tens of thousands of the women and the children in a despair, many of them never to return. As a history remembers Ravensbrück, it remembers not only the suffering of the prisoners, but also the faces of those who had inflicted it. The guards and the commanders remind us that an evil is not always distant, is not always faceless. Sometimes it wears the uniform of a woman with a whip, or the suit of a bureaucrat who is signing the papers. In Ravensbrück, the architects of a suffering were everywhere, and their legacy endures as a stark warning of what happens when a power, an ideology, and a cruelty intertwine. When one hears the name Ravensbrück, the mind may immediately picture a barbed wire, a barracks, a watchtowers, and the suffering of thousands of the women. Yet beneath this image had lain another reality. Ravensbrück was not only a site of an imprisonment and a torment, but also a vast workshop of a forced labor, where the human beings were reduced to the tools of an industry. In its grim way, the camp was a machine that was designed to extract a work, a profit, and a utility from those who had been stripped of a freedom and a dignity. The Nazi regime had created a system where a labor was not just a punishment, but a central element of its economy of an oppression. The very design of Ravensbrück had reflected this dual purpose. It was never intended to be simply a holding camp. From its earliest days, the SS had envisioned it as a place where the women could be deployed for a labor. The work assignments had ranged from the mundane to the backbreaking, from the humiliating to the outright deadly. Each day, the prisoners had risen before dawn, had stood for the endless roll calls on the cold, and were then divided into the groups. Some were assigned to a labor inside the camp, a cleaning, a repairing, a cooking, or attending to an infrastructure, but many more were sent outside its wire fences into the factories, the workshops, and the construction sites, where they would toil for the German companies and the SS itself. The concept of a forced labor in the Nazi system was not new. By the time Ravensbrück had opened in 1939, the camps like Dachau and Sachsenhausen had already tested the model of a pairing of an imprisonment with a labor for an industry. But Ravensbrück, as the largest women's camp, had given this model a particular form. The women were seen as an untapped resource, thousands of the bodies that could be made to sew the uniforms, to assemble the parts, to repair the roads, to dig the trenches, or to build the armaments. The Nazis had prided themselves on an efficiency, and what could be more efficient than a wringing of a labor from the prisoners, while they were simultaneously a punishing and a controlling of them. At first, much of the labor at Ravensbrück was for the camp itself. The women were forced to construct the additional barracks, to extend the perimeter, to dig the drainage ditches, and to improve the facilities for their captors. The cruel irony was that the prisoners were made to build the very infrastructure that would confine them more securely and would expand the camp's capacity for the future inmates. These early construction projects were grueling, who were involving the long hours of a heavy lifting, a hauling of the bricks, and a mixing of a cement with the bare hands. The women who had never known a manual labor were suddenly forced to act as the builders, their bodies who were breaking under the strain. But as the war had intensified, Ravensbrück's labor role had expanded far beyond a construction. One of the most significant partnerships was with the Siemens Corporation, which had established the production workshops that were adjacent to the camp. Siemens had built the factories near Ravensbrück, where the prisoners had worked on the electrical components, the switches, and the precision instruments that were essential for the German war machine. From a day to a day, the women had sat at the benches who were soldering the wires, who were assembling the parts, or who were inspecting the small mechanisms under the watchful eyes of the supervisors. The work had demanded a concentration and a dexterity, yet the prisoners were given a little food, a little rest, and the constant threats of a punishment. The mistakes could have led to the beatings, an exhaustion could have meant a collapse, and a collapse had often meant a death. For Siemens, the arrangement was profitable. The company had had an access to a cheap, a virtually free labor that was supplied by the SS. The SS, in a turn, had gained money from a renting out of the prisoners, and the satisfaction of a knowing that every ounce of an energy that was extracted from the women had contributed to the Reich. The survivors had later recalled the contrast between the precision of the factory work and the chaos of their own lives. Their hands had assembled the machines of a war, while their own bodies had withered from a hunger. Not all the prisoners were assigned to a factory labor. The others were dispatched to the textile workshops inside the camp, where they had sewed the uniforms for the German military. The long rows of the sewing machines had clattered as the women had stitched the trousers, the tunics, and the coats, which was often from a dawn until a night. Here, too, the contradiction was bitter. The Jewish and the political prisoners, who were stripped of their own clothing and were forced into the rags, now had created the fine uniforms for the very soldiers who had guarded and had oppressed them. The uniforms had left Ravensbrück, who were crisp and were spotless, a symbol of an order and a power, while their makers had remained in a filth and a degradation. Still the others had worked in an agriculture and a gardening, who were cultivating a land to provide a food for the SS officers and their families. They had dug the fields, had planted the vegetables, and had harvested the crops. They had tended a livestock and had carried the heavy sacks of a grain. While the guards had eaten a fresh produce, the prisoners had often starved. In some cases, the women would steal the scraps from the fields, who were risking a severe punishment for the chance to taste a raw potato or a carrot that was pulled from the ground. One of the most brutal labor assignments was a road work and an outdoor construction. The women were sent to clear the forests, to break the stones, or to lay the foundations for the roads. who were armed only with the primitive tools, or sometimes nothing more than their bare hands. They had worked in all a weather, from a scorching sun to a bitter snow. The physical demands were impossible to meet, and many prisoners had collapsed, their bodies who were unable to withstand the strain. Yet the guards had rarely allowed a rest. Those who had faltered were beaten or were left behind. The mortality rate in these outdoor labor groups was high, and the survivors had remembered them as some of the most dreaded assignments in the camp. The labor system at Ravensbrück was carefully structured by the SS. Some prisoners had longed to be transferred to an indoor work, where the survival odds were marginally better. The others had feared a reassignment to the outdoor commandos, where an exhaustion and an exposure were a death sentence. The allocation of a labor had thus become another form of a control. A reward and a punishment were meted out not only by a violence but by the nature of the work itself. As the war had dragged on, the demands of a labor had only increased. A Germany, who was facing the shortages of a manpower and a resources, had leaned ever more heavily on the camp prisoners to keep its war industries running. By 1943 and 1944, Ravensbrück's prisoners were being dispatched to the satellite camps and the external work sites across the region. These subcamps had become an extension of Ravensbrück's forced labor system, who was supplying the workers to the armament factories, the munitions plants, and the construction projects. In these satellite camps, the conditions were often even worse than at Ravensbrück itself, with the fewer facilities, the harsher conditions, and a less oversight. For the prisoners, a labor was not only exhausting, but also was degrading. Many were assigned the tasks that were deliberately designed to humiliate. The women might be forced to clean the latrines by a hand, to carry the heavy loads of a refuse, or to scrub the floors with the toothbrushes. These assignments were not intended to contribute to the war effort, but to break the spirit, to remind the prisoners of their supposed worthlessness. In this way, a labor had served both the practical and the psychological purposes. It had supported the Nazi economy while it was reinforcing the ideology of a dehumanization. And yet, even in this machinery of an oppression, the traces of a resistance had appeared in the factories. Some women had deliberately sabotaged the work, who were making the tiny errors in an assembly, who were weakening the seams in the uniforms, or who were inserting the flaws into the electrical parts. These acts were dangerous. A discovery could have meant an execution, but they had offered a shred of a defiance. The survivors had later spoken with a quiet pride of the knowledge that perhaps a faulty switch, a weakened cable, or an unusable uniform had left Ravensbrück, a small act of a rebellion that was carried out under the impossible conditions. The role of a forced labor in Ravensbrück cannot be understood without also a recognizing of its connection to a death. For many women, the labor itself was a slow execution, who were starved, were beaten, and were deprived of a rest. Their bodies had worn down until they could no longer function. Those who had become too weak were often selected out, were sent to the punishment barracks, or were transported to the extermination facilities. In this sense, Ravensbrück's labor system was inseparable from its killing system. The two had worked in a hand. The women were first exploited for a labor. Once they could give no more, they were discarded. This grim cycle had revealed the logic of the Nazi system. The people were not simply imprisoned, they were commodified. Their labor was extracted until an exhaustion. Their usefulness was measured not in the years or the months, but in the number of the tasks that were completed before a collapse. It was an economy of the bodies, one in which a death was not an accident but a built-in feature. As the camp had grown, a forced labor had become its beating heart. Ravensbrück was not merely a place of a confinement, but a factory of a suffering, where a human energy was converted into the goods and the weapons for a regime that was bent on a conquest and a destruction. The story of a forced labor at Ravensbrück does not end with the Siemens workshops or the textile factories. What had emerged over the years was a sprawling web of an exploitation that had tied the camp to the wider Nazi economy. By the later years of the war, the women who were imprisoned within its fences were not only working inside the camp, but were scattered across a vast system of the satellite camps that had fed the Reich's hunger for a labor. Ravensbrück had become the central hub, but its reach had extended to the dozens of the smaller facilities where the women were forced to toil under the equally harsh, the often worse conditions. By 1944, as the German war machine had faced a relentless pressure from the advancing Allied forces, the demand for the workers had reached the desperate levels. The men were increasingly sent to the front lines, which was leaving the gaps in the factories and on the roads. The Nazi leadership had turned to the concentration camp prisoners to fill those gaps. Ravensbrück, with its tens of thousands of the women, had become an invaluable reservoir of a labor. The prisoners were transported in the groups to the subcamps that were near the armament factories, the munitions plants, or the construction projects. Each of these subcamps had operated like a smaller version of Ravensbrück, with a barbed wire, a watchtowers, a barracks, and the guards, though the conditions were often harsher because they had lacked the minimal infrastructure of the main camp. One of the largest industries that was connected to Ravensbrück's labor force was an armament production. The women were sent to work in the plants that had manufactured the shells, the bullets, and the weapons. The work was dangerous, was involving an exposure to the chemicals, the explosives, and a heavy machinery. A protective equipment was almost non-existent. A powder dust had filled the air, who was staining the women's skin a yellow, and who was seeping into their lungs. Many had developed the chronic respiratory illnesses, the burns, or a poisoning from a chemical exposure. Yet the quotas were relentless. A missed target had meant the beatings, a starvation, or a death. The survivors of these factories had often recalled the dissonance of a handling of the materials of a war, while they were knowing that the products of their labor would prolong the conflict that was killing the millions. Some prisoners describe a weakening of the shells or a sabotaging of an equipment in the tiny, the almost imperceptible ways, a poorly fitted screw, a thin weld, and a weakened seam, the small gestures of a defiance that had risked their lives but had given them a dignity. In a system that was designed to crush the human spirit, the act of a resistance, however small, had carried an immense weight. Beyond the factories, the Ravensbrück prisoners were exploited for the construction and the infrastructure projects across northern Germany. They had laid the railway tracks, had dug the anti-tank ditches, had built the roads, and had worked on the fortifications. These assignments were brutal. The prisoners had labored outdoors in a freezing rain or under a blazing sun, who were clothed in the tattered uniforms with a little food to sustain them. The tasks were physically impossible, and a collapse was common. Those who had fallen behind were beaten or were shot. In this sense, a construction labor had become one of the clearest examples of what the survivors had later described as an extermination through a labor. The Nazis had not always needed to send the prisoners to the gas chambers. They could simply work them to a death. Inside Ravensbrück itself, a forced labor had evolved as the camp had expanded. In addition to a Siemens, the other workshops had sprung up. There were the leather workshops where the women had produced the boots and the belts for the military. There were the tailoring shops where the women had not only stitched the uniforms, but had also repaired the captured clothing for a redistribution. There were the weaving workshops where the sacks, the ropes, and the other supplies were made. Each of these workshops had hummed with an activity which was guarded by the SS overseers who had demanded a precision and a productivity. But perhaps one of the most haunting aspects of a forced labour at Ravensbrück was its role in a medical experimentation and a body exploitation. Some women were forced into the role of the so-called patients in the horrific surgical experiments that were conducted by the SS doctors. Afterward, many of these women were compelled to continue working despite their injuries, who were limping to the factories or the workshops with the wounds that had never properly healed. In the other cases, the labour itself had become a way to test an endurance. The women were deliberately starved or were denied a rest to see how long they could continue working under the extreme conditions. This macabre intersection of a labour and a pseudoscience had revealed the chilling efficiency of the camp. Even a suffering was turned into a data. The economics of a forced labour at Ravensbrück also deserve an attention. The SS had profited directly by a renting out of the prisoners to the private companies. Siemens, the construction firms, and the armaments manufacturers all had paid the SS a fee for each prisoner who was assigned to them. The prisoners themselves, of course, had received nothing. This arrangement had turned the human beings into the commodities, who was generating a revenue for the SS while it was providing a cheap labour for an industry. It had also tied the major German corporations to the machinery of an oppression, who was implicating them in the exploitation and the deaths of the countless women. By the final years of the war, the forced labour system had reached a breaking point. Germany's war economy was crumbling, and a desperation had seeped into every decision. The prisoners were forced to work the longer hours with an even less food. An exhaustion and a starvation had spread rapidly. The entire groups of the women had returned from the labour assignments so weak that they could barely stand at a roll call. Those who were deemed to be too feeble to work were often sent directly to their deaths. In Ravensbrück, this had usually meant being selected for a transport to Auschwitz, to Majdanek, or later, for an execution within the camp itself, once a gas chamber had been constructed there in 1944. In these final years, a labour had become both a lifeline and a death sentence. On the one hand, an assignment to the certain factory jobs could have improved a prisoner's chance of a survival, since an indoor work had provided some shelter from the elements. On the other hand, the intensity of the quotas, the lack of a nutrition, and the constant stress of a punishment had worn down the body and the spirit. The line between a survival and a collapse was a razor thin. The survivors had often spoken about the paradox of a labour. Some had recalled the relief of having something to occupy their minds, the repetitive motions of a sewing or an assembling of the parts who were offering a kind of a numb distraction from the terror of a camp life. The others had emphasized the crushing despair of working endlessly for the very system that had enslaved them. For most, a labour was not a choice but a relentless burden, and its memory was marked by a hunger, a pain, and an exhaustion. When Ravensbrück was liberated in 1945, the investigators had discovered the extent of its forced labour operations. The documents, the records, and the survivor testimonies had revealed a vast enterprise that had run for the years, who was binding together the SS, the private corporations, and the suffering of tens of thousands of the women. Siemens was only the most visible example. The dozens of the companies had profited from the labour that was extracted at Ravensbrück and its subcamps. The story of a forced labour at Ravensbrück is not simply one of an exploitation, it is also one of a human endurance. The women who had survived had done so despite the conditions that should have been impossible. They had carried the bricks until their backs had broken, had stitched the uniforms until their eyes had blurred, and had assembled the machines until their hands had bled. Some had survived by clinging to one another, who were sharing the scraps of a bread or the whispered words of a comfort. The others had found a strength in the small acts of a sabotage, who were knowing that even in the heart of an oppression, they could still exert a measure of an agency. In reflecting on Ravensbrück's role as a factory of a death, one must recognize both the material and the symbolic weight of its labor system. Materially, it had sustained the German war effort, who was producing the weapons, a clothing, and an equipment. Symbolically, it had embodied the Nazi vision of a domination. The prisoners who were stripped of an identity were reduced to the units of a work. Their value was measured in an output rather than a humanity. As a history records, the factories and the workshops of Ravensbrück had ultimately failed to save the Reich, yet the suffering that was endured within them had left the scars that would never fully heal. For the survivors, the clatter of the sewing machines, the acrid smell of the chemicals, and the sting of a cold wind during the construction shifts, all had become the lifelong memories, the fragments of a nightmare that had continued long after a liberation. The forced labor at Ravensbrück was not incidental, it was central to the camp's function, a core part of its machinery of an oppression. To tell the story of Ravensbrück without the story of its factories, of its sewing rooms, of its workshops, and of its construction projects, would be to miss one of its deepest truths, that this camp was not only a place of a death, but also a place where a human life was squeezed dry in the service of a war. And yet, even within this machinery, the human beings had resisted. They had faltered, they had sabotaged, they had whispered an encouragement, and they had endured. The Nazis had sought to turn Ravensbrück into a place where the women were nothing but the tools, but in the countless small ways, the prisoners had proved that they were still more than that, still a human, still a defiant, and still a capable of a hope. When we imagine the concentration camps of the Second World War, we often picture the adults, the men and the women who were imprisoned for their beliefs, their politics, their ethnicity, or their resistance. Yet in Ravensbrück, as in the other Nazi camps, there were also the children. They were fewer in a number when they were compared to the places like Auschwitz, but their presence was deeply significant. Their lives, which were fragile and were fleeting, had revealed the cruelty of the system in the starkest of terms. To be a child in Ravensbrück was to be born or to grow in a place where an innocence was a liability and where a survival was measured not in the years, but sometimes in the days. The children had entered the camp in the different ways. Some were brought in with their mothers, who were clutching their hands as the guards had pushed them through the gates. Some were born inside the camp itself, the result of the pregnancies that could not be hidden or be prevented. The others were separated from their families elsewhere, who were shuffled from a camp to a camp until they had reached Ravensbrück. Each child who was carried into the camp had represented a collision between the ordinary rhythms of a childhood, a crying for a food, a reaching for a comfort, a seeking of a play, and the brutal machinery of the concentration camp, which had had no place for such needs. The presence of the children in Ravensbrück was never a part of the camp's design. Unlike the Theresienstadt, which was at the times used for a propaganda and had contained the more visible family groups, Ravensbrück was intended as a women's camp, and the children were tolerated only as the extensions of their mothers. Yet over a time their numbers had grown, particularly in the later years of the war, as a deportation had swept up the entire families, and as the regime had sought to expand a forced labor by any means possible. A life for these children was marked above all by a deprivation. The rations that were given to the prisoners were already insufficient for the adults, and for the growing bodies they were even more inadequate. The bread crusts, a thin turnip soup, and a few scraps of a potato, these were not the building blocks of a childhood health, but of a malnutrition and a weakness. The mothers had often given up their own portions to keep their children alive a little longer, who were creating a tragic cycle in which both were weakened and the bond between them had become a struggle for a survival rather than a growth. An illness had struck the children with a devastating speed. Without a proper nutrition, their immune systems had faltered. A cough could have become a pneumonia. A scratch could have become a lethal infection. The camp's filth, the lice, and an overcrowding had created a breeding ground for a disease. A typhus, a scarlet fever, and a dysentery had claimed the many young lives. There were no real medical provisions for the children. They were not considered to be worthy of an investment by the SS. A survival had depended on the ingenuity of the mothers and the solidarity of the other women who had improvised the treatments with the rags, the whispered prayers, and a sheer determination. Yet even amid this suffering, the children had brought with them a kind of a fragile hope. For many women, the presence of a child was a reminder of a life that was beyond the barbed wire. To hear a baby who was crying, to watch a toddler who was stumbling across the barracks, was to be reminded of a continuity, a future that was not entirely erased. The mothers had told the stories, had sung the lullabies, and had even tried to play the games that were using the pebbles, the scraps of a cloth, or the simple gestures. These moments of a tenderness had stood in a stark contrast to the brutality that was surrounding them, who were highlighting both the cruelty of the system and the resilience of the human spirit. The camp authorities, however, had regarded the children with a cold indifference or an outright hostility. The babies who were born in Ravensbrück were rarely allowed to live for long. Some were taken from their mothers and were killed immediately. The others were left to die of a neglect, their cries who were ignored. The records from the survivors tell of the midwives, who were themselves the prisoners, who were forced to deliver the infants who were knowing that they would not survive. These women had carried the unbearable burdens, who were trying to comfort the mothers while they were powerless to save their children. There were also the older children, some of whom were in their teens, who were treated less as the children and more as the small adults, who were put to a work, were assigned the tasks, or were swept up into a forced labor. For them a childhood had ended abruptly, which was replaced by the roles of the prisoners, the laborers, or simply the numbers in a system that had had no room for a play. Their growth was stunted, their education was denied, and their identity was shaped by the survival strategies rather than by an exploration and a learning. Despite all of this, the traces of a childhood still had flickered. The survivors had recalled the children who were laughing, who were chasing each other in the small bursts of an energy when the guards were not looking, or who were sitting in the circles as the mothers had taught them the songs from a home. These fragile moments of a play, of the whispered lessons, or of the improvised toys, were the acts of a resistance against the camp's design. They had declared silently but powerfully that even here, where everything had conspired to extinguish a life had insisted on a showing of itself. The children of Ravensbrück remind us of the layered cruelty of the concentration camp system. The adults had had at least some capacity to understand why they were there, to frame their suffering within the context of a politics, a war, or an ideology. The children did not. They had entered or were born into Ravensbrück with no comprehension of why they were hungry, of why they were beaten, and of why they were cold. Their innocence had made their suffering all the more stark, and their presence had deepened the grief of the women who had tried to protect them. As the war had dragged on and the conditions in Ravensbrück had worsened, the children had become both the symbols of a despair and of an endurance. Each one who had survived was a miracle. Each one who had perished was a wound that was carried by the entire community of the women. To understand their place in Ravensbrück is to confront the camp's reality in its most heartbreaking form, where the natural rhythms of a childhood, a growth, a play, and a learning, were not simply interrupted but were systematically denied. To continue the story of the children in Ravensbrück, we must move deeper into the realities of their fragile existence and of how their presence had shaped the daily rhythm of a life inside the camp. The story of these young lives is not only one of an immense suffering, but also of how the mothers and the fellow prisoners had tried to shield them, and of how, against the impossible odds, some children had endured and had carried the memories that would echo long after a liberation. One of the striking truths about Ravensbrück was the way the women prisoners had organized themselves into the supportive groups, which were often centered around the children. These groups had sometimes formed spontaneously. A mother who was clutching her infant would attract the sympathy of the others who might share their bread or watch over the child while the mother had worked. At the other times, the bonds had developed more deliberately as the women from the same region or a transport had clung together for a survival. Within these fragile communities, the children were often placed at the center. They had become not only the responsibility of their mothers, but of many. A crying baby might be passed from an arm to an arm, so that each woman for a few minutes could soothe the child and could offer a relief to the exhausted mother. In this way, the children had drawn the threads of a solidarity from the women who might otherwise have been broken by an isolation. Still, the reality was harsh. The SS guards had had no tolerance for a noise or a disruption, and a crying baby could have provoked a punishment. The mothers had lived in a state of a constant fear, who were trying desperately to quiet their children, to keep them hidden, and to prevent the sound of a wail from drawing a blow. This fear had intensified the already crushing stress of a life in Ravensbrück. Even a sleep, a fitful, a broken and a haunted was dangerous, for in a sleep a baby might cry, and the consequences could have been fatal. The matter of a childbirth inside the camp was one of the most tragic aspects of the children's lives in Ravensbrück. The pregnancies were not encouraged or were supported. Some women had entered the camp who were already pregnant. Their condition had been concealed or had been overlooked in the chaos of a transport. The others had become pregnant inside the camp, sometimes through the consensual relationships with the other prisoners, more often through an abuse by the guards or the forced encounters. For these women, the months of a pregnancy were marked by a dread rather than a joy. They had known that their child's chances of a survival were almost non-existent. When a labor had come, it was in the conditions that were far removed from any normal birth. The barracks were filthy, the supplies were non-existent, and the midwives, who were themselves the prisoners, had had to rely on their skill and their courage without the proper tools. They had washed their hands in a cold, a dirty water, had used the strips of a cloth that were torn from the uniforms, and had whispered an encouragement as they had tried to deliver a new life into a world that had offered no welcome. Many of these infants were killed immediately after a birth, either by a direct action from the guards or through a deliberate neglect. The mothers, who were too weak to resist and were too aware of the futility, could only watch in a despair. Yet not all the infants had perished instantly. Some had survived for the days or the weeks, who were kept alive by the desperate devotion of their mothers and by the kindness of the other women. They were fed from the meager rations of their mothers, who had given up their own crusts of a bread to produce a milk, or to crush into a form that was soft enough for the tiny mouths. These sacrifices had inevitably weakened the mothers, who had grown frailer while their children, against all the odds, had sometimes endured a little longer. But a starvation and a disease had claimed nearly all of these infants eventually. To live for more than a few months was a rarity. The older children, particularly those who were over the age of 6 or 7, had faced a different fate. They were often considered to be capable of a labor, even if it was only the small tasks, and so they were drawn into the machinery of the camp. Some were assigned to carry the buckets, to clean the barracks, or to assist in the minor duties. Their hands had blistered, their feet had bled, and their bodies, which were still growing, were pushed beyond their limits. The teenage girls were particularly vulnerable, both as the laborers and as the targets of an abuse from the guards. They had lost not only their childhoods, but also the protections that might have shielded them in another world. In Ravensbrück, they were the prisoners first, the children second, Despite everything, the resilience of the children had sometimes astonished even the hardened prisoners. The survivor accounts recall how the children had found the ways to play, however briefly. They had drawn the patterns in the dirt with the sticks, had made the dolls out of the rags, and had sung softly to one another when the guards were out of an earshot. These small acts of a play were the powerful reminders of a humanity. To see a child who was smiling, even faintly, in such a place was to witness a defiance. The camp was designed to erase an identity, to crush an individuality, and yet in these moments the essence of a childhood had reasserted itself, if only for an instant. An education too was smuggled into these moments of a play. The mothers and the other women prisoners had taught the children the letters, the numbers, or the songs from their homelands. They had recited the poems, had told the stories, and had given the impromptu lessons on a history, a geography, or a faith. In this way, the women had tried to prepare their children for a world that was beyond the camp, or at least to maintain a sense of a normality. For some mothers, these lessons were also a form of a resistance, a refusal to allow the Nazis a complete control over their children's minds. Yet, every story of a resilience was shadowed by a loss. As the conditions had worsened in the final years of the war, a starvation had deepened, a disease had spread unchecked, and a death had become a constant companion. The children had died quietly in their mother's arms, their bodies too frail to withstand a hunger and an illness. Each death had reverberated across the barracks, which was bringing the fresh waves of a grief. The women had mourned together, who were burying their sorrow in a silence, for to weep too loudly might have brought a punishment. In this shared mourning, the bonds had deepened further. The final months before a liberation had brought an even greater hardship. The evacuations from the other camps had swelled Ravensbrück's population, and with them had come more children, who were thin, were sick, and were terrified. The barracks had overflowed, the food rations had dwindled to almost nothing, and a disease had raged unchecked. For the children, this was an apocalyptic world where every sound, every figure in a uniform, and every day of a hunger had marked their existence. And yet, some had survived. A liberation had brought a strange new reality for these children. For those who had survived, a freedom was not a simple joy. They were emaciated, were weak, and were traumatized. Many had lost their mothers or their fathers, and their first days of a freedom were marked by a confusion and a fear. The relief workers, who were shocked by what they had seen, had struggled to comprehend how the children could have lived through such a place. They had wrapped the young survivors in the blankets, had given them a food and a milk, and had tried to restore some semblance of a care. But the scars, which were physical and were emotional, were deep. For many, Ravensbrück was not simply a chapter of their childhood. It had become the defining fact of their lives. The stories of these children were preserved largely through the testimonies of the survivors, both the children themselves and the women who had protected them. Their accounts remind us that even in the darkest of the places, a childhood was not entirely extinguished. It had flickered in a play, in a song, in the whispered lessons, and in the simple bond between a mother and a child. But it was fragile, was precarious, and was constantly under a threat from a system that was designed to crush it. The legacy of the children of Ravensbrück is one of a grief and an endurance. Each life that was lost represents a story that was never told, a future that was never lived. Each survivor represents a resilience that is beyond an imagining. To remember them is to acknowledge both the cruelty of the system and the small, the shining acts of a love and a care that had defied it. And the presence of the children, even in a place like Ravensbrück, could not entirely erase a humanity. Ravensbrück, distinct from many other camps in the Nazi network, was defined not only by its female prisoner population, but also by the individuals who managed and policed its daily operations. The camp's full history cannot be understood without an examination of those in authority, the guards, the administrators, and the policymakers who determined the day-to-day existence of tens of thousands. These figures were the engineers of misery, the human embodiment of a system meticulously crafted to subjugate, control, and annihilate. Grasping their function is crucial, not just to see the mechanics of power at work, but to understand the decisions of ordinary people who became agents of brutality. The power structure at Ravensbrück was hierarchical, mirroring the broader Nazi system. At the apex were the camp commandants, SS men tasked with the complete oversight of the facility. Below them were various administrative officers, block supervisors, and guards. Most notably, Ravensbrück gained notoriety for its female guards, known as Aufseherinnen. While other camps employed female guards, Ravensbrück served as their primary training center, dispatching hundreds to other locations across occupied Europe. Consequently, the camp was not merely a place of confinement and death, but also a school for cruelty, disseminating its methods to other parts of the concentration camp network. The camp's inaugural commandant was Max Kogel, who held the position from its opening in 1939. Kogel, a career SS officer who had previously served at Dachau and would later command Majdanek and Flossenburg, established the tone for the camp's initial years. Survivors described him as severe, dispassionate, and fanatically committed to Nazi ideology. He implemented disciplinary systems founded on fear, ensuring that guards treated prisoners with disdain and violence. Kogel was instrumental in shaping Ravensbrück as a camp specifically for women, a task that required both operational and ideological adaptations. In 1942, Fritz Suren assumed command, a role he would hold until the camp's liberation in 1945. His tenure saw the expansion of Ravensbrück into a central hub of the Nazi system, including its integration with forced labor industries and its use for medical experimentation. Suren's leadership was marked by an authoritarian and bureaucratic style. While not always personally involved in the physical abuse of prisoners, he was the authority who sanctioned policies that led to widespread suffering. Under his direction, Ravensbrück became a site of industrial exploitation and systematic murder. After the war, Suren was tried and executed for war crimes, though some survivors felt no justice could ever equate to the scale of his atrocities. Alongside the commandants, a significant level of authority was wielded by the female overseers. Ravensbrück trained over 3,500 women as guards, many of whom went on to serve at Auschwitz, Bergen-Belsen, and other camps. These women came from diverse backgrounds. Some were recruited due to unemployment, attracted by the promise of a steady income and housing. Others joined out of loyalty to Nazi ideology, viewing their role as a service to the Reich. Few had any prior experience in positions of power, yet they were placed in roles where they held absolute control over the lives of prisoners. The question of how these women became perpetrators is a deeply troubling one. Many were ordinary individuals, former secretaries, housewives, or retail workers, who found themselves in uniform, wielding authority. Once in this position, many embraced it. Survivors recalled that female guards could be, as if not more, cruel than their male counterparts. They carried whips, dogs, and batons, and used them frequently. Beatings were a common occurrence. A prisoner who faltered in formation might be struck across the face. A woman too weak to carry a heavy load could be beaten until she collapsed. Some guards seemed to derive pleasure from their cruelty, devising punishments or humiliations that left lasting scars. Among the most infamous of Ravensbrück's female guards was Dorothea Binz, who eventually became the chief overseer of the women's guards. Survivors remembered Binz as sadistic, elegant in her appearance, but merciless in her actions. She moved through the camp with an air of confidence, her presence alone inspiring terror. Testimonies depict her as someone who not only punished but also humiliated, often mocking prisoners as she struck them. She was responsible for training new female guards in the methods of discipline, teaching them to maintain control through intimidation. Binns became a symbol of how ordinary women could become active agents of violence within the Nazi system. She was tried and executed for her crimes after the war. Another notorious figure was Herta Oberheiser, the camp doctor. Although technically part of the medical staff rather than the Guard Corps, Oberheiser represented a different form of authority in the camp, one that was cloaked in the legitimacy of science and medicine. She participated in medical experiments on prisoners, particularly young women, subjecting them to surgeries and injections without anesthesia. Her actions caused immense suffering and left survivors with permanent injuries. Oberheiser was one of the few female physicians prosecuted for war crimes after the war, a stark reminder of how professional expertise could be corrupted by ideology and brutality. But it was not just the well-known individuals who were responsible. The daily operation of the camp relied on hundreds of guards, many of whom are less famous, but whose collective actions created the atmosphere of Ravensbrück. These women managed the roll calls, supervised the labor, and enforced discipline in the barracks. They made daily decisions about whether to show a modicum of mercy or to act with violence. Most chose the latter, influenced by their training, ideology, and the camp's culture of cruelty. The guard's authority was further enforced by a system of capos, prisoners who were granted limited power over others in exchange for privileges. While the capos were technically prisoners themselves, they operated under the supervision of the guards and often became instruments of the system. This created layers of oppression within the camp, with some prisoners being forced into positions of authority, which deepened the climate of mistrust and fear. The SS understood that dividing the prisoners in this way would undermine solidarity and make resistance more difficult. What made the guards at Ravensbrück particularly frightening to the prisoners was the arbitrary nature of their violence. A woman could be beaten for moving too slowly, for speaking without permission, or for failing to maintain a tidy uniform. Sometimes the punishment seemed to have no reason at all, as if the guards were acting simply to remind the prisoners of their power. This unpredictability eroded the prisoner's psyche, creating a constant state of anxiety and dread. It was not just the physical pain that was significant, but also the psychological burden of knowing that suffering could be inflicted at any moment. In this way, the guards and commanders shaped the day-to-day reality of Ravensbrück. They were not remote administrators but active participants in a system of terror. They established the rules, enforced them with violence, and ensured that the camp operated as a place of control and destruction. Their actions serve as a reminder that the Holocaust was not solely the product of faceless bureaucracies, but of individuals, both men and women, who made daily choices that brought suffering to countless others. The legacy of Ravensbrück's guards continues to be a subject of historical inquiry. How did so many ordinary people become perpetrators? How did women, often stereotyped as nurturing and compassionate, embrace roles of extreme cruelty? The answers are multifaceted, involving ideology, social dynamics, and the allure of power. Yet at the core lies a chilling truth: under specific conditions, ordinary individuals can become the architects of suffering. The daily routine at Ravensbrück was directed by those in positions of power, and every prisoner quickly understood that survival was heavily dependent on the whims and decisions of the guards and commanders. Their presence was constant, their authority was absolute, and their conduct varied from calculated apathy to unrestrained brutality. If the commandants represented the overarching Nazi system, the guards were its intimate face, the ones the prisoners encountered every day, the ones whose boots crunched on the ground during the dawn roll calls, the ones who held the power to determine whether a woman would be beaten, spared, or assigned to labor that would ultimately lead to her death. What made Ravensbrück particularly notable was its role as a training facility for female guards throughout the concentration camp network. By 1945, over 3,500 women had been processed through its guard school, where they learned the methods of discipline, control, and dehumanization. These women were then dispatched to other camps, Auschwitz, Majdanek, Stutthof, and Bergen-Belsen, carrying with them the techniques of cruelty they had learned at Ravensbrück. Survivors often described them as cold, strict, and unforgiving, while others were remembered as sadistic, seeming to take pleasure in the suffering they caused. The training regimen for female guards was meticulously planned. The women were instructed to maintain a distance from the prisoners, to view them not as human beings, but as enemies of the Reich, undeserving of compassion. They learned commands, drills, and disciplinary techniques. Some were trained to use dogs, whose growls and bites became instruments of terror. They were told not to form emotional attachments with the prisoners, but in reality, many went beyond mere indifference, adopting cruelty as a form of empowerment for women who may have previously led ordinary, powerless lives. The uniform and the whip conferred a perverse sense of authority. The terms of service for the female guards also shed light on why some of them joined. The SS provided a secure salary, uniforms, and housing near the camp, as well as the opportunity to serve what was presented as a significant national cause. Many of the recruits were young, unmarried, and from modest backgrounds. The position was advertised as respectable and patriotic, although it was also demanding and often dangerous, especially as the war turned against Germany. Nevertheless, the appeal of steady employment and a clear role within the Nazi system attracted many women. For some, ideology was a strong motivator. For others, pragmatism and personal gain were sufficient. Among the most disturbing aspects of the Guard Corps was the culture of cruelty that it fostered. Once they were part of the system, women who might have been initially hesitant were pressured by their peers and superiors to demonstrate their harshness. Acts of violence became a means of proving their loyalty, of showing that they were strong enough for the role. This peer pressure created a cycle in which cruelty was not only accepted but expected. Guards who showed any kindness risked being perceived as weak, while those who punished severely earned approval. In this way, the camp became a crucible where cruelty was normalized and reinforced. Survivor testimonies offer a haunting insight into the behavior of the guards. Prisoners recounted being beaten for failing to stand in a straight line, for collapsing from exhaustion, or for attempting to help a fellow inmate. Some guards carried sticks or riding crops, while others unleashed their dogs. The women were forced to stand at roll call for hours in freezing temperatures, while the guards patrolled among them, striking anyone who showed signs of weakness. Dorothea Binz, in particular, became notorious for striking prisoners in the face with her whip, often for no reason other than to assert her dominance. However, it is important to acknowledge that not all guards were equally brutal. Some maintained a cold distance, performing their duties without sadism, but also without compassion. For the prisoners, these distinctions were of little consequence. Both types of guards contributed to their suffering, but the survivors often remembered the extremes, the guards whose violence was excessive and personal. These figures left lasting scars and became symbols of the camp's terror. The male SS staff also played crucial roles. The commandant set the policies, supervised the punishments, and approved the executions. They managed the relations with Berlin, ensuring that Ravensbrück served the broader needs of the SS system, whether by providing forced labor, conducting medical experiments, or preparing prisoners for transport to extermination sites. Below them were the administrative officers, who handled the records, the selections, and the supply chains. Although they may have spent more time in their offices than in the camp yard, their bureaucratic decisions determined the life and death of thousands. Fritz Suren, the final commandant, embodied this bureaucratic cruelty. He was not remembered for his personal brutality on the campgrounds, but for his role in facilitating the systemic suffering. Under his command, Ravensbrück became linked with the Siemens factories, supplying forced labor to fuel the German war machine. He also approved the infamous medical experiments in which young Polish women, the rabbits, were operated on without anesthesia, infected with bacteria, or subjected to bone and muscle transplants. These experiments left the survivors mutilated, and many did not survive at all. Suren was directly responsible for allowing these experiments to proceed. The guards and commanders also presided over the camp's darkest evolution, the creation of a gas chamber at Ravensbrück in 1944. As the war progressed and the Nazis sought to accelerate their killing programs, Ravensbrück was equipped with its own facility for mass murder. The commanders ordered the selections, the guards escorted the women to their deaths, and the machinery of oppression reached its grim conclusion. The very people who had been trained in discipline and control became the facilitators of extermination. The presence of such a large number of female guards also challenges the stereotypes about women in war. Ravensbrück demonstrates that women were not merely bystanders or passive participants in the Nazi regime. Many took an active part, exercising violence and cruelty with conviction. After the war, this fact shocked the world. The trials of the Ravensbrück guards revealed women who had committed murders, supervised torture, and enforced slave labor. Some, like Binz and Oberheiser, were executed or imprisoned. Others managed to slip back into civilian life, their crimes less well documented. The post-war trials also highlighted the difficulties society faced in comprehending female perpetrators. Prosecutors and journalists often emphasized their femininity, describing their appearance and demeanor as if it were inconceivable that women could be sadistic. Yet the survivors insisted on their guilt, reminding the world that cruelty knows no gender. Ravensbrück, more than any other camp, forces us to confront that uncomfortable truth. In reflecting on the role of the guards and commanders, one sees the essence of how the Nazi camp system operated. It was not abstract ideology alone, nor faceless bureaucracy, but individuals, ordinary men and women, who enforced the rules, carried out the punishments, and ensured that the system functioned. The cruelty of Ravensbrück was made real through the daily actions of those in authority. Their choices, however they were shaped by ideology or circumstance, left tens of thousands of women and children in despair, many of them never to return. As history remembers Ravensbrück, it remembers not only the suffering of the prisoners, but also the faces of those who inflicted it. The guards and commanders serve as a reminder that evil is not always distant, not always faceless. Sometimes it wears the uniform of a woman with a whip, or the suit of a bureaucrat signing papers. In Ravensbrück, the architects of suffering were everywhere, and their legacy endures as a stark warning of what can happen when power, ideology, and cruelty intertwine. When one hears the name Ravensbrück, the mind may immediately picture the barbed wire, the barracks, the watchtowers, and the suffering of thousands of women. Yet beneath this image lay another reality. Ravensbrück was not only a site of imprisonment and torment, but also a vast workshop of forced labor, where human beings were reduced to tools of industry. In its grim way, the camp was a machine designed to extract work, profit, and utility from those who had been stripped of their freedom and their dignity. The Nazi regime had created a system where labor was not just a punishment, but a central element of its economy of oppression. The very design of Ravensbrück reflected this dual purpose. It was never intended to be simply a holding camp. From its earliest days, the SS had envisioned it as a place where women could be deployed for labor. The work assignments ranged from the mundane to the backbreaking, from the humiliating to the outright deadly. Each day the prisoners rose before dawn, stood for endless roll calls in the cold, and were then divided into groups. Some were assigned to labor inside the camp, cleaning, repairing, cooking, or tending to the infrastructure, but many more were sent outside its wire fences into the factories, the workshops, and the construction sites, where they would toil for German companies and the SS itself. The concept of forced labor in the Nazi system was not new. By the time Ravensbrück had opened in 1939, camps like Dachau and Sachsenhausen had already tested the model of pairing imprisonment with labor for industry. But Ravensbrück, as the largest women's camp, gave this model a particular form. Women were seen as an untapped resource, thousands of bodies that could be made to sew uniforms, assemble parts, repair roads, dig trenches, or build armaments. The Nazis prided themselves on their efficiency, and what could be more efficient than wringing labor from the prisoners, while simultaneously punishing and controlling them? At first, much of the labor at Ravensbrück was for the camp itself. The women were forced to construct additional barracks, to extend the perimeter, to dig drainage ditches, and to improve the facilities for their captors. The cruel irony was that the prisoners were made to build the very infrastructure that would confine them more securely and expand the camp's capacity for future inmates. These early construction projects were grueling, involving long hours of heavy lifting, hauling bricks and mixing cement with their bare hands. The women who had never known manual labor were suddenly forced to act as builders, their bodies breaking under the strain. But as the war had intensified, Ravensbrück's labor role had expanded far beyond construction. One of the most significant partnerships was with the Siemens Corporation, which had established its production workshops adjacent to the camp. Siemens had built its factories near Ravensbrück, where the prisoners had worked on the electrical components, the switches, and the precision instruments that were essential for the German war machine. Day after day, the women had sat at their benches, soldering the wires, assembling the parts, or inspecting the small mechanisms under the watchful eyes of the supervisors. The work had demanded concentration and dexterity, yet the prisoners were given little food, little rest, and the constant threats of punishment. Mistakes could lead to beatings, exhaustion could mean a collapse, and a collapse often meant death. For Siemens, the arrangement was profitable. The company had had access to a cheap, virtually free labor that had been supplied by the SS. The SS, in turn, had gained money from renting out the prisoners, and the satisfaction of knowing that every ounce of energy that had been extracted from the women had contributed to the Reich. The survivors had later recalled the contrast between the precision of the factory work and the chaos of their own lives. Their hands had assembled the machines of war, while their own bodies had withered from the hunger. Not all the prisoners were assigned to the factory labor. Others were dispatched to the textile workshops inside the camp, where they had sewed the uniforms for the German military. The long rows of sewing machines had clattered, as the women had stitched the trousers, the tunics, and the coats, often from dawn until night. Here, too, the contradiction was bitter. The Jewish and the political prisoners, who had been stripped of their own clothing and had been forced into rags, now had created the fine uniforms for the very soldiers who had guarded and had oppressed them. The uniforms had left Ravensbrück crisp and spotless, a symbol of order and of power, while their makers had remained in the filth and the degradation. Still others had worked in the agriculture and the gardening, cultivating the land to provide the food for the SS officers and their families. They had dug the fields, had planted the vegetables, and had harvested the crops. They had tended the livestock, and had carried the heavy sacks of grain. While the guards had eaten the fresh produce, the prisoners had often starved. In some cases, the women would steal the scraps from the fields, risking a severe punishment for the chance to taste a raw potato or a carrot that had been pulled from the ground. One of the most brutal of the labor assignments was the road work and the outdoor construction. The women were sent to clear the forests, to break the stones, or to lay the foundations for the roads, armed only with the primitive tools, or sometimes with nothing more than their bare hands. They had worked in all the weather, from the scorching sun to the bitter snow. The physical demands were impossible to meet, and many prisoners had collapsed, their bodies unable to withstand the strain. Yet the guards had rarely allowed them to rest. Those who had faltered were beaten or left behind. The mortality rate in these outdoor labor groups was high, and the survivors had remembered them as some of the most dreaded of the assignments in the camp. The labor system at Ravensbrück was carefully structured by the SS. Some prisoners had longed to be transferred to the indoor work, where their survival odds were marginally better. Others had feared a reassignment to the outdoor commandos, where the exhaustion and the exposure were a death sentence. The allocation of the labor thus had become another form of control. The reward and the punishment were meted out not only by a violence, but by the nature of the work itself. As the war had dragged on, the demands of the labor had only increased. Germany, which was facing the shortages of manpower and of resources, had leaned ever more heavily on the camp prisoners to keep its war industries running. By 1943 and 1944, the Ravensbrück prisoners were being dispatched to the satellite camps and the external work sites across the region. These subcamps had become an extension of Ravensbrück's forced labor system, supplying the workers to the armament factories, the munitions plants, and the construction projects. In these satellite camps, the conditions were often even worse than at Ravensbrück itself, with fewer facilities, harsher conditions, and less oversight. For the prisoners, the labor was not only exhausting but also degrading. Many were assigned the tasks that were deliberately designed to humiliate. The women might have been forced to clean the latrines by hand to carry the heavy loads of refuse, or to scrub the floors with their toothbrushes. These assignments were not intended to contribute to the war effort, but to break their spirit, to remind the prisoners of their supposed worthlessness. In this way, the labor had served both the practical and the psychological purposes. It had supported the Nazi economy, while it was reinforcing the ideology of a dehumanization. And yet, even in this machinery of an oppression, the traces of a resistance had appeared in the factories. Some women had deliberately sabotaged their work, making the tiny errors in an assembly, weakening the seams in the uniforms, or inserting the flaws into the electrical parts. These acts were dangerous. A discovery could mean an execution, but they had offered a shred of a defiance. The survivors had later spoken with a quiet pride of the knowledge that perhaps a faulty switch, a weakened cable, or an unusable uniform had left Ravensbrück, a small act of a rebellion that had been carried out under the impossible conditions. The role of the forced labor in Ravensbrück cannot be understood without also recognizing its connection to a death. For many women, the labor itself was a slow execution. Starved, beaten, and deprived of a rest, their bodies had worn down until they could no longer function. Those who had become too weak were often selected out, were sent to the punishment barracks, or were transported to the extermination facilities. In this sense, Ravensbrück's labor system was inseparable from its killing system. The two had worked hand in hand. The women were first exploited for a labor. Once they could give no more, they were discarded. This grim cycle had revealed the logic of the Nazi system. The people were not simply imprisoned, they were commodified. Their labor was extracted until an exhaustion, their usefulness measured not in the years or the months, but in the number of the tasks that had been completed before a collapse. It was an economy of the bodies, one in which a death was not an accident but a built-in feature. As the camp had grown, the forced labor had become its beating heart. Ravensbrück was not merely a place of a confinement but a factory of a suffering, where a human energy was converted into the goods and the weapons for a regime that was bent on a conquest and a destruction. The story of the forced labor at Ravensbrück does not end with the Siemens workshops or the textile factories. What had emerged over the years was a sprawling web of an exploitation that had tied the camp to the wider Nazi economy. By the later years of the war, the women who had been imprisoned within its fences were not only working inside the camp, but were scattered across a vast system of the satellite camps that had fed the Reich's hunger for a labor. Ravensbrück had become the central hub, but its reach had extended to the dozens of the smaller facilities where the women were forced to toil under the equally harsh, often worse conditions. By 1944, as the German war machine had faced a relentless pressure from the advancing Allied forces, the demand for the workers had reached the desperate levels. The men were increasingly sent to the front lines, who were leaving the gaps in the factories and on the roads. The Nazi leadership had turned to the concentration camp prisoners to fill those gaps. Ravensbrück, with its tens of thousands of women, had become an invaluable reservoir of a labor. The prisoners were transported in the groups to the subcamps near the armament factories, the munitions plants, or the construction projects. Each of these subcamps had operated like a smaller version of Ravensbrück, with a barbed wire, the watchtowers, the barracks, and the guards, though the conditions were often harsher because they had lacked the minimal infrastructure of the main camp. One of the largest of the industries that had been connected to Ravensbrück's labor force was an armament production. The women were sent to work in the plants that had manufactured the shells, the bullets, and the weapons. The work was dangerous, which was involving an exposure to the chemicals, the explosives, and the heavy machinery. The protective equipment was almost non-existent. The powder dust had filled the air, which was staining the women's skin yellow and was seeping into their lungs. Many had developed the chronic respiratory illnesses, the burns or a poisoning from a chemical exposure. Yet the quotas were relentless. A missed target had meant the beatings, a starvation, or a death. The survivors of these factories had often recalled the dissonance of handling the materials of a war, while they were knowing that the products of their labor would prolong the conflict that was killing the millions. Some prisoners had described deliberately weakening the shells or sabotaging the equipment in the tiny, almost imperceptible ways: a poorly fitted screw, a thin weld, a weakened seam, the small gestures of a defiance that had risked their lives but had given them a dignity. In a system that was designed to crush the human spirit, the act of a resistance, however small, had carried an immense weight. Beyond the factories, the Ravensbrück prisoners were exploited for the construction and the infrastructure projects across the northern Germany. They had laid the railway tracks, had dug the anti-tank ditches, had built the roads, and had worked on the fortifications. These assignments were brutal. The prisoners had labored outdoors in a freezing rain or under a blazing sun, who were clothed in the tattered uniforms, with a little food to sustain them. The tasks were physically impossible, and a collapse was common. Those who had fallen behind were beaten or shot. In this sense, a construction labor had become one of the clearest of the examples of what the survivors had later described as an extermination through a labor. The Nazis had not always needed to send the prisoners to the gas chambers. They could simply work them to death. Inside Ravensbrück itself, a forced labor had evolved as the camp had expanded. In addition to Siemens, the other workshops had sprung up. There were the leather workshops where the women had produced the boots and the belts for the military. There were the tailoring shops where the women had not only stitched the uniforms, but also had repaired the captured clothing for a redistribution. There were the weaving workshops where the sacks, the ropes, and the other supplies were made. Each of these workshops had hummed with an activity which was guarded by the SS overseers who had demanded a precision and a productivity. But perhaps one of the most haunting of the aspects of a forced labour at Ravensbrück was its role in a medical experimentation and a body exploitation. Some women were forced into the role of the so-called patients in the horrific surgical experiments that had been conducted by the SS doctors. Afterward, many of these women were compelled to continue working despite their injuries, who were limping to the factories or the workshops with the wounds that had never properly healed. In the other cases, the labor itself had become a way to test an endurance. The women were deliberately starved or were denied a rest to see how long they could continue working under the extreme conditions. This macabre intersection of a labor and a pseudoscience had revealed the chilling efficiency of the camp. Even as suffering was turned into a data. The economics of a forced labor at Ravensbrück also deserve an attention. The SS had profited directly by renting out the prisoners to the private companies. Siemens, the construction firms, and the armaments manufacturers all had paid the SS a fee for each prisoner who had been assigned to them. The prisoners themselves, of course, had received nothing. This arrangement had turned the human beings into the commodities, which was generating a revenue for the SS while it was providing a cheap labor for an industry. It also had tied the major German corporations to the machinery of an oppression which was implicating them in the exploitation and the deaths of the countless women. By the final years of the war, the forced labor system had reached a breaking point. Germany's war economy was crumbling, and a desperation had seeped into every decision. The prisoners were forced to work the longer hours with an even less food. An exhaustion and a starvation had spread rapidly. The entire groups of the women had returned from the labor assignments so weak that they could barely stand at a roll call. Those who had been deemed to be too feeble to work were often sent directly to their deaths. In Ravensbrück, this had usually meant being selected for a transport to Auschwitz, to Majdanek, or later for an execution within the camp itself, once a gas chamber was constructed there in 1944. In these final years, a labor had become both a lifeline and a death sentence. On the one hand, an assignment to the certain factory jobs could improve a prisoner's chance of a survival, since an indoor work had provided some shelter from the elements. On the other hand, the intensity of the quotas, the lack of a nutrition, and the constant stress of a punishment had worn down the body and the spirit. The line between a survival and a collapse was razor thin. The survivors had often spoken about the paradox of a labor. Some had recalled the relief of having something to occupy their minds, the repetitive motions of a sewing or an assembling of the parts, who were offering a kind of a numb distraction from the terror of a camp life. The others had emphasized the crushing despair of working endlessly for the very system that had enslaved them. For the most, a labor was not a choice, but a relentless burden, and its memory was marked by a hunger, a pain, and an exhaustion. When Ravensbrück was liberated in 1945, the investigators had discovered the extent of its forced labor operations. The documents, the records, and the survivor testimonies had revealed a vast enterprise that had run for the years, which was binding together the SS, the private corporations, and the suffering of the tens of thousands of the women. Siemens was only the most visible of the examples. The dozens of the companies had profited from the labor that had been extracted at Ravensbrück and its subcamps. The story of a forced labor at Ravensbrück is not simply one of an exploitation, it is also one of a human endurance. The women who had survived had done so despite the conditions that should have been impossible. They had carried the bricks until their backs had broken, had stitched the uniforms until their eyes had blurred, and had assembled the machines until their hands had bled. Some had survived by clinging to one another, who were sharing the scraps of a bread or the whispered words of a comfort. The others had found a strength in the small acts of a sabotage, who were knowing that even in the heart of an oppression, they could still exert a measure of an agency. In reflecting on Ravensbrück's role as a factory of a death, one must recognize both the material and the symbolic weight of its labor system. Materially, it had sustained the German war effort, which was producing the weapons, the clothing, and the equipment. Symbolically, it had embodied the Nazi vision of a domination, the prisoners who had been stripped of an identity, who had been reduced to the units of a work, their value measured in an output rather than in a humanity. As a history records, the factories and the workshops of Ravensbrück had ultimately failed to save the Reich, yet the suffering that had been endured within them had left the scars that would never fully heal. For the survivors, the clatter of the sewing machines, the acrid smell of the chemicals, and the sting of a cold wind during the construction shifts, all had become the lifelong memories, the fragments of a nightmare that had continued long after a liberation. The forced labor at Ravensbrück was not incidental. It was central to the camp's function, a core part of its machinery of an oppression. To tell the story of Ravensbrück without the story of its factories, its sewing rooms, its workshops, and its construction projects would be to miss one of its deepest of the truths, that this camp was not only a place of a death, but also a place where a human life was squeezed dry in the service of a war. And yet, even within this machinery, the human beings had resisted. They had faltered, they had sabotaged, they had whispered an encouragement, and they had endured. The Nazis had sought to turn Ravensbrück into a place where the women were nothing but the tools. But in the countless small ways, the prisoners had proved that they were still more than that, still human, still defiant, and still capable of a hope. When one speaks of Ravensbrück, it is impossible to avoid the dark chapter of the so-called medical experiments that were conducted within its walls. The term itself is deceptive, for these were not scientific inquiries in any genuine sense. They were acts of cruelty, cloaked in the language of medicine, designed less to advance knowledge and more to serve the interests of the Nazi regime. At Ravensbrück, the human body became a battlefield on which ideology, power, and an indifference to suffering were enacted. To comprehend why these experiments took place, one must delve into the mindset of the Third Reich. The Nazis prided themselves on a worldview that categorized humanity into hierarchies of value. Some lives were deemed worthy of protection and nurturing, others were considered expendable, and still others were seen as tools to be used and discarded. In this hierarchy, the women of Ravensbrück, political prisoners, Jews, Roma, and so-called asocials were viewed as subjects who could be harmed without consequence. The camp thus became not only a site of forced labor and incarceration, but also a laboratory where the limits of human endurance and suffering were tested. The medical experiments carried out at Ravensbrück between 1942 and 1945 are among the most infamous of the Holocaust. They were primarily of two types: surgical experiments on the bones, muscles, and nerves of the legs, and experiments on wound infection and healing. Each was justified by the Nazi doctors in the name of science and war, but their true purpose was to use human beings as disposable material for tests that could just as easily have been performed on animals or simulated in other ways. The surgical experiments, often referred to as the bone and muscle experiments, were initiated under the direct orders of Heinrich Himmler himself. They were supervised by German doctors such as Karl Gebhardt, Fritz Fischer, and Hertha Oberheiser. Gebhardt, who was Himmler's personal physician and a prominent surgeon in the SS, sought to demonstrate the effectiveness of certain surgical techniques and medications, particularly sulfonamide drugs, in treating infected wounds. This was linked to the war effort. Soldiers on the front lines often suffered injuries that became infected, and the Nazi leadership wanted evidence to justify particular treatments. Instead of conducting controlled clinical trials with willing participants, they turned to the prisoners of Ravensbrück. The women selected for these experiments were often young, healthy Polish political prisoners, members of the resistance, students or women who had been arrested for opposing the occupation. They were targeted deliberately, perhaps because the Nazis wished to punish them, or perhaps because they were considered resilient enough to survive the initial procedures. Many of them later became known as the rabbits of Ravensbrück, because their legs scarred by incisions, cuts and infections made them resemble the animals traditionally used in laboratory testing. The procedures inflicted on these women were brutal. In some cases, the doctors deliberately fractured their bones, cut into their muscles, or removed pieces of tissue to observe the healing process. In others, they inflicted deep wounds and then introduced bacteria, dirt, or splinters of wood and glass to simulate battlefield injuries. Some women had foreign objects, shards of metal, or pieces of cloth sewn into their wounds before being stitched up to see how the infection would spread. Sulfonamide drugs were then administered in varying doses, and the women's suffering was observed as if they were test subjects in a sterile trial. The pain of these experiments was indescribable. The women were often operated on without sufficient anesthesia, or with none at all. Afterward, they were left in the filthy barracks without proper bandages, food, or rest. Their wounds festered, swelling with pus, turning gangrenous, and spreading infections throughout their bodies. Some women died from septicemia. Others survived but were left permanently crippled, unable to walk, their bones deformed, their muscles atrophied. For the survivors, the scars were not only physical, but also psychological. They bore the lifelong memory of being treated as objects, their dignity stripped away by the indifference of those who should have healed rather than harmed. Another set of experiments at Ravensbrück focused on bone transplantation. The doctors attempted to remove sections of bone from one prisoner and transplant them into another, supposedly to test surgical techniques that might be useful in reconstructive surgery for wounded soldiers. These procedures failed almost universally. The victims suffered immense pain and disfigurement, with no medical benefit achieved. The infection experiments, too, revealed more about cruelty than about science. In these cases, the doctors attempted to replicate battlefield wounds by slicing into the women's legs and inserting contaminated substances. They then applied sulfonamides or other treatments to see if recovery could be accelerated. Again, the prisoners were treated with no concern for their well-being. Many suffered high fevers, convulsions, and excruciating pain before either succumbing to the infection or slowly recovering under the unblinking gaze of the SS physicians. Behind these experiments lay a chilling logic, the belief that some lives could be sacrificed for the supposed benefit of others. But in practice, the knowledge gained from these trials was minimal at best. Modern medical historians agree that the experiments were poorly designed, lacked proper controls, and produced no reliable data. They were science in name only, and brutality in reality. It is important to understand the role of women in this story as well, not only as victims but also as perpetrators. Among the doctors at Ravensbrück was Herta Oberhäuser, the only female physician to be tried at the Nuremberg doctors' trial after the war. She was notorious for her cruelty, often combining her role as a doctor with that of a concentration camp official. Oberhäuser not only participated in the surgical experiments, but also killed patients by injecting oil or other substances into their veins. She was reported to have taken particular satisfaction in tormenting her victims, leaving behind a legacy that shocked even the hardened war crimes investigators. The presence of women like Oberheiser complicates the narrative, for Ravensbrück itself was a camp primarily for women, guarded in large part by female SS wardens. That a woman could take part in such atrocities against other women underscores the depth to which ideology and an obedience to the Nazi state could distort ordinary moral boundaries. The victims, on the other hand, displayed an extraordinary resilience. Many of the Polish women who were experimented upon formed close bonds, supporting one another through the pain and the despair. They shared what little food they had, cleaned each other's wounds in secret, and mentally documented their experiences so that one day they might tell the world. Some even smuggled notes out of the camp, describing the experiments in detail. Their determination ensured that the truth of what had happened at Ravensbrück would not be lost, even if they themselves did not survive. After the war, the memory of these women became central to the testimony at the war crimes trials. The survivors of the rabbit experiments gave harrowing evidence of what had been done to them. Their scars were visible proof, inscribed on their bodies, of crimes that words alone could scarcely capture. At Nuremberg, their stories helped to convict doctors such as Karl Gebhardt and Fritz Fischer, who were sentenced to death. Herta Oberheiser received a prison sentence, although she was released early and controversially returned to her medical practice before being barred again after renewed protests. The experiments at Ravensbrück thus represent not only a grotesque misuse of medicine, but also a profound betrayal of the healing profession. They serve as a reminder of how science, when severed from ethics, can become a tool of oppression rather than of liberation. They remind us that knowledge that is pursued without compassion can descend into cruelty, and that the veneer of research can mask horrors when ideology overrides humanity. For those who endured them, survival was not just physical, but also spiritual. Many carried their scars for the rest of their lives, limping through the decades with bones that had never properly healed. Yet they also carried their stories, their memories and their warnings. They spoke out not only for themselves, but for those who had died on the operating tables of Ravensbrück. Their testimonies became a beacon of truth, illuminating the depths of what human beings can do to one another, and the resilience that is required to endure it. As one listens to these accounts, a striking theme emerges: the refusal of the victims to be reduced entirely to victims. In the midst of their unbearable suffering, they found ways to affirm their dignity. Some resisted by mocking the doctors among themselves, calling them butchers rather than surgeons. Some prayed, others wrote poetry in their heads. Still others dreamed of a future where their pain would be known and acknowledged. In these quiet acts, they reclaimed a measure of the humanity that the Nazis had sought to strip away. Thus, the medical experiments at Ravensbrück stand as one of the darkest episodes in the history of medicine, a stark warning to future generations. They show us how far cruelty can extend when ideology overrides ethics, when obedience overrides compassion, and when science is severed from humanity. The second phase of Ravensbrück's medical experiments reveals not only the continuation of the surgical and infection trials, but also the expansion into other, equally horrific areas of pseudo-scientific study. By 1943, as the war intensified, the camp's medical operations had grown in scope. The physicians and SS officials sought to test a variety of procedures, from bone grafts to sterilization techniques, all of which were conducted with the same disregard for human life that had characterized the earlier experiments. One particularly sinister line of research involved the testing of drugs and vaccines. Under the guise of preventing disease for the German military, the prisoners were deliberately infected with pathogens or were given untested medications. Some experiments focused on typhus, malaria, or other infectious agents. The women were injected with bacteria or were exposed to pathogens directly on their open wounds. The objective was supposedly to study the effectiveness of the treatments, but in reality, the process was unscientific and lethally dangerous. Many women succumbed to these infections, while others were left permanently weakened, their immune systems compromised for life. Other experiments involved cold exposure and hypothermia, often in preparation for the conditions that were faced by the German soldiers on the Eastern Front. The prisoners were immersed in ice-cold water, or were left outdoors in freezing temperatures for hours at a time. The aim was to determine the limits of human endurance and the most effective methods for reviving the soldiers from hypothermia. Again, the ethics were entirely absent. The women shivered for hours until their muscles seized, sometimes losing consciousness, while the doctors observed, took notes, and adjusted the conditions to suit their testing parameters. Some victims died during these tests, while the survivors suffered long-term nerve damage, frostbite, and chronic pain. A particularly invasive set of experiments centered on sterilization and reproductive control. The women were subjected to chemical injections, X-rays, and surgical procedures that were aimed at rendering them infertile. These tests were directly tied to the Nazi ideology, which sought to control the reproductive potential of the populations that were deemed to be undesirable. The procedures were excruciating and frequently lethal, leaving many women with permanent organ damage or infections that the camp medical staff ignored. Throughout all these trials, the instruments of control were systematic and meticulous. The doctors kept detailed records of each procedure, monitoring the survival and infection rates and the physical consequences of their interventions. Yet this meticulousness was devoted entirely to cruelty. No consent was sought, and no concern for human welfare existed. The women were treated as a raw material for experimentation, not as human beings. Even in the most routine of tasks, the underlying threat of violence was omnipresent. The guards monitored the experiments, and any prisoner who resisted or protested risked an immediate punishment or death. Despite the horror, the prisoners themselves showed an extraordinary resilience. In secret, many women tended to one another, sharing their scarce medical knowledge, cleaning the wounds, and attempting a rudimentary care when the doctors had abandoned or had harmed them. These acts of solidarity did not reverse the damage, but they offered a lifeline of humanity in a place that was designed to eradicate it. The small gestures covering a fellow prisoner during the cold tests, discreetly providing an extra food, or whispering the words of comfort, became the lifelines, maintaining a psychological and a spiritual survival in the face of a relentless physical suffering. The psychological impact of these experiments cannot be overstated. Beyond the immediate pain and injury, the survivors described a lasting trauma, nightmares, a fear of the medical professionals, an anxiety over a physical vulnerability, and a persistent sense of a violation. Many carried the mental scars for the rest of their lives, who were haunted by the memories of the invasive procedures that had been conducted without a consent and with a deliberate cruelty. Even after their liberation, some women struggled to walk, to move, or to sleep without recalling the horrors that had been inflicted upon their bodies. The SS doctors and nurses who were involved in these experiments were held accountable after the war, though the justice was uneven. The trials such as the Nuremberg doctors' trial and the specific Ravensbrück-related proceedings brought some perpetrators to a sentencing. Karl Gebhardt, Fritz Fischer, and others received the death penalty for their roles, while Herta Oberheiser was imprisoned but was later controversially released before she was permanently barred from a medical practice. These proceedings had documented in a harrowing detail the scope of the experiments and had provided the survivors with a platform to testify, which was ensuring that the atrocities could not be denied. Yet the legacy of the experiments at Ravensbrück extends beyond a legal accountability. They stand as a stark reminder of the capacity for a human cruelty when an ideology is coupled with an authority and a scientific language is misused. The experiments illustrate the importance of a medical ethics, of a consent and of an oversight, the lessons that resonate profoundly in a modern medicine. The Nuremberg Code, which had been formulated after the trials, had emerged directly from these atrocities, which was establishing the principles that still guide a research ethics today: a voluntary consent, an avoidance of an unnecessary suffering, and a prioritization of a human welfare. In reflecting on Ravensbrück, one sees that the medical experiments were more than the isolated acts of a violence. They were a part of a broader system that had sought to dominate, to exploit, and to destroy. The women were targeted because of their nationality, their religion, their political beliefs, or their social background, and the experiments had exploited both their bodies and their vulnerability. Yet, amidst this systemic abuse, their endurance, their resistance, and their testimony illuminate a profound truth. Even in the depths of an oppression, a human dignity and a moral courage can persist. The memory of the experiment serves as both a warning and a tribute. A warning of what occurs when a power goes unchecked, when an ideology overrides an empathy, and when a science is divorced from a humanity, and a tribute to the resilience of the women who had survived, who had borne the physical and the emotional scars, but had refused to let their suffering be forgotten. By telling their stories, by documenting the crimes that had been committed against them, a history honors their courage and ensures that the future generations will confront, rather than ignore, these dark chapters of a human behavior. In considering the full impact of Ravensbrück's medical experiments, one must acknowledge both the scale of the cruelty and the enduring spirit of those who had endured it. The camp's doctors had sought to reduce the women to the subjects, to the objects of a study, yet the women themselves had demonstrated an unbroken will to survive, to witness, and to bear a testimony. The experiments stand as one of the most chilling of the intersections of an ideology, of a pseudoscience, and of a human suffering, and they continue to remind us of the need for a vigilance, for a compassion, and for an ethical responsibility in all the scientific pursuits. Life in Ravensbrück was measured not in the days or the weeks, but in the hunger, the exhaustion, and the relentless toll of the suffering. For the women who were imprisoned there, each morning had begun with the harsh reality of an existence within a concentration camp. Before the sun had risen, before the birds had even stirred, the prisoners were awakened by the clang of the bells or the sharp shouts of the SS guards. There was no comfort in awaking, only the knowledge that another day of a grueling labor and a deprivation awaited them. The day had begun with a roll call, a ritual of an intimidation and a control. The prisoners were made to stand outside, often for hours in the cold or the rain, their bodies rigid, their eyes fixed forward. The guards had meticulously counted each woman who were ensuring that none were missing. The mistakes or a tardiness were punished harshly. Those who had faltered from a weakness, a hunger or an illness were beaten or were left standing for the longer periods. A roll call was not merely an administrative task, it was a constant reminder of the absolute authority that the SS had wielded and of the fragility of a life in the camp. After a roll call, the prisoners had received their meager breakfast, a thin soup or a watery porridge, which was sometimes accompanied by a small piece of bread. The nutrition was insufficient to sustain a life under the demands of a forced labor. A hunger was constant, gnawing, and debilitating. The women would eat quickly, who were sharing the small portions with those who were weaker or younger, who were knowing that a selfishness could mean a death or a despair. Yet even these small meals were often contaminated or inadequate, which was ensuring that an exhaustion had become a daily companion. Once they had been fed, the prisoners were divided into the work assignments that were called the commandos. These had ranged from an indoor labor in the workshops to an outdoor construction or an agriculture. The type of a labor had determined the survival odds. An indoor work had offered some shelter, a slightly less exposure to the elements, and a minimal risk of an immediate death, while an outdoor labor in a freezing rain or a scorching sun could be fatal. Regardless of an assignment, the work was relentless, back-breaking, and was controlled with a brutal efficiency. The women had lifted the heavy objects, had dug the ditches, had hauled the stones, had repaired the roads, or had sewed the uniforms for the German army. The mistakes were punished, and the delays were met with the beatings or worse. The prisoners had often worked in the groups under the watch of the SS guards, or the prisoner overseers who were known as the kapos. The kapos themselves were a reflection of the camp's cruel hierarchy, the prisoners who had been granted the privileges in an exchange for an enforcing of a discipline on the others. The kapos had wielded an authority over their fellow inmates, who were often administering a punishment for the minor infractions. This internalized oppression had added another layer of a psychological torment. A trust was fragile, and a fear had permeated the relationships among the prisoners. Yet, in spite of these conditions, the bonds of a solidarity had often emerged. The women had shared what little they had comforted one another, and had sometimes quietly resisted the oppressive hierarchy that had been imposed by the kapos. The meals throughout the day were equally sparse. A lunch was often another thin soup, which was sometimes with a few vegetables, but it rarely contained a protein. The bread rations were minimal, and a sugar, or the fats, were nearly non-existent. A starvation was the norm, not the exception. The women had lost weight rapidly, their bones protruding beneath a stretched skin. Their hands had shaken from a weakness, and their legs had buckled from an exhaustion. A hunger was both a physical and a psychological torment, a constant reminder of the prisoners' reduced status. It also had forced a grim creativity. The women had scavenged the scraps, had bartered the small favors for the crumbs, and had risked a punishment for a chance to eat more than their ration. A hygiene in the camp was almost non-existent. The facilities were inadequate, and a bathing had occurred infrequently, often in an icy water. The clothes were tattered and were insufficient for a warmth. A disease had spread rapidly, which was exacerbated by a malnutrition and an overcrowding. The lice, scabies, and the other infestations were common. The women had devised the makeshift solutions, who were combing a hair obsessively, who were tearing a fabric to patch a clothes, or who were using any available substance to alleviate an itch or a smell. Yet these efforts could do a little to mitigate the relentless decline of a health that had been caused by a starvation, an exposure, and an overwork. Asleep was another battleground. The prisoners had slept in the overcrowded barracks on the thin wooden bunks or directly on the floor. The sheets were rare and the blankets were shared. The bunks were often stacked so closely together that a movement was difficult, and the air was thick with a heat in a summer and a frostbite in a winter. The noise from a coughing, a moaning, or the clatter of the guards' boots had ensured that a rest was minimal. Even a sleep had carried the threat of a surveillance. The guards had sometimes punished the prisoners for a turning over in a bed, or for a failing to maintain an order. Despite these hardships, the prisoners had developed the routines that had allowed them to endure. The small acts of an ingenuity had become the survival strategies. The women had whispered quietly to one another, had shared a limited food, or had exchanged an information about how to obtain an extra rations or to avoid the harshest of the work assignments. Some had memorized the schedules of the guards to sneak a minor comforts or to avoid the beatings. The others had found a solace in the mental exercises, who were reciting a poetry, who were counting a stitches, who were remembering a loved ones, or who were planning an imaginary futures. These small strategies were the acts of a defiance, who were sustaining the mind and the spirit even as the body had withered. A medical care, when it had existed, was minimal and cruel. The camp doctors had rarely treated an illness or an injury with a compassion. Even the simple infections could become deadly if they were left untreated. Those who were deemed to be too ill to work were often sent to the punishment blocks, were subjected to the beatings, or were selected for a transport to the extermination facilities. Ironically, some women had survived the medical experiments precisely because their youth or their health had made them the suitable subjects. A cruel paradox in which a suffering and a survival were entwined. The psychological strain was immense. The women had constantly feared a selection for a death, a punishment for the minor infractions, or an abuse from the guards. They had witnessed their fellow prisoners who were succumbing to a starvation, a disease, or an execution, which was adding the layers of a grief and a trauma. Many had experienced the intense feelings of a helplessness, of a despair, and of a fear. Yet the moments of a human kindness, who were sharing a food, who were whispering an encouragement, who were holding a hand during a roll call, had provided a fleeting relief and had reinforced the bonds of a solidarity that had enabled a survival. An education and a literacy were sometimes quietly preserved. The women who could read or write had often taught the others, or had memorized the stories to pass on verbally. The religious observances, when they were permitted, had become the private sources of a comfort. A music, the whispered songs, or a recitation of a poems had offered a temporary escape from the brutal realities of a daily life. These acts, which were small yet significant, had allowed the prisoners to retain a sense of an identity and a culture in a place that was designed to erase both. A nutrition, a labor, a hygiene, and a psychological endurance had defined a daily life. In Ravensbrück, each day was a cycle of a suffering and a minor victories, a delicate balance between a life and a death. A survival had required not only a physical resilience, but also a social intelligence, a moral courage, and an ability to adapt to the extreme conditions. Those who had survived had often done so by combining an ingenuity with a solidarity, who were learning quickly how to navigate the lethal social and physical landscape of the camp. The cumulative effect of a daily life in Ravensbrück was devastating. The women's bodies had weakened, their immune systems had collapsed, and many had succumbed to a disease or an exhaustion. Those who had survived had often borne the lifelong scars, both the physical and the emotional. Their experiences provide a window into the extreme conditions that had been imposed on the women in the Nazi concentration camps, and a testament to the endurance of the human spirit in the face of a systematic cruelty. Even the simplest of the daily acts, who were eating, who were sleeping, who were moving from one worksite to another, had become the extraordinary challenges. Every moment had required a vigilance, a calculation, and a courage, a hunger and a labor, a fear and a solidarity, an oppression, and the small acts of a resistance were intertwined in the fabric of each day. In this sense, a daily life at Ravensbrück was not merely a matter of a survival. It was a relentless test of an endurance, both a physical and a moral. As the day had worn on, the exhaustion of the Ravensbrück prisoners had deepened. The afternoon labor assignments were often the harshest, as the women's bodies, which had been already weakened by an inadequate nutrition, had struggled to meet the relentless demands of the camp. The outdoor tasks, such as a hauling of the stones, a digging of the ditches, or a laying of the tracks, were performed under the unrelenting gaze of the armed guards. Any sign of a fatigue or a hesitation could provoke a punishment, from the lashes to a solitary confinement. A survival had depended on a delicate balance between an obedience, an ingenuity, and an endurance. Despite the suffering, the prisoners had maintained the networks of a care. The older or the stronger of the women had often shielded the young, the ill, or the injured, who were subtly adjusting the work positions or were sharing a food and a clothing. These small acts of compassion, while they were unable to eliminate the hardships of a camp life, were essential for a survival. They had provided not only a physical assistance, but also a psychological lifeline, which was reminding the women that they were not alone, even in the depths of a despair. The evenings had offered a minimal respite. A roll call had often occurred again, especially if any prisoners were late who were returning from a labor. Afterward, the women had returned to the crowded barracks, where a heat, a noise, and a discomfort were constant. The conversations were hushed, as the guards could appear at any moment. Some women had used this time to tend to the injuries, to share the memories, or to engage in a whispered storytelling. A religion and a superstition also had played a role. A prayer, a meditation, or a silent reflection had helped the prisoners to cope with the constant presence of a death and a fear. The nighttime had brought its own challenges. The bedbugs, the lice, and the other infestations had made a sleep nearly impossible. The cold floors or an inadequate bedding had exacerbated a suffering, while the noise of a coughing, of a crying, or of a shouting from the guards had prevented a rest. Yet, even in these conditions, the women had developed the strategies to preserve a mental and an emotional stability. Some had memorized poems, had counted stitches in a clothing, or had rehearsed songs. The others had comforted each other with a touch, a shared warmth, or a whispered encouragement. These subtle rituals had become the vital tools for an endurance which was enabling the women to face yet another day. A food scarcity was central to a daily life. The rations were insufficient to sustain a physical strength, let alone to meet the energy demands of a constant labor. The women had scavenged the scraps, had bartered the small items, or had risked a punishment to obtain an extra sustenance. A hunger was not only a physical, but also a psychological torment, which was intensifying a fatigue, an irritability, and a despair. Yet the shared meals and the collective strategies to find an extra food had fostered the bonds that were sometimes the only source of a hope. The prisoners' health had deteriorated steadily. A starvation, which was combined with an exposure and an overwork, had led to a cascade of the medical complications. A weakness, an infection, and a chronic illness were common. The camp doctors, when they were present, had often failed to provide an adequate care, who were focusing instead on the needs of the German war machine. Those who had become too ill to work had faced the severe consequences, including a transfer to the extermination sites or an execution. A survival had required a constant vigilance, a resourcefulness, and an ability to endure an extreme physical and emotional pain. An education and a literacy had become the clandestine tools for a survival. The prisoners would quietly teach one another to read or to write, who were sharing a knowledge and who were sustaining their minds against the dehumanizing environment. A religious practice, though it was heavily restricted, had offered a spiritual comfort and a framework for a hope. A music, a poetry, and a storytelling had become the essential psychological sustenance, which was allowing the prisoners to reclaim the aspects of an identity and a culture that had been stripped away by the camp. The presence of the children in Ravensbrück had added another layer to a daily life. The mothers and the caregivers had struggled to protect the youngest of the prisoners from a starvation, a disease, and an exposure. The children were especially vulnerable, and a survival had often depended on the creativity, the determination, and the courage of the adults around them. Some women had formed the surrogate family units, who were sharing the responsibilities and who were offering an emotional support to ensure that the children could survive, even in the face of an overwhelming adversity. The interactions with the guards were fraught with a danger. The random beatings, the insults, and the threats were common. Yet the prisoners had learned to navigate these interactions with a careful observation, a timing, and a subterfuge. A humor, the subtle acts of a defiance, or a feigned compliance could sometimes mitigate a punishment, or could create the brief moments of a relief. These interactions had demanded a constant alertness and an adaptability, which was further illustrating the psychological complexity of a survival under such an oppressive conditions. The camp's social structure also had influenced a daily life. The women were categorized who were based on a nationality, a perceived social class, or a political affiliation. These distinctions had affected the labor assignments, a punishment, and a ration distribution. Despite these imposed hierarchies, a solidarity had often transcended the imposed divisions. The women had shared the resources and had comforted one another across the lines of a nationality and a social status, who were forming the networks of a support that had helped to preserve a life and a dignity. Even in the harshest of the circumstances, the prisoners had found the ways to resist and to retain an agency. The minor acts of a defiance, such as a hiding of the scraps of a food, an aiding of a fellow prisoner, or a quietly mocking of the guards, had provided a psychological relief and had reinforced the notion that despite an oppression, they still had retained some control over their lives. These acts were often risky, but had underscored the resilience and the courage of the women in Ravensbrück. In the final months of the war, the conditions had worsened further. A food had become scarcer, a labor had become more grueling, and a disease had become more rampant. The prisoners had faced the additional threats from the chaotic retreat of the German forces, an overcrowding in the subcamps, and an uncertainty of a liberation or a death. A survival had required a constant adaptation, a reliance on the fellow prisoners, and an extraordinary physical and mental resilience. A daily life at Ravensbrück, when it is considered in a totality, was a relentless cycle of a deprivation, of a labor, of a fear, and of the fleeting moments of a humanity. A hunger, an exposure, an exhaustion, and the constant presence of a death had defined an existence. Yet, amid these conditions, the prisoners had maintained a solidarity, a ritual, a creativity, and a courage. The daily struggle for a survival was not merely a physical, but also a moral and a psychological one, which was encompassing an endurance, an ingenuity, and the acts of a subtle resistance. The enduring lesson of Ravensbrück's daily life is the extraordinary resilience of those who had been imprisoned there. While their bodies were subjected to an unimaginable strain, their spirits had often remained unbroken. The women had formed the bonds of a solidarity, had supported one another, had preserved a knowledge, and had maintained an identity in a system that was designed to erase it. These acts of an endurance, which were small, yet profound, illuminate the human capacity to survive, to adapt, and to retain a dignity, even in the face of a relentless cruelty. The daily existence of the prisoners at Ravensbrück, which has been defined by a hunger, a work, and a survival, stands as a testament to a human resilience. It reminds us of the importance of a compassion, of a solidarity, and of a moral courage in the darkest of the circumstances. The experiences of these women continue to offer the lessons in an endurance, in a hope, and in the power of a human connection, even amid an unimaginable suffering. The system of an oppression at Ravensbrück was not accidental. It was meticulously constructed, and was maintained by the SS, from the camp commanders to the guards who were patrolling the wire fences. Every layer of an authority was designed to enforce a control, to instill a fear, and to suppress a resistance. Understanding the role of the SS is essential to grasp the full reality of a life at Ravensbrück and the mechanisms by which the Nazi regime had dehumanized the tens of thousands of the women. At the top of the hierarchy had stood the camp commandant, who was responsible for an overall administration. The commandant had had a complete authority over the daily operations, the labor assignments, a discipline, and an application of the punishments. These individuals were often selected for their ideological commitment to a national socialism and their willingness to implement the harsh measures without a hesitation. The commandant had determined the policies that had affected every aspect of the prisoners' lives, from the rations to the work hours to an organization of the medical experiments. Their decisions were enforced with an unwavering precision, which was ensuring that the camp had functioned as an efficient machine of a control and of a terror. Beneath the commandant were the SS officers who had overseen the specific areas of the camp operations. Some were responsible for the labor assignments, who were ensuring that the prisoners were sent to the factories, to the workshops, or to the construction projects, who were according to the Reich's requirements. The others had managed the logistics, which was including a food distribution, a record keeping, and a security. Each officer had wielded a power over a life and a death, which was making even the minor errors or the perceived acts of a disobedience to be potentially fatal for the prisoners. Their authority was reinforced by the threat of a violence and the constant presence of the armed guards. The guards, who were known as the Aufseherinnen in Ravensbrück due to the camps being predominantly female, had played a particularly direct role in maintaining an oppression. These women were often recruited from the ordinary German and Austrian backgrounds, were trained in the camps to enforce a discipline, and were imbued with an ideological indoctrination. While their initial motivations had varied, some who were seeking an employment, the others who were attracted to the authority that had been granted by the role, they had quickly become the instruments of a terror. The guards had patrolled the barracks, the labor sites, and the roll calls, who were enforcing the rules with a brutality. The beatdowns, a humiliation, and an arbitrary punishment were routine. For the prisoners, the guards had represented the omnipresent threat that had dictated their every movement, thought, and action. Some guards had developed the reputations for a cruelty that had surpassed even the expectations of their superiors. The historical records describe the individuals who had taken a pleasure in an inflicting of a pain, who had targeted the specific prisoners for an abuse, or who had orchestrated the punishments for the minor perceived infractions. Yet not all the guards were equally cruel. Some had followed the orders mechanically, who were enforcing the rules without a deriving of a personal satisfaction from a violence. The others had occasionally demonstrated the small acts of a leniency, though such a behavior was rare and was often punished by the SS hierarchy. The training and an ideology that had been imparted to the SS guards were critical to an understanding of their behavior. They were taught to view the prisoners as a subhuman, to prioritize an efficiency over an empathy, and to obey the orders without a moral consideration. An indoctrination had emphasized a racial hierarchy, an obedience to the Führer, and a necessity of a sacrifice for the Reich. Within this framework, the guards were encouraged to suppress a natural human compassion, who were replacing it with an adherence to a system that was designed to dehumanize and to control. The combination of an ideology, of an authority, and of an opportunity for an impunity had created a climate in which a brutality had become normalized and expected. The commanders and the guards also had played a central role in an organization of a punishment and of a terror. The disciplinary measures had ranged from a forced standing during a roll call, the beatings with the sticks or the whips, a confinement in the punishment cells, and in the extreme cases, an execution. The SS had used these punishments strategically, who were creating a fear among the prisoners to deter a resistance. The women had observed the consequences of a disobedience in the others, who were internalizing the threat and who were adjusting their behavior accordingly. A punishment was both a corrective and a symbolic, which was reinforcing the omnipotence of the SS and the vulnerability of the prisoners. A record keeping was another aspect of the SS's role. Every prisoner was catalogued with the identification numbers, the work assignments, and a health status. The records had documented the transfers, the punishments, and the deaths, which was creating an extensive bureaucratic system that had allowed for a meticulous control over every individual. The SS's administrative efficiency was terrifyingly precise, which was linking a paperwork with a physical domination. The numerical reduction of the human beings to the files, to the numbers, and to the quotas was emblematic of the dehumanization that had defined Ravensbrück. The SS hierarchy had extended beyond the main camp. The subcamps, which were scattered across the northern Germany, were also staffed and were controlled by the SS personnel. These satellite facilities had ensured that the labor that had been extracted from the prisoners could reach the factories, the armament plants, and the construction projects without an interruption. The guards in the subcamps had often exercised a similar authority, who were enforcing the rules with the same ideological zeal. The network of an SS oversight had connected the main camp and its subcamps into a coherent system of an exploitation, which was illustrating the breadth and an organization of the Nazi machinery. An SS involvement in the medical experiments was another dimension of their control. The doctors and the medical personnel were embedded within the SS structure, and the experiments were authorized and were supervised by the camp authorities. The guards had enforced a compliance, had brought the prisoners to the procedures, and had ensured that the records were maintained. In this sense, the SS had extended its reach into the most intimate of the aspects of the prisoners' lives, who were controlling not only a labor and a punishment, but also the bodies, a health, and a survival. The SS also had influenced the social dynamics within the camp by selecting the Karpos and the other prisoner functionaries. They had created the hierarchies among the inmates themselves. This division had fostered a tension and a competition which was making a collective resistance to be difficult. The prisoners were sometimes forced to report on one another or to enforce the camp rules under a threat, which was further fracturing the community bonds. Yet paradoxically, this system also had allowed the acts of a solidarity to shine even brighter, as the women had navigated a treacherous social landscape to support one another covertly. A life under the SS was one of a constant surveillance. The guards had monitored the movements, the conversations, and even the facial expressions. Any hint of a disobedience, of a reluctance, or of a despair could result in a punishment. This omnipresent scrutiny had created a climate of a fear and of a self-regulation among the prisoners, who had learned to anticipate the expectations of the SS and to adjust their behavior accordingly. A psychological control had become as important as a physical enforcement, and the SS had used both to maintain a dominance. The presence of the commanders, of the officers, and of the guards also had shaped the moral and the psychological landscape of the camp. The women were acutely aware that a survival had often depended on a navigating of the relationships with the SS. A slight word, a timid compliance, or a subtle favor could mean the difference between a life and a death. The prisoners had quickly learned the rules of an engagement, who were developing the skills of an observation, of an empathy, and of a caution. Even in a system that was designed to strip them of an agency, they had exercised a judgment and a strategy to endure. The second part of an understanding of the SS's role at Ravensbrück delves deeper into the operational, the psychological, and the ideological mechanisms that had enabled a systematic oppression. By examining these functions, one can fully grasp how the camp had become an efficient instrument of a terror in which an authority, a fear, and a dehumanization were carefully orchestrated. The guards were not merely the enforcers of the rules, they were the instruments of a psychological domination. Their presence at every worksite, at the barracks, and at a roll call had ensured a constant supervision. The prisoners had quickly internalized this surveillance, who were understanding that even the minor infractions could result in a physical punishment or an additional deprivation. A fear had become a means of a social control, which was compelling a compliance not only through an immediate violence, but through an anticipation of the potential consequences. This pervasive surveillance had created an environment in which the prisoners had adapted their behavior, had learned to mask their emotions, and had developed the subtle strategies to preserve a safety. The SS also had controlled the punishment and the reward systems to manipulate a behavior. Some prisoners were given the small privileges such as the lighter labor assignments, the slightly better rations, or an access to the indoor facilities, who were based on a perceived obedience. These rewards were always temporary, and had served as a psychological tool to reinforce a dependency and a control. The contrast between a privilege and a deprivation had heightened attention among the prisoners, and had amplified the SS's ability to manipulate the social dynamics within the camp. The commanders had wielded an authority to order the deportations, the transfers, and the executions, who were directly determining a life or a death. These decisions were often guided by an administrative convenience, the ideological goals or the demands of the war effort. The systematic selection of the prisoners for a transport to the extermination sites had underscored the lethal efficiency of the SS hierarchy. The women had witnessed their colleagues who were disappearing without a warning, a reality that had reinforced the constant threats that were surrounding every aspect of a camp life. The SS also had played a central role in an ideological indoctrination of the prisoners and the guards alike. Through a propaganda, the symbols, and the rituals, the SS had cultivated a worldview in which an obedience was paramount, a hierarchy was natural, and the prisoner's humanity was denied. This ideological framework had justified a brutality, had normalized an exploitation, and had provided the guards with a psychological rationale for a cruelty. For the prisoners, an exposure to this ideology had reinforced a fear and a disempowerment. Yet, it also had become a counterpoint against which they could assert a personal agency through the subtle acts of a resistance or of a solidarity. The women who were functioning as the kapos, or the block elders, were carefully selected and were supervised by the SS. These prisoner functionaries had enforced the camp rules, had distributed the rations, and had monitored a behavior under a threat of a reprisal. While some kapos had adopted their authority with a brutality, the others had sought to mitigate a suffering when it was possible. The SS had benefited from these internal hierarchies, as they had reduced the need for a direct intervention while they were maintaining a control. The prisoners had learned to navigate these structures, who were cultivating the cautious alliances, or who were discreetly assisting their fellow inmates despite the inherent risks. The SS's role in a labor management was equally crucial. By assigning the prisoners to the factories, to the workshops, and to the construction sites, the SS had ensured that the Reich's war machine had benefited directly from a forced labor. The work quotas were strict, and a failure to meet them was punished. The prisoners had endured the long hours of a grueling labor, often with an inadequate tools or a safety measures. The extraction of a labor was not only an economic, but also a symbolic one. It had demonstrated the complete domination of the prisoners' bodies, time, and energy by the SS authority. A medical control by the SS had extended the machinery of an oppression to the body itself. The prisoners who had been selected for the experiments or the surgeries were under a constant supervision. The guards had ensured a compliance, had transported the subjects to the medical facilities, and had enforced the schedules that had been dictated by the camp doctors. A medical experimentation illustrates how the SS's bureaucratic and ideological structures had enabled a cruelty to extend beyond a labor which was affecting the most intimate of the aspects of a life and of a survival. The punishments that had been administered by the SS were both a public and a psychological one. The public beatings or the executions had reinforced a fear, while a solitary confinement, a deprivation of a food, or an enforced standing had cultivated a mental strain. These methods were carefully calibrated to suppress a dissent and to instill an obedience. The prisoners had internalized the threat of a punishment, who were adjusting their behavior in an anticipation rather than in a response, which had amplified the effectiveness of an SS control without a requiring of a constant direct violence. The SS also had maintained an extensive record-keeping to enforce an accountability and an efficiency. Every prisoner's identity, assignment, health status, and behavior were meticulously catalogued. The records had documented the punishments, the transfers, and the deaths, which was creating a comprehensive bureaucratic apparatus that had supported a systematic control. This obsession with a documentation had reduced the individuals to the files and to the numbers, which was reinforcing a dehumanization and which was providing the SS with both the tools and a justification for a further exploitation. The interactions with the SS were a constant test of an observation, of a judgment, and of a survival instinct. The prisoners had learnt to read the guards' moods, to anticipate the behaviors, and to adopt the strategies to minimize a risk. The small acts, a timely compliance, a cautious speech, and a discreet assistance to the fellow prisoners were often necessary for a survival. These adaptive behaviors, though they were forced, highlight the resilience, the ingenuity, and the moral courage that had been displayed even in the conditions that were designed to strip the women of an agency. The SS's operational structure, from the commanders to the guards, had created a highly efficient machinery of an oppression. Each level of an authority had reinforced the next, which was ensuring that the system had operated seamlessly and lethally. The women were controlled physically, psychologically, and socially. A hunger, a labor, a surveillance, and a punishment had intersected under the SS framework, which was demonstrating the chilling efficiency with which an ideology, a bureaucracy, and a violence could be combined. Despite the pervasive control of the SS, the prisoners had demonstrated a remarkable resilience. The acts of a solidarity, a subtle defiance, and a mutual support had persisted despite the omnipresent threat of a punishment. The tension between an oppression and a resistance had shaped the daily existence of Ravensbrück, which was highlighting both the ingenuity of the prisoners and the totalizing nature of the SS machinery. In a conclusion, the SS at Ravensbrück had exemplified the fusion of an ideology, of a bureaucracy, and of a brutality. The guards and the commanders had enforced a system that was designed to dehumanize, to exploit, and to terrorize. Their authority had permeated every aspect of a life, which was dictating a labor, a nutrition, a punishment, a social interaction, and even a survival itself. Yet within this oppressive framework, the prisoners' courage, solidarity, and ingenuity had ensured that a humanity had endured. The study of the SS's role offers the critical insights into the mechanisms of a totalitarian control, the psychology of an obedience, and the capacity for both a cruelty and a resilience in the extreme conditions. A life at Ravensbrück was designed to break the human spirit, Yet, even within the oppressive walls of the camp, the women had found the ways to resist, to support one another, and to preserve a sense of a dignity. A resistance had taken many forms, which were ranging from the subtle acts of a defiance to the organized efforts that had risked a death. At the heart of these actions was a solidarity, the recognition that a survival had depended not only on an individual's strength, but also on a collective courage and a mutual support. The daily acts of a resistance had often begun with the small, seemingly inconsequential gestures. The prisoners had hidden the scraps of a food to share with the weaker comrades, had exchanged a clothing to protect one another from the cold, or had whispered the warnings about the movements and the moods of the guards. These minor acts were vital for a survival. They had required a courage, an observation, and a discretion, as a discovery could result in a severe punishment or an execution. Yet they also had fostered a sense of an agency and of a community, which was countering the dehumanizing effects of an imprisonment. Some women had engaged in an intellectual and a cultural resistance. Despite the scarcity of the resources, the prisoners had memorized the poems, stories, and songs, who were sharing them quietly within the barracks or the labor groups. The religious observances, a prayer, and a meditation had offered a solace and a framework for a hope. An education, a literacy, and a preservation of a knowledge had become the acts of a defiance, which was asserting that the mind and the spirit could remain free even when the body was constrained. These practices had nurtured a morale, had strengthened a solidarity, and had allowed the prisoners to maintain an identity and a humanity under the conditions that were designed to erase both. An organized resistance also had emerged, though it was extraordinarily risky. The political prisoners, many of whom had been active in the anti-Nazi movements before their imprisonment, had sometimes coordinated the clandestine networks. These networks had facilitated a communication, had smuggled an information, and had occasionally planned a sabotage within the labor sites. The women had exchanged an intelligence about the guard rotations, the work quotas, or the upcoming selections, which was enabling the others to evade a punishment or to survive the hazardous conditions. Such an effort had required a trust, a careful planning, and an immense courage, as a discovery had meant an immediate execution. One of the most significant of the forms of a resistance had involved a mutual aid within the camp. The older of the women, the stronger of the prisoners, and those with the specific skills had often taken a responsibility for the care of the sick, of the injured, or of the very young. This had included a sharing of a food, a tending of a wounds, and a providing of an emotional support. The survival of the weaker of the individuals had depended on the selflessness and the resourcefulness of their comrades. These acts of a solidarity were quietly subversive, who were defying the SS's aim of an isolating and a weakening of the prisoners. They had reinforced the networks of a support that had enabled a collective endurance under the extreme adversity. The prisoners also had resisted the dehumanization that had been imposed by the SS by a maintaining of the personal rituals and the identity markers. The women had braided a hair, had sewed the small pieces of a fabric into a clothing, or had preserved the items with a sentimental value. These gestures had affirmed an individuality and a personal history in a place where the SS had sought to reduce the women to the numbers. In the subtle ways, these acts of a resistance had reminded the prisoners and the oppressors that a human dignity could not be entirely erased. A communication and an information sharing were the essential components of a resistance. The prisoners had discreetly exchanged news about the war, about the progress of a liberation, or about the condition of the other camps. This flow of an information had fostered a hope, which was allowing the women to imagine a future that was beyond the fences and the barbed wire. A smuggling of a letters or of a messages which were often hidden in a clothing or the work tools, was a dangerous but a vital form of a defiance. Even a fleeting knowledge of the events that were outside the camp had reinforced a sense of a connection to the broader world and had provided a psychological sustenance. The creation of the supportive micro-communities was another form of a resilience. The women had formed the small groups that were based on a friendship, on a nationality, or on a shared experience. Within these circles, the members could provide a practical assistance, could share the scarce resources, and could offer an emotional support. These micro-communities had become the lifelines, who were reinforcing the belief that a cooperation and a mutual care could mitigate the harsh realities of a camp life. They also had demonstrated the capacity of the human spirit to forge a solidarity under an extreme pressure. A resistance had extended to the workplace. The prisoners had sometimes sabotaged the labor that had been assigned to the Reich's war effort. This could involve the deliberate errors in a sewing, a mismanagement of the materials, or the subtle slowdowns that had reduced an efficiency without a drawing of an immediate suspicion. Such an acts were dangerous, as the SS had frequently punished the mistakes with the beatings or the executions. Nonetheless, these subtle forms of a sabotage had allowed the prisoners to reclaim a sense of an agency and to assert a moral opposition to the regime, even in the conditions of an extreme coercion. A medical care within Ravensbrück also had offered the opportunities for a resistance. The women with a basic knowledge of a hygiene or of a first aid had sometimes provided a clandestine treatment to those who had been targeted for a neglect or an experimentation. A sharing of a remedies, a cleaning of a wounds, and an offering of a moral support to the sick were the forms of a quiet defiance. By preserving a life when the system had sought to destroy it, the prisoners had enacted a resistance that was both a practical and a symbolic, which was affirming the value of a human life in the face of a systemic brutality. The children in the camp had represented both a vulnerability and a hope. The mothers and the caregivers had taken the extraordinary risks to protect them, who were sharing a food, who were creating the makeshift shelters, and who were concealing them from the guard inspections. These efforts were the acts of a moral courage, who were emphasizing that even the most powerless could inspire the acts of a protection and of a solidarity. The children who had survived had often owed their lives to the collective courage and an ingenuity of the prisoners who had refused to abandon them. Despite the constant threat of a punishment, the women had maintained the cultural and the spiritual practices as the acts of a resistance. The religious observances, a singing, a recitation, and a storytelling were carefully conducted in a secret, who were creating the spaces of a psychological refuge. These practices had reinforced the community bonds and had affirmed an identity, who were offering the prisoners a sense of a purpose and of a continuity amid a daily suffering. They had exemplified the human capacity to create a meaning and to preserve a dignity, even under an extreme oppression. In a summary, a resistance and a solidarity at Ravensbrück were multifaceted, which were encompassing the physical, the psychological, and the social strategies. From the small gestures of a care to the organized clandestine networks, the prisoners had asserted an agency in a context that was designed to erase it. These acts of a courage had sustained the individuals and the communities, who were countering the SS's attempts to dominate every aspect of a life. They demonstrate that even in the extreme conditions, a human creativity, an empathy, and a moral resolve can persist, who are offering the lessons in a resilience and in an endurance that extend far beyond the camp walls. The second part of an exploring of a resistance and of a solidarity at Ravensbrück examines the more organized, the strategic and the symbolic forms of a courage. These efforts demonstrate the remarkable resilience of the women who had refused to succumb entirely to the oppressive machinery of the SS. Some prisoners had engaged in the coordinated communication networks that had spanned the barracks and even the subcamps. These networks had allowed the women to exchange the critical information about the guards, about the work assignments, and about the potential dangers. The trusted intermediaries had carried the messages in a secret, which were often hidden in a clothing, a bedding, or the work materials. A maintaining of these networks had required an immense courage, as any breach could result in a severe punishment or a death. Yet these channels of a communication had strengthened a solidarity which was enabling the prisoners to make the informed decisions, to avoid the harshest of the punishments, and to support one another in the moments of a crisis. The women also had demonstrated a resistance through an education and a skill sharing. Those who could read, who could write, or who could perform the practical trades had taught the others in a secret. A literacy, a knowledge of a hygiene, or even the basic sewing techniques had become the tools of an empowerment. These activities had preserved the intellectual and the cultural capacities that the Nazis had sought to destroy. They also had fostered a trust and a cohesion among the prisoners, who were reinforcing the notion that a survival had depended on a mutual aid and a collective strength. In addition to an intellectual resistance, the women had engaged in a covert defiance within the labor assignments. The work quotas were often intentionally slowed, or the tasks were performed in the ways that had subtly undermined an efficiency without a drawing of an immediate punishment. The women had repaired the garments incorrectly, had mismanaged the materials, or had found the creative ways to resist the demands of a forced labor. These acts, while they were small in a scale, were the significant assertions of an agency. They had reminded the prisoners, and even some of the sympathetic guards, that a control was never absolute, and that an individual creativity could persist even under an extreme duress. A protecting of the vulnerable had become a central form of a solidarity. The elderly of the women, the ill, and the children were at a heightened risk of an abuse or of a death. The prisoners had organized to shield them, who were sometimes sharing a scarce food, who were adjusting the work positions, or who were hiding them during the inspections. These acts were inherently dangerous, but had exemplified a moral courage and a collective responsibility. By prioritizing the needs of the most vulnerable, the prisoners had created the networks of a protection that had strengthened the overall resilience of the camp population. The acts of a spiritual and of a cultural preservation were also the key components of a resistance. The prisoners had conducted the clandestine religious observances, had recited a poetry, had sung a songs, and had told us stories, all in a defiance of the SS's attempts to erase an identity and a culture. These practices had offered a psychological respite, had reinforced the bonds, and had asserted the enduring value of a human life and of a dignity. They had allowed the prisoners to maintain a sense of a normalcy, even in the abnormal conditions of the camp. A resistance also had extended to a documentation and to a memory. Some prisoners had secretly recorded the events, had kept the personal diaries, or had memorized the names and the experiences. These efforts had preserved an evidence of the atrocities and had ensured that the suffering, the resilience, and the humanity of the prisoners would not be forgotten. The act of a remembering itself had become a form of a defiance, which was asserting that the truth could not be silenced by an oppression. There were also the instances of a collective resistance and of a protest. The prisoners had sometimes coordinated the slowdowns, had feigned an illness, or had subtly disrupted the SS plans. These group actions had required an extraordinary organization, a trust, and a courage, as an exposure had often meant an immediate execution. Even when they were unsuccessful, they had demonstrated that a human agency could assert itself within the systems that were designed to eliminate an autonomy. The women had found the ways to maintain a morale and a psychological resilience through a mutual support. They had whispered the words of an encouragement, had shared the stories of a home and of a family, or had simply offered a comforting touch. These small gestures had reinforced the community bonds and had countered the dehumanizing effects of a starvation, of a labor, and of a constant surveillance. They also had provided the mental fortitude that was necessary to endure the daily horrors of a camp life. Even in the situations of an extreme danger, the prisoners had refused to abandon an ethical and a moral responsibility. Some had risked their lives to help their fellow prisoners to escape a certain death during the selections or the transfers. The others had shared a knowledge about the survival strategies, the medicinal remedies, or the safe routes within the camp. These actions had demonstrated that an ethical courage could persist even under the conditions that were designed to erode a morality. In the final months of Ravensbrück, a resistance had taken on a heightened urgency. As a liberation had approached and a German control had faltered, the prisoners had intensified their efforts to support one another, to safeguard the vulnerable, and to document their experiences. The acts of a defiance, both a large and a small, had become the vital tools for a survival and a preservation of a dignity. A solidarity had strengthened a morale, had allowed some women to survive the final brutal months, and had laid the groundwork for a historical testimony. Ultimately, a resistance and a solidarity at Ravensbrück illustrate the complex interplay of a courage, of a strategy, and of a compassion in the most oppressive of the conditions. While the SS had sought to destroy an individuality and to crush a human spirit, the prisoners had found the ways to assert an agency, to maintain an identity, and to support one another. These acts, though they were often quiet and hidden, represent some of the most profound of the demonstrations of a moral and a psychological resilience in the face of a systematic cruelty. The experiences of the women in Ravensbrück remind us that a human courage is not only visible in the dramatic gestures, but also in the small, the persistent acts of a defiance, of a compassion, and of a solidarity. Through these acts, the prisoners had preserved a life, a dignity, and a hope. Their legacy endures as a testament to the strength of the human spirit, even amid an unimaginable suffering. The liberation of Ravensbrück was a moment of both a relief and a profound shock. After the years of a systematic oppression, of a brutality, and of a deprivation, the prisoners had faced the sudden collapse of the SS's authority. Yet a liberation had not erased the physical and the psychological scars that had been left by the years of an imprisonment. A survival at Ravensbrück had been precarious, which was contingent on a constant vigilance, on a courage, and on a mutual support, and a liberation had marked the beginning of a new, an equally complex struggle, the struggle to reclaim a life, to cope with a trauma, and to bear a witness to the atrocities that had been endured. As the Allied forces had advanced in 1945, the German guards and the SS personnel had begun to evacuate some prisoners, who were often sending them on the forced marches toward the other camps. These death marches had added the additional layers of a suffering, as the weakened women were compelled to walk the long distances in the harsh conditions, who were often without a food, a water, or a shelter. Many had perished along the way. Those who had remained in Ravensbrück until a liberation had experienced a sudden, a bewildering transition from a constant oppression to a relative freedom. Yet a freedom was tempered by an exhaustion, by an illness, and by the overwhelming task of a confronting of the full magnitude of a loss around them. A medical care had immediately become a priority. The survivors were often emaciated, who were suffering from a severe malnutrition, the untreated injuries, and the diseases such as a typhus, a dysentery, and a tuberculosis. The humanitarian organizations, which were including the Red Cross and the Allied medical teams, had provided an emergency treatment, but a recovery was slow. The physical consequences of the years of a deprivation were compounded by the psychological impact of a trauma, of a grief, and of the loss of a family and of a friends. Each survivor's body had borne the visible and the invisible marks of the camp's brutality. The psychological aftermath of Ravensbrück was profound. Many women had experienced an intense grief for the loss of a loved ones, a guilt for a surviving when the others had not, and a persistent fear that had been rooted in the years of a violence and of a surveillance. The camp had conditioned the prisoners to anticipate a danger constantly, and even in a liberation this hypervigilance had persisted. The nightmares and anxiety and a depression were common, and the struggle to reintegrate into a world that was beyond the barbed wire was daunting. The survivors had often faced a dual challenge, a rebuilding of a physical health, while also a confronting of the enduring trauma that had been imposed upon them. A social reintegration was complicated by the widespread displacement of the families and of the communities. Many survivors had returned to the cities and to the towns that had been destroyed by a war, or had found that their families had perished or had been scattered. The absence of the familiar support systems had compounded the difficulty of a recovery. The women who had spent the years in Ravensbrück had had to navigate an unfamiliar post-war society, who were often, while they were dealing with a lingering prejudice, the bureaucratic obstacles, and the challenge of a reconnecting with the surviving relatives. A memory and a testimony had become the essential elements of the post-liberation experience. The survivors had recognized the importance of a documenting and of a sharing of their experiences to ensure that the atrocities of Ravensbrück were neither forgotten nor repeated. The diaries, the oral histories, and the formal testimonies had provided an invaluable insight into a daily life, a labor, a punishment, and a resistance within the camp. These records had become the tools for a historical understanding, for an education, and for a legal accountability, and they had allowed the survivors to assert their humanity in the face of the systemic attempts at a dehumanization. A liberation also had introduced the complex ethical and emotional challenges. The survivors were confronted with the bodies of those who had died, with the ruins of the camp infrastructure, and with the remnants of the medical experiments and the forced labor projects. A processing of these realities had required an immense psychological resilience. Many women had struggled with the feelings of an anger, of a sorrow, and of a disbelief. The act of a witnessing and of a remembering had become both a burden and a responsibility, which was compelling the survivors to engage with a trauma, not only a personally, but a collectively. The aftermath of Ravensbrück had included the efforts to rebuild the social bonds and the community among the survivors. The women who had endured the camp together had often remained connected, who were forming the support networks that had provided a practical assistance, an emotional support, and a shared space for a processing of the experiences. These bonds had helped the survivors to navigate a post-war society, and had served as a foundation for a collective remembrance. A solidarity that had been cultivated in the harsh conditions of the camp had become a source of a strength in a recovery and in an advocacy. A reintegration also had demanded a confronting of the legal and the political realities. Many survivors had participated in the war crimes trials, such as the Nuremberg trials and the subsequent proceedings, as the witnesses or the plaintiffs. A providing of a testimony had required a revisiting of the painful memories, but was essential for an accountability. The survivors' experiences had informed a broader understanding of the Holocaust, of the functioning of the concentration camps, and of the mechanisms of an oppression. A legal engagement had become a way to transform a personal trauma into a social and a historical impact, which was ensuring that the lessons of Ravensbrück would inform the future generations. A physical recovery was intertwined with a psychological healing. A nutrition, a medical care, and a rest were essential to a rebuilding of the body, after the years of a malnutrition and of a forced labor. The medical professionals had often faced the challenge of a treating of the survivors whose bodies had been weakened by a prolonged starvation, an infectious disease, and the untreated injuries. A rest, a hygiene, and the structured rehabilitation programs were critical for a survival. And yet, a recovery was often slow and fragile. Many survivors had faced the long-term health consequences, which were including a chronic illness, an impaired mobility, and a vulnerability to an infection. An education and a vocational training had become the important components of a post-liberation life. The women who had been denied a formal education or a work experience in the camp had often pursued the new skills and employment or the educational opportunities. This process had enabled the survivors to regain an autonomy, to develop a self-sufficiency, and to reconstruct a sense of a purpose. It also had represented a symbolic reclamation of an agency and of an identity that Ravensbrück had sought to strip away. The psychological strategies that had been developed during an imprisonment, an adaptability, a resourcefulness, and a resilience, had proved to be vital after a liberation. The women had relied on the skills that had been honed in the camp, which were including an observation, a critical thinking, and a problem-solving, to navigate the complex post-war realities. The community networks, a mutual aid, and the social bonds that had been established in Ravensbrück had remained the essential resources which were demonstrating the enduring importance of a solidarity that had been cultivated under the extreme adversity. Even in a freedom, many survivors had contended with a stigma and a societal misunderstanding. The communities had sometimes struggled to comprehend the extremity of their experiences, and the survivors had encountered a skepticism or a minimization of their suffering. A rebuilding of a trust, a reintegrating into a social life, and an asserting of the validity of the personal experiences were the ongoing challenges. Yet, through a perseverance and a testimony, the survivors had carved out the spaces for a healing, for a remembrance, and for a social engagement. The journey of the survivors after a liberation was both a physical and an emotional odyssey. Ravensbrück had exacted an extraordinary toll on the body, on the mind, and on the spirit, and a recovery had required a combination of a medical care, of a social support, and of a psychological resilience. Many women were emaciated, were weak, and were suffering from the untreated infections or the injuries, which was necessitating an immediate intervention from the humanitarian organizations. The medical staff had provided a food, a hydration, and a basic care, but the long-term effects of a starvation and of a disease had often persisted for the months or the years. A nutrition had played a critical role in a rebuilding of the body. The years of a starvation and of an inadequate rations had weakened the muscles, the organs, and the immune systems. The carefully structured diets were introduced to restore a health without an overwhelming of the fragile systems. In addition to a food, the survivors had required a clothing, a shelter, and a warmth, which were often scarce in the immediate aftermath of a war. The relief efforts had focused on a meeting of these basic needs, yet the logistical challenges of a post-war Europe had meant that many women had continued to face a deprivation even after a liberation. A psychological recovery was equally complex. Many survivors had struggled with the trauma-related symptoms, which were including the nightmares, an anxiety, and a depression. The experience of a continuous fear, of a witnessing of a death, and of an enduring of a violence had left the deep emotional scars. The survivors had relied on the informal support networks, the therapeutic interventions, and the personal coping mechanisms to process these experiences. The activities such as a storytelling, the communal gatherings, and a religious practice had provided the avenues for an expression, for a reflection, and for an emotional healing. The bonds that had been forged during an imprisonment had proved to be crucial in the aftermath of a liberation. The women who had endured Ravensbrück together had often remained connected, who were offering a mutual support and an understanding. These enduring relationships had helped the survivors to navigate the difficulties of a reintegration, which was providing both a practical assistance and an emotional solidarity. A shared experience had created a profound sense of a community, which was reinforcing a resilience and a collective healing. A significant aspect of a post-liberation life was the effort to document and to bear a witness. The survivors had provided a testimony in the court proceedings, had given the interviews to the historians, and had recorded the personal memoirs. These acts were not only the tools of a historical preservation, but also the therapeutic exercises that had allowed the women to reclaim their narrative. By a recounting of their experiences, the survivors had asserted an agency and had challenged the forces that had sought to erase their identities. The legal proceedings, which were including the Nuremberg trials and the subsequent war crimes tribunals, had highlighted the broader significance of a survivor testimony. The Ravensbrück survivors had contributed the critical evidence regarding an operation of the concentration camps, a forced labor, the medical experiments, and the systematic atrocities. A participation in these trials was often emotionally taxing, which was requiring the survivors to revisit the traumatic events repeatedly. Yet their involvement was essential in an establishing of an accountability, in a documenting of a historical truth, and in a promoting of a justice. A reintegration into a society had involved a negotiating of the practical and the social challenges. Many survivors had returned to the homes that had been destroyed by a bombing, or had found that their families had perished or had been displaced. An accessing of a housing, of an employment, and of an education had required a navigation of the post-war bureaucracies. In some cases, the women had encountered a misunderstanding or a skepticism regarding the extremity of their experiences. Despite these obstacles, the survivors had worked to rebuild their lives, who were drawing upon a resilience, the skills that had been acquired during an imprisonment, and a support from their former comrades. An education and a vocational training had played a critical role in a restoring of an autonomy. The women who had been deprived of a formal schooling or a work experience during an incarceration had pursued the new skills and the employment opportunities. This process had allowed the survivors to regain a self-sufficiency, to rebuild an identity, and to reconstruct a sense of a purpose. It also had represented a symbolic reclamation of an agency, which was affirming that a personal development could continue even after the years of a systemic oppression. The children who had survived Ravensbrück had faced the additional challenges. Many were orphaned, were malnourished, or were traumatized. The women who had acted as the caregivers during an imprisonment had often continued in this role post-liberation, who were providing a stability, a nurturing, and a protection. A rehabilitating of the children had required an attention to both the physical and the psychological needs, which was including a restoring of a proper nutrition, of an education, and of a sense of a safety. The survival of these children was a testament to the courage, to the resourcefulness, and to the compassion of those who had protected them under the harshest of the conditions. A memory and a commemoration had become central to a post-liberation life. The survivors had established the organizations, the memorials, and the educational initiatives to honor those who had perished and to ensure that the lessons of Ravensbrück would not be forgotten. The museums, the monuments, and the written histories had provided the spaces for a reflection, for a remembrance, and for an education, who were serving both the survivors and a broader society. These acts of a memory had transformed an individual trauma into a collective awareness, which was fostering a moral responsibility and a historical understanding. The survivors' ongoing engagement with a trauma also had involved a confronting of the moral and the ethical dilemmas. The feelings of a survivor's guilt, of an anger at the perpetrators, and of a grief over a lost family and a friends were common. A coping had required a reconciliation with a personal loss and the broader implications of a collective suffering. The support networks, the therapeutic interventions, and a community engagement were essential in a helping of the survivors to navigate these challenges and to integrate their experiences into a sustainable post-war life. The long-term effects of Ravensbrück on a health, on a psychology, and on a social identity were profound. A chronic illness, a lingering weakness, and the trauma-related disorders had persisted for the decades in many survivors. Yet the women had demonstrated a remarkable adaptability, who were drawing upon a resilience, a solidarity, and the coping strategies that had been developed in the camp. They had rebuilt the families, had pursued the careers, and had contributed to a society who were embodying the capacity for a human endurance even after an extreme deprivation and a trauma. In a conclusion, the liberation and the aftermath of Ravensbrück was not merely the end of an imprisonment. It had marked the beginning of a lifelong process of a recovery, of a reflection, and of a memory. The survivors had faced the dual challenge of a rebuilding of a physical health, while a processing of the psychological impact of the years of a suffering. Their courage, their solidarity, and their resilience had allowed them to navigate these challenges, to preserve their stories, and to ensure that the atrocities that they had endured would be remembered. The legacy of the Ravensbrück survivors is a testament to the strength of the human spirit, to the importance of a collective support, and to the enduring power of a testimony in a shaping of a history, of a justice, and of a moral understanding. The post-war trials had represented a crucial chapter in the history of Ravensbrück, which was bridging the gap between a liberation and a pursuit of a justice. The atrocities that had been committed within the camp were unprecedented in their scope and in their cruelty, which was making a legal accountability to be both a moral imperative and a complex logistical challenge. Ravensbrück's trials were not merely the legal proceedings, they were an essential mechanism for a historical documentation, for a societal reckoning, and for an establishment of a legal precedent for the crimes against humanity. Immediately following a liberation, the Allied authorities had begun to collect an evidence of the crimes that had been committed in Ravensbrück. The survivors' testimonies had formed the backbone of these efforts, who were detailing a daily life under an SS control, a forced labor, the medical experiments, and the executions. These accounts were meticulously recorded, were cross-referenced, and were preserved, which was providing the evidentiary foundation for both the local investigations and the international tribunals. The meticulous collection of an evidence had reflected the dual priorities of a justice and of a historical record-keeping. One of the first of the significant of the legal proceedings that were involving the Ravensbrück personnel was the Ravensbrück trial, which had been conducted by the British in 1946. The trial had focused on the female guards, who were known as the Officerinnen, and the other SS personnel who were responsible for the camp's operation. These proceedings were unique, as they had highlighted the direct involvement of the women in a systematic violence, which was challenging the contemporary assumptions about a gender and a complicity in an atrocity. The trial had brought to a light the meticulous bureaucratic and operational structures that had enabled an oppression and a murder, which was emphasizing an individual accountability alongside a systemic culpability. The prosecution's case had relied heavily on a survivor testimony, which had been corroborated by the documents and the records that had been kept by the SS. The witnesses had recounted a forced labor, the beatings, the executions, and the deliberate neglect that had led to the mass deaths from a starvation and a disease. The testimonies also had revealed an organization of a punishment and use of the capos and the psychological manipulation that had been employed by the guards to maintain a control. The court was confronted with the complexity of the crimes that were both an administrative and a personal, a structural and an individual. The defendants had often attempted to minimize a responsibility, who were claiming that they were following the orders or were unaware of the larger scope of the atrocities. The tribunals had addressed these defenses by an emphasizing of a moral and a legal responsibility, which was establishing the principle that an adherence to the orders did not absolve the individuals from an accountability for the crimes against humanity. This principle had become a cornerstone of a post-war legal doctrine and had set the stage for the subsequent trials that were involving the concentration camp personnel worldwide. The Ravensbrück trials also had highlighted the complicity of the medical personnel. The doctors and the nurses who were involved in the medical experiments were prosecuted for the violations of a medical ethics, for a deliberate cruelty, and for an use of the prisoners for an experimentation without a consent. These cases had examined the intersection of a science, of an ideology, and of a human rights, which was establishing the legal standards for a medical accountability and an informed consent that continue to influence the ethical practices today. In addition to the British-led proceedings, the other of the Allied nations had conducted the investigations and the trials that were related to Ravensbrück. These had included both the military tribunals and the national courts in a Germany, in an Austria, and in a Poland. Each legal effort had contributed to a comprehensive understanding of the camp's operations, which was offering the multiple perspectives on the systemic and the individual elements of an atrocity. The multiplicity of the trials had ensured a broader documentation and an accountability which was reinforcing the historical record and which was highlighting the international scope of a justice. The legal process was painstaking and complex. A gathering of an evidence had required a locating of the survivors, a cross-referencing of the SS records, and an ensuring of the reliability of the testimonies. Many witnesses were elderly, were traumatized, or were physically debilitated, which had complicated the collection of the coherent accounts. Despite these challenges, the trials had succeeded in a creating of a detailed legal and historic order of Ravensbrück, which was providing a foundation for a post-war understanding and an education. One of the most significant of the outcomes of the trials was an establishment of the legal definitions for the crimes against humanity, the systematic dehumanization, the forced labor, and an extermination of the prisoners at Ravensbrück had exemplified the types of the crimes that had fallen under this category. The courts had examined both the direct actions of the individual perpetrators and the structural mechanisms that had facilitated a widespread harm, which was creating a nuanced understanding of an accountability in a context of a large-scale atrocity. The trials also had explored the role of the women as the perpetrators, who were challenging the prevailing societal assumptions that the women were inherently nurturing or were incapable of a cruelty. The prosecution had highlighted the active participation of the female guards in the beatings, in a torture, and in an enforcement of the camp rules. These legal precedents had contributed to a broader scholarship and an understanding of the gendered dimensions of an atrocity, which was demonstrating that a systemic violence had relied on the complicity of both the men and the women. The Ravensbrück trials were not only about a punishment, they were also about an education and a moral reckoning. A public documentation, a media coverage, and a publication of the trial proceedings had ensured that the atrocities of the camp were widely known. These proceedings had offered the moral lessons about an obedience, about an ideology, and about a human responsibility, which was fostering a broader awareness of the consequences of a totalitarianism and of a systemic violence. The survivors' involvement in the trials had had a profound personal significance. A testifying had required a revisiting of a trauma, a recounting of the experiences of an extreme suffering, and a confronting of the perpetrators in a legal setting. Despite the emotional toll, a providing of a testimony had offered the survivors a means of an asserting of a moral authority, of a preserving of a memory, and of a contributing to a justice. It also had transformed a personal suffering into a collective recognition, which was ensuring that the experiences of Ravensbrück's victims were formally acknowledged and were recorded. The trials also had underscored the importance of a meticulous documentation and of a bureaucratic records. The SS files, the camp logs, and the administrative documents had played a critical role in a corroborating of the survivor accounts. These materials had revealed the systematic planning, the coordination, and an execution of an oppression which was allowing the courts to demonstrate that the atrocities were deliberate and were organized rather than were incidental or were chaotic. The combination of a testimonial and of a documentary evidence had created a robust legal case that had emphasized both a moral and a factual accountability. In a summary, the post-war trials of the Ravensbrück personnel were a vital component of a justice, of a historical preservation, and of a moral reckoning. They had highlighted an individual and a systemic responsibility, had established the legal precedents for the crimes against humanity, and had documented the experiences of the survivors. The trials had addressed the complex questions of a gender, of an ideology, and of a bureaucracy, which was providing the enduring lessons for a law, for an ethics, and for a human rights. They also had demonstrated the capacity of the legal institutions to confront an extreme atrocity, which was transforming a personal testimony and an evidence into a framework for an accountability and a historical understanding. The second part of an examining of the post-war trials focuses on the broader implications of the legal proceedings, on the experiences of the survivors as the witnesses, and on the enduring lessons of Ravensbrück in a shaping of an international law and of a moral accountability. As the trials had continued, the courts had examined not only the overt acts of a violence, but also the structural organization of the camp, the bureaucratic systems, the hierarchies, and the administrative practices were scrutinized to determine the extent of an individual and of a collective responsibility. The camp records, the transport logs, and the ration lists were evaluated alongside the survivor testimonies, which was revealing the meticulous planning behind a mass suffering. This had demonstrated that the atrocities were neither accidental nor spontaneous, but were carefully orchestrated within a functioning system of an oppression. A medical experimentation was a major focus of the post-war proceedings. The Ravensbrück physicians had conducted the invasive procedures on the prisoners without a consent, which were often leading to a severe injury or a death. The trials had held these individuals accountable, who were emphasizing that a medical knowledge cannot be divorced from an ethical responsibility. These cases had helped to establish the key principles of a modern medical ethics, which were including an informed consent, a protection of the human subjects, and an accountability of the professionals who had abused the positions of an authority. The female guards, who were known as the Officerinnen, were prosecuted for their direct involvement in a cruelty. The witnesses had described the beatings, the forced punishments, and an enforcement of the inhumane labor conditions. These trials had challenged the prevailing assumptions about the gender roles in a violence, which was demonstrating that the women could also be the active participants in a systemic oppression. The legal recognition of a female culpability had expanded an understanding of a complicity and of an accountability, which was underscoring that a moral responsibility transcends a gender. The Ravensbrück trials also had highlighted the importance of a survivor testimony as an evidence. A providing of a testimony had required an extraordinary courage, as the survivors had recounted the traumatic events and had faced the perpetrators in a court. Their accounts had offered a detailed insight into a camp life, which was including the work assignments, the punishments, and the daily survival strategies. The reliability and the consistency of the survivor testimonies were critical in an establishing of the facts of the case, and the process had allowed the survivors to assert an agency and to contribute to a historical record-keeping and a justice. One of the central of the legal principles that had been established was that a following of the orders does not absolve the individuals from a responsibility for the crimes against their humanity. The defendants had often argued that they were compelled to act under a threat from the superiors, but the courts had rejected this defense. The trials had clarified that a moral and a legal accountability persists even in the hierarchical, the coercive systems, which was creating a foundational precedent for an international human rights law. Beyond an individual accountability, the trials had illuminated the systemic nature of the atrocities. The camp's operation had relied on the interlocking roles, from the guards to the administrators to the medical personnel. Each actor had contributed to a broader framework of an oppression, which was demonstrating that the crimes against humanity are both a personal and a structural. By a prosecuting of the individuals within this framework, the courts had addressed both a moral culpability and the mechanisms that were enabling a large-scale atrocity. Illegal proceedings also had had an educative function. A detailed documentation and the public hearings had exposed the mechanisms of Ravensbrück to the world. These records had informed the scholars, the policymakers, and the general public about the scale and the nature of the Nazi atrocities, which was reinforcing the need for a vigilance against a totalitarianism and an importance of a human rights protections. The trials had ensured that Ravensbrück's history had become a part of a collective memory, which was shaping an ethical and a legal discourse for the future generations. The survivors' participation had extended beyond a formal testimony. Many had contributed the written accounts, the diaries, and the reports to the tribunals, which was creating a permanent record of the experiences. These documents had complemented an oral testimony, which was offering the detailed descriptions of the camp routines, of the labor assignments, of the punishments, and of the interpersonal dynamics. Together, these sources had established a comprehensive historical and legal archive, which was preserving the lived experiences of the prisoners, while it was providing a concrete evidence for a justice. The trials had underscored the challenge of a reconciling of an individual justice with a collective memory. The courts had needed to balance a prosecution of the perpetrators with a preservation of a historical truth and the psychological needs of the survivors. By a recognizing of the personal and the communal dimensions of a trauma, the legal process had reinforced the importance of a memory as a tool for a moral reflection and a historical accountability. The post-war proceedings also had contributed to a development of an international criminal law. The Ravensbrück trials had influenced the drafting of the conventions and of the statutes that were addressing a genocide, the crimes against humanity, and the war crimes. The legal scholars and the policymakers had drawn upon these cases to define the scope of an individual responsibility, a treatment of the witnesses, and the mechanisms for a prosecuting of the systemic atrocities. The legacy of Ravensbrück thus extends far beyond the individual trials, which is shaping the structure and the principles of a modern human rights law. The trials also had reinforced the significance of a documentation and of an archival preservation. The meticulous preservation of the camp records, which was combined with the survivor accounts, had ensured that an evidence of the atrocities would endure. This archival approach had allowed the future generations to study, to understand, and to learn from the mechanisms of an oppression, which was emphasizing the role of an evidence in both a legal and a historical accountability. In a conclusion, the post-war trials of the Ravensbrück personnel were essential for a justice, for a historical preservation, and for a development of the international legal principles. They had established an accountability for the individuals and for the systems, had emphasized the importance of a survivor testimony, and had contributed to the ethical framework that is governing a modern human rights law. The trials had transformed a personal and a collective trauma into a structured knowledge, which was ensuring that the atrocities of Ravensbrück would be remembered, would be studied, and would be prevented in the future. The courage of the survivors, which was combined with a meticulous legal inquiry, had created a lasting testament to a resilience, to a moral responsibility, and to a pursuit of a justice in the aftermath of an atrocity. The legacy of Ravensbrück is a profound and a multifaceted one, which is encompassing the historical, the moral, and the educational dimensions. Unlike the other camps, Ravensbrück was primarily a women's concentration camp, and its operation had revealed both the extremity of a Nazi brutality and the resilience of its prisoners. A remembering of Ravensbrück is not only an act of a historical preservation, but also a moral responsibility, which is ensuring that the lessons of the past inform the present and the future generations. The immediate post-liberation period was marked by a collective effort to preserve a memory. The survivors, many of whom had endured an unimaginable hardship, had taken on the responsibility of a documenting of their experiences. The diaries, the oral histories, the photographs, and the letters were collected and were archived. These materials had become central to an understanding of a daily life within the camp, of the mechanisms of an oppression, and of the courage that had been exhibited by the prisoners. By a preserving of these accounts, the survivors had ensured that Ravensbrück would remain a vivid and an instructive part of a human history. A memorialization of Ravensbrück had begun with a physical preservation of the site. After the war, the local authorities, the survivor organizations, and the international bodies had worked to establish the monuments, the museums, and the educational centers. These spaces serve as both the tributes to the victims and the educational tools, which are allowing the visitors to confront the reality of a systematic violence. A physical preservation ensures that the architecture, the layout, and the environment of the camp continue to convey the scale and an intensity of the atrocities that had been committed there. An education has been a central element in a maintaining of Ravensbrück's legacy. The schools, the universities, and the museums incorporate a survivor testimony, the artifacts, and a historical analysis into the curricula. The students learn about a forced labor, a medical experimentation, a resistance, and a daily life in the camp. This educational approach emphasizes not only the horrors of the camp, but also the courage, the solidarity, and the resilience of the prisoners. By a framing of Ravensbrück within a broader historical and ethical context, an education transforms a memory into an active moral reflection. The camp's unique focus on the women prisoners has been central to its historical significance. The scholars and the educators have emphasized the gender dimensions of an oppression and of a resistance within Ravensbrück. The female guards, the prisoners, and the medical staff had played the distinct roles, which was illustrating that a systemic violence had transcended a gender, and that the women could be both the perpetrators and the victims. A recognizing of these dynamics enhances an understanding of a human behavior, of a complicity, and of a resistance in the extreme conditions. A commemoration often includes the artistic and the cultural representations, a literature, a visual arts, a theatre, and a film have interpreted Ravensbrück's history, who are offering the insights into the lived experiences of the prisoners. The creative works capture the emotional and the psychological realities that the official records may not fully convey. They provide the alternative avenues for an empathy, for an understanding, and for a reflection, which is making the history of Ravensbrück to be accessible to the broader audiences. The memorial events, such as the anniversaries of a liberation, the survivor gatherings, and the public ceremonies, reinforce the ethical dimension of a remembrance. These occasions honor the victims, acknowledge the endurance of the survivors, and provide the spaces for a reflection and for a dialogue. They also create the intergenerational connections, which are allowing the younger participants to engage with a history in a personal and an emotional way. Such ceremonies ensure that Ravensbrück remains present in a collective memory, which is reinforcing the imperative to prevent the future atrocities. The survivors' testimonies continue to be central to an understanding of Ravensbrück. Many women had documented the daily routines, the interpersonal relationships, the acts of a resistance, and the instances of a cruelty. Their narratives offer the nuanced perspectives on the survival strategies, on the solidarity networks, and on the psychological impacts of a camp life. Through a testimony, the survivors assert a moral authority, preserve a historical truth, and create the enduring records that inform the legal, the ethical, and the educational frameworks. The international organizations have played a significant role in a preserving of Ravensbrück's history. UNESCO, the human rights bodies, and the Holocaust remembrance organizations have contributed to an archival preservation, to a research, and to an education. These efforts ensure that the history of Ravensbrück is not confined to a national memory, but is integrated into a global understanding of a genocide, of a human rights violations, and of an ethical responsibility. The legacy of Ravensbrück also involves a grappling with the complex moral questions. How do the societies confront a mass atrocity? What are the responsibilities of the individuals within the oppressive systems? How can a memory serve as both a warning and a guidance? The scholars, the educators, and the survivors have addressed these questions, who are emphasizing the importance of a historical literacy, of a moral reflection, and of a vigilance against an authoritarianism. Ravensbrück thus functions as both a historical record and an ethical touchstone. A resistance and a solidarity remain the central themes in Ravensbrück's memory. The accounts of the clandestine networks, of a mutual aid, and of the acts of a courage underscore the capacity of the individuals to assert an agency, to maintain a dignity, and to support one another even under an extreme oppression. These stories provide an inspiration, who are demonstrating that a moral and a human resilience can persist in the darkest of the circumstances. They also offer an ethical guidance, who are highlighting the importance of an empathy, of a solidarity, and of a moral courage in an everyday life. A continuation of Ravensbrück's legacy emphasizes the broader societal, cultural, and ethical impact of a remembering of the camp, which is ensuring that the history endures not only as a documentation of an atrocity, but as a guide for a moral reflection and a future prevention. The post-war decades had seen a development of the museums and of the memorial sites at Ravensbrück, which were designed to educate and to honor the victims. The exhibits often include the photographs, the personal belongings, the uniforms, and the camp artifacts. These physical representations provide the tangible connections to the past, which are allowing the visitors to confront the realities of an imprisonment, of a forced labor, and of a daily survival. A preservation of these materials reinforces an authenticity of a historical memory, which is offering a direct link to the lived experiences of the prisoners. The educational programs at Ravensbrück emphasize a historical context and an ethical reflection. The students and the visitors learn about a Nazi ideology, about the bureaucratic mechanisms of the Holocaust, and about the daily realities of a camp life. The educators highlight the stories of a resistance, of a solidarity, and of a survival, who are emphasizing the complexity of a human behavior, under an extreme duress. By a combining of a factual history with an ethical inquiry, these programs encourage a critical thinking, an empathy, and a moral engagement. The artistic and the literary representations of Ravensbrück continue to shape a collective memory. The memoirs that have been written by the survivors provide the intimate accounts of the psychological, of the emotional, and of the physical challenges of an imprisonment. A literature, a films, and a visual arts interpret these narratives, who are offering the multi-dimensional perspectives that extend beyond a factual documentation. The creative works enable the audiences to engage emotionally with a history, who are fostering an understanding, a reflection, and an empathy that complement the traditional educational methods. The commemorative ceremonies at Ravensbrück serve both the symbolic and the educational functions. The annual memorials, the guided tours, and the survivor gatherings honor the memory of the victims, while they are reinforcing an awareness of a historical atrocity. These events strengthen an intergenerational transmission of a knowledge and ensure that the ethical lessons of Ravensbrück reach the younger generations. By participating in a remembrance, the individuals cultivate a sense of a moral responsibility and of a historical consciousness that transcends the national boundaries. The survivors' organizations play a pivotal role in the sustaining of Ravensbrück's legacy. These groups advocate for a recognition, support a research, preserve the archives, and facilitate the educational initiatives. They provide the platforms for the survivors to share the experiences, to influence a historical scholarship, and to participate in the global dialogues about a memory, about a justice, and about a human rights. The ongoing work of these organizations underscores the enduring importance of the survivor voices in a shaping of an understanding and in a preventing of a historical erasure. Ravensbrück's history contributes significantly to an international human rights discourse. The legal and the ethical principles that have been established in the post-war trials, in the survivor testimonies, and in the educational initiatives have informed the modern frameworks for an addressing of a genocide, of the crimes against humanity, and of a systemic oppression. The camp's legacy emphasizes that a vigilance, an accountability, and a moral responsibility are essential in a protecting of a human dignity and in a preventing of the future atrocities. The gender dimension of Ravensbrück remains a central focus of a historical and of an ethical analysis. The female prisoners, the guards, and the medical staff had played the complex roles, which was highlighting the ways in which a gender had shaped the experiences of a victimhood, of a perpetration, and of a resistance. A scholarship on these dynamics contributes to a broader understanding of a human behavior in a context of an oppression, which is offering the insights into a power, into a complicity, and into a resilience that continue to inform the studies of a history, of a sociology, and of an ethics. The personal narratives of a courage and of a solidarity continue to inspire, the stories of the clandestine networks, of a sharing of the scarce resources, and of a mutual protection, demonstrate that even in the extreme circumstances, a human empathy and a moral agency can persist. These accounts remind us that the ethical choices of the individuals matter, that a solidarity can save the lives, and that a resistance, whether it is an overt or a subtle, can preserve a dignity and a humanity. A preserving of a memory also involves a confronting of the psychological dimensions of an atrocity. The educational and the commemorative initiatives emphasize the trauma that had been endured by the prisoners and the long-term effects of a systemic oppression. By an acknowledging of a psychological suffering alongside a physical deprivation, a remembrance fosters an empathy and a holistic understanding of the human cost of a tyranny. This approach encourages the contemporary audiences to reflect on the broader consequences of an injustice, of an oppression, and of a violence. Ravensbrück's legacy underscores the importance of a testimony as a moral and a historical act. The survivors' stories serve as both an evidence and an ethical guideposts, which are providing an insight into the mechanisms of an oppression and the resilience of the human spirit. Through a storytelling, the survivors assert an agency, contribute to a collective memory, and educate the future generations about the moral imperatives of a justice, of an empathy, and of a vigilance. The continued study of Ravensbrück ensures that its lessons remain relevant. The historians, the educators, and the human rights advocates draw upon the camp records, upon the survivor accounts, and upon the trial documentation to analyze the social, the political, and the ethical dimensions of an oppression. This scholarship informs a policy, an education, and a public awareness, which is reinforcing the role of a historical memory as a tool for a moral reflection and a societal improvement. In a conclusion, the legacy of Ravensbrück is an enduring and a multifaceted one. It encompasses a historical documentation, an ethical reflection, an education, and a remembrance. The survivors' courage, solidarity, and testimony preserve the memory of the victims while they are providing the enduring lessons about a human resilience, about a moral responsibility, and about the consequences of a systemic violence. The memorials, the educational programs, and the cultural representations ensure that Ravensbrück, by a confronting of the realities of Ravensbrück, the societies honor the victims, acknowledge the resilience of the survivors, and reinforce the imperative to prevent the future atrocities.